The story and narrative of Horizon Forbidden West is a flawed masterpiece. Even over a year after its release, on February 18, 2022, it still generates much debate amongst fans as to its place in the series at large, and how it will be viewed once the almost inevitable third game comes out, probably in 5 years' time. Of course, there's been much conversation surrounding many other facets of the game, be it the gameplay, mechanics, or overall presentation of the game, all three of which were praised or at least well received by most critics and fans at release, the third one receiving the most praise out of all of them. This in turn has led to the game being referred to as a perfect sequel, where everything from the first game has been vastly improved upon in one way or another. Conversely, the discourse surrounding the main narrative has been rather mixed. There's no denying the game's vastly improved writing, particularly in side quests and overall dialogue, but the main story has been the source of much disagreement. I think it's safe to say that the majority of players enjoyed Forbidden West's story, though to call it a resounding majority would be an exaggeration. If you've watched my previous videos on the series, then you'll know that I've made it no secret that I absolutely adore Forbidden West, considering it my game of the year for 2022, even with another certain and equally brilliant game also releasing that same year. As arbitrary as it is, if I had to make a top 5 list of my favorite games, Forbidden West would sit firmly in second place, behind only the GOAT that is The Witcher 3. Truth be told, if you include the 2 runs I did for this video, one brand new and one new game plus, I've played through Forbidden West a grand total of 9 times since the release, a replay number that's only exceeded by my 10 plus playthroughs of The Witcher 3. And before you ask, no, I have no shame. Not since The Witcher 3 have I ever been so consumed by a game, and the narrative is a huge reason why, along with the world that it's set in and the characters that inhabit it, Aloy of course being first among them. That said, if you came up to me and said that Zero Dawn's story was better, I most certainly wouldn't argue. Zero Dawn's story front to back is a masterpiece in its own right, despite having its own issues, becoming one of the most beloved video game narratives of the last decade. This left the writers at Guerrilla with the difficult task of creating a new story that would successfully follow up Zero Dawn and then exceed it. By and large, they succeeded, aided by the game's improved presentation, which gives the game a cinematic quality that goes even beyond the scope of the main story, with even side quests receiving such treatment. Adding to this is the writing itself, particularly in character dialogue, brought to life by stellar performances from nearly every single voice actor and actress, though Ashley Birch and Lance Reddick remain the undisputed stars of the show. However, I have to harken back to what I said at the beginning of the video, that Forbidden West's story and narrative is a flawed masterpiece. As paradoxical as that sounds, it is arguably the best way to describe it. Despite how great it is, there's no denying that there are problems buried within its themes, some more noticeable than others, or that Zero Dawn does certain things better with its narrative. These flaws in no way fatally harm the story or narrative, and if you have a high tolerance for such things, you might not even notice them, but they are worth mentioning since they could easily rear their ugly heads if not addressed in the almost certain third game. As you might have already guessed, this video will be entirely focused on Forbidden West's narrative, with bits about gameplay being only added in when applicable, appropriate, or otherwise unavoidable as it pertains to the story. I will leave timestamps in the description box below so that you can easily navigate from one section to the next, should you choose to watch this video in parts instead of a single sitting. A few housekeeping items to go over before we dive in. As mentioned earlier, for this video I played through the game twice, first on a brand new run, then again on a new game plus, making different decisions and picking different flashpoint options on each run. Also, whereas I played the fresh run as I usually do, including the previous 7 times, doing side quests as I traverse the world, on the New Game Plus run I mainlined the entire main story first, then did all the side quests, to see how their stories and dialogue changed in reaction to the present world state. I say all that because you may see an interchange of armor, weapons, and face paint in similar scenes that might not make sense without this prior knowledge and could lead to utter confusion. Also, as an aside, I strongly recommend watching my Zero Dawn and Frozen Wilds videos before watching this one, or better yet, play them both beforehand. Like a VOD back in Meridian for Aloy, this video will be waiting for you. Also, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't state that there will be spoilers for all of Forbidden West, some of its side quests, as well as Zero Dawn and the Frozen Wilds DLC. Now, without further ado, let's hop on our chargers and follow Aloy as she rides into the Forbidden West.
Look at us. 3 battle-hardened badasses forging into the unknown. This ought to be good.
We begin the game with a montage of the world, starting from the smallest animal to the smallest machine, before progressively getting bigger and more numerous, before ending with a stormbird flying over ruins of the old ones, a not so subtle reminder that this is a series set in the post-apocalypse. For the roughly 30 seconds it takes for this montage to play, you get the sense that everything is alright, that nothing immediately apparent is wrong, and you'd be forgiven if you thought that David Attenborough would chime in at any moment. However, that sense is swiftly dashed when we get our first glimpse of the Blight, followed by Aloy riding through it at breakneck speed.
I'm running out of time, Elizabeth.
6 months have passed since the end of Zero Dawn, and the deterioration of the Earth's biosphere has gotten significantly worse, as seen by the rampant blight, both on land and in the water, compounded by the raging supercell storms. If you remember, this is a result of the destruction of Gaia, the super advanced AI at the heart of the terraforming system that brought back life following the end of the Pharaoh Plague. Gaia had to destroy herself after a mysterious signal turned all of her sub-functions into chaotic, self-aware AIs, who eventually got loose just before she could destroy them with her. Now, without a governing authority, the terraforming system is spiraling out of control. This started almost immediately after Gaia's death and Aloy's birth some 20 years earlier, with the derangement of the machines, but the appearance of the Blight and supercell storms in the Card to Sundom is a sign that the biosphere is fast approaching the point of no return. When we first meet Aloy, she spent the last 6 months searching for a backup of Gaia, but so far every lead has led to nothing, all while she races against the biological clock. Though there should be in theory multiple copies, all seem to have been purged along with the Apollo database, the vast repository of human knowledge, done so by asshole-in-chief Ted Faro in the 2060s. 1,000 years later, and that purge is coming back to haunt the world, and Aloy is down to her final lead. Aloy takes shelter from a storm under a crumbling tower, falling asleep by the fire. We then enter a dream sequence, one that, according to her, she's had repeatedly for the last few months. Under a starry night sky in a field of flowers sits a tree, illuminated by some light off in the distance. Approaching the tree, Aloy finds Elizabeth Sobek, holding the same pendant that Aloy took from her body at the end of Zero Dawn. Elizabeth then approaches Aloy and places the pendant around her neck before embracing her, like a mother would a daughter, which brings joy to Aloy, a rare thing in her search for a Gaia backup. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long, as the Blight soon appears. Elizabeth disintegrates into nothing, the Blight stealing her away from Aloy, followed by a Blight vine taking a hold of her, rendering her immobile. It's then that she awakens.
I'm always left alone.
This dream sequence is important for setting up one of the narrative's biggest themes, that of relationships. You'll have noticed by now that Aloy is alone. On the surface, this doesn't appear unusual or out of place. She was born and raised an outcast, shunned by the Nora, a tribe she insinuates at multiple points throughout the game she isn't truly a part of anymore. As such, she's used to being on her own, though not of her own choosing. However, throughout her journey in Zero Dawn, she meets a number of people along the way, a good few of whom become close friends. Varl, Aaron, Talana, Vanasha, you get the idea. She has friends now, friends who would go to the ends of the earth for her, to help her on her mission. And yet, as we'll learn a little later, after defeating Hades, she left Meridian and set off on her search without telling anyone. She's choosing to be alone instead of being forced. This is a notable shift in her character, but not entirely out of left field. If you remember from Zero Dawn, Aloy is a genetic clone of Elizabeth Sobek, lead alpha of Project Zero Dawn and Gaia's creator. As such, she's literally the only person in the world who can interface with Zero Dawn's systems, as well as reboot and repair Gaia, and thus repair the terraforming system and save the Earth. At the risk of putting it mildly, that's a ludicrous amount of pressure to have on one person's shoulders, and yet Aloy, due to her unique genetics, sees it as her sole responsibility to follow and live up to Elizabeth's example, to pull the world back from the brink. Driven by this, Aloy has spent the last 6 months actively pushing people away, and will continue to do so throughout the opening quarter of the story. This can be attributed to her having, at least in her eyes, a stronger connection to Elizabeth as evidenced by her dream, as she feels that only Elizabeth could truly understand what it is that she has to do, and the risk she has to take in doing so. I have to admit, it's kinda strange given that Elizabeth's, well, 1,000 years dead, but to be fair, this isn't a fact that's flown over Aloy's head. Her intonation when she brings it up seems to suggest that she too finds it odd. What it's done is created an inner conflict within Aloy, a tug of war of sorts, one that, at this juncture, I don't think she's fully aware of yet, so driven by her mission. It'll form the basis of her arc, brought into sharp focus at key points throughout the story, supplemented by more subtle moments both in the main narrative and in side quests. Approaching the edge of a cliff where we get a brief glimpse of the valley beyond, we're swiftly greeted by an old friend.
Varl?
Varl and his green pants are back, having spent the last 6 months tracking Aloy, who has up until now remained one step ahead. He's also sporting a fantastic beard, but don't get used to it, it doesn't hang around for very long. It's in the subsequent conversation that we learn about Aloy's sudden disappearance, as well as the first inklings of that inner conflict I just spoke about. Pay close attention to how each of them speak. Aloy saying I compared to Varl's we. Varl plays a huge role in the story, one we'll get into later, and his very early appearance establishes that. We also get some insight into Aloy's discomfort at now being famous. Never mind being named Anointed by the Nora, she now bears the Karja honorifics of Savior and Champion following her exploits in Meridian at the end of the first game. Never not humble, most of the time, she's quick to make it clear that she isn't a fan of such titles. In fact, a good few conversations in the game will open with Aloy being rather clear that she's just Aloy.
It's just Aloy. Just Aloy. It's Aloy.
If it isn't Aloy, the savior of Meridian, anointed of the Nora.
You know I hate being called that stuff.
Varl is quick to attach himself to Aloy's search, acting as if he's been a part of it the whole time. Conversely, Aloy is quick in her attempt to shed him, but Varl won't take no for an answer, reasoning that he swore an oath to help her after saving the Nora in the last game. Seeing that he isn't about to give up, Aloy gives in and gives him a gift.
You'll need to be able to see what I see.
A focus. Never thought I'd get your second sight.
Together they jump down into the valley, kickstarting the game's tutorial section. Like Zero Dawn's, this segment serves both as a teaching phase as well as providing ample storytelling and world building. Throughout, Aloy will teach Varl about aspects regarding the focus and everything she's learned on her travels, while Varl will get Aloy up to speed on everything that's happened since her silent departure. We're also reintroduced to combat as well as a few new machines. This entire segment has been the source of criticism, often used to highlight the story's pacing issues due to its meandering tempo. While I wouldn't use this section to highlight the problem and enjoy it for what it does in terms of storytelling and world building, I'll admit that it takes its time more than it probably should, especially for players who already have an inkling of what they're doing. There's a possible reason for this. As you can probably tell, Forbidden West is a huge step up from Zero Dawn graphically, though it must be said that Zero Dawn still looks utterly gorgeous many years later. That said, there are going to be players who will skip Zero Dawn so they can, in theory, play the prettier game of Forbidden West on PS5. Guerrilla must have anticipated this and hence made this tutorial section as long as it is so everybody can be on the same page, even if it means the pacing takes a notable hit. Heading down into the ruins, they discover they might not be alone. Entering the ruins, we learn that it wasn't a Zero Dawn facility, but a Far Zenith launch facility. An organization that preceded Zero Dawn, Far Zenith was also working towards saving humanity from the Pharaoh Plague, by literally leaving the Earth behind. We learn a bit about them from various data points in the first game, including that they, as Aloy points out, made tech trades with Zero Dawn, including the ectogenic chambers used in the cradle facilities, the nature of these trades being expanded upon throughout our current search. Aloy is perplexed that there could be a Gaia backup in a Far Zenith facility. As far as we know, Far Zenith got a copy of the Apollo database in exchange for the ectogenic chambers, but at no point was a copy of Gaia ever mentioned or even considered. Pushing on, we come upon a camp, and the bodies of its occupants. Oseram Delvers had arrived just before them, but were killed by something massive, the camp soaked with acid, putting Aloy and Varl slightly on edge. It's in this camp that we're introduced to the new crafting system, as well as the Polecaster, a tool that can be used in traversal where possible, as well as clearing out any debris. After a short platforming section, we enter an auditorium where we're greeted by a holographic message by Far Zenith, a curated sales pitch to join the Odyssey, an abandoned spaceship and space colonization project resurrected by Far Zenith, with the goal of reaching a planet in the Sirius system 8.6 light years away. Varl of course can't contain his shock and bewilderment, though Aloy is quick to explain that the Odyssey never actually made it, that it was destroyed somehow in transit, which is something you might already know about from Zero Dawn. Varl's reaction, given his limited knowledge, is absolutely perfect, and I will never not laugh every time I see it. Stepping into the next room, Aloy wonders if Elizabeth gave Far Zenith a copy of Gaia to help support their colony. It's in that next room that we see another sales pitch, albeit a far different one in terms of tone and meaning. Whereas the first one is heavily altruistic, this follow-up pitch reveals that the Odyssey was intended only for the world's elite, the Odyssey being more a means to escape than to actually advance the human race. This isn't an exactly surprising revelation. One of the Horizon series' overarching themes is the hubris and greed of the mega-wealthy and the conflicts and crises that arise from it, case in point, Ted Pharaoh and the Pharaoh Plague. Aloy, unsurprisingly, isn't shocked by this, yet Varl feels the need to state the plainly obvious, that the initial pitch was all a lie. It's a sharp dip in the writing when compared to the rest of the game, his dialogue here sounding incredibly forced and, dare I say, kinda cringy, and is only saved from being worse by Aloy's total lack of surprise. From this room we get a new heading, a data center deeper in the launch facility grounds. Along the way we catch a glimpse of what might have killed the Oseram we found earlier.
What is that?
Anything would kill those Oseram. Keep your guard up.
Oh, my guard is up.
Pushing ahead, we dive deeper into the ruins, and after some platforming and machine combat, we eventually come across what appears to be a sort of meeting room with a still working console. Searching its contents, Aloy finds something called Anzu, which begins another presentation. In it we learn that the Gaia backup they got wasn't gifted to Far Zenith, but actually stolen, being cast from Zero Dawn HQ by an implanted asset to their data center, with Zero Dawn staff being none the wiser, thus explaining how it is that they would have one. It's a clever little twist given that, as far as we know, both Zero Dawn and Far Zenith were seemingly on amicable terms. Another clever detail can be found in the scheme's name. In ancient Mesopotamian myth, more specifically Sumerian and Akkadian, Anzu is a demon that stole the Tablet of Destinies, a document that granted the god Enlil supreme authority over the universe. Given Gaia's position at the center of a highly advanced world-spanning terraforming system, this name choice is perfectly fitting. It's also here that Aloy reveals the truth of her origins to Varl after he asks why a certain someone shares a striking resemblance to her. This then leads to Aloy explaining what Gaia was, what happened to her, and why she made Aloy. Varl struggles to wrap his head around this revelation, then again when Aloy explains that the goddess of Nora myth, All-Mother, is actually Gaia, not a supernatural entity. Aloy kills the conversation before it evolves into something more, telling him that they need to push onto the data center. To Varl's credit, he doesn't push the issue further, perhaps recognizing her discomfort with discussing the topic. After we continue through more ruins, including some platforming sections, short classes with machines, and another glimpse at the big slithery beastie that's haunting our progress, we find ourselves on top of a tower, overlooking the data center and the path to it. Just one problem. There's not just one slithery beast, but 3! Say hello to the Slitherfang, a brand new machine in Forbidden West, one that I have a love-hate relationship with. All 3 stand in the way to the data center with no way to go around. After some deliberation, Aloy spots an overhead shuttle held in place by massive clamps and suggests dropping it on them. Before Varl can say anything, Aloy leaves him behind, telling him to wait while she storms on ahead.
Aloy.
Trust me.
And there she goes.
The next 10 minutes or so, depending on how quickly you complete it, is just an amalgamation of everything we've learned thus far, chiefly about stealth, combat, and climbing. Upon reaching the tower and eliminating the machines, Aloy hits a switch that releases the clamps. Unfortunately, some of the cables refuse to snap and the shuttle remains hanging on, meaning Aloy has to climb up and shoot them. She succeeds, and the shuttle lands right on top of the Slitherfangs, killing them. Unfortunately, the shuttle decides to take the tower with it, forcing Aloy to perform some next level acrobatics to ensure a safe landing, though it's far from a soft one. Before she can catch her breath, however, one of the Slitherfangs emerges from the rubble, still with some fight left in it. So begins the first boss battle of the game. As such, it's a fairly bog-standard encounter, the Slitherfang's still trapped in the rubble, thus limiting its moveset variety. There is a second phase of sorts, the Slitherfang breaking free when it's down to about a quarter health, thus gaining the ability to use its tail weapons, but nothing more beyond that. Once the Slitherfang is finally down, the path to the data center is finally clear. Entering the building, you can almost feel the tension rising as we descend deeper into its bowels, punctuated by the trepidation in Aloy's voice. It's an interesting choice given that we're still so early in the story, but I think it works given what we know. Remember, this is Aloy's final lead, with 6 months of toil at stake. To have all that work come to nothing, well, let's see how that plays out.
It's here.
Gaia version 6.9. Initializing. Hello.
Hi. Elizabeth? Travestate.
Now, what's this we got here? A Far Zenith conspiracy to steal a copy of Gaia? And her subordinate functions? Naughty, naughty. You want me to handle this, Liz? Blasphemers! Brood of vipers! With a mighty hand I smite and pour troubles upon you! ain't no copy of Gaia you stole, you losers. But it's the mother of all logic bombs. So good luck repairing your data. And next time you start thinking you can outsmart a Tate, remember my salute.
Well, shit. To be honest, as much as I'm frustrated for Aloy, I can't help but chuckle at Tate's deception, especially with his lovely salute, as well as his clever use of a certain funny number. Nice. It's here that Varl finally catches up and, through no fault of his own, draws the ire of Aloy's frustration. I have to give Varl credit here because he handles it pretty well. That said, after they leave the valley and ascend up a cliff face, you can tell his refusing Aloy's help was very intentional, and Aloy knows it.
Varl, I'm sorry.
You have a sharp bite sometimes, you know?
Aloy again attempts to leave Varl. Fresh out of Leech but still needing to search, she doesn't want to put Varl, or anyone for that matter, at any unnecessary risk, using what just happened in the valley as an example, before reiterating that it's her responsibility alone. It's then that Varl gets an idea. Silence. He might know a thing or two. Just one problem. Aloy hasn't heard from him since the Battle of Meridian, despite, as we'll learn later, her many attempts to contact him. It's then that Varl suggests that they go back to Meridian and speak to Marad, Sun King Avad's spy master, given his uncanny knack for finding people. Except for Aloy, apparently. Despite some early reluctance, Aloy eventually agrees, Varl's persuasiveness winning out once again. Taking control of two nearby chargers, they head straight for Meridian. Arriving at the city, we're greeted by a crowd of Karja just before the bridge into the city, awestruck and grateful at their savior's return. Again, we get a glimpse of Aloy's discomfort with such a title, despite what Varl says.
You earned this welcome. You saved them.
It's here that Marad arrives and, after seemingly taking a shot at Aloy's sudden disappearance, whisks them away to the Elite. Something happened with the Spire while Aloy was away. If you played Zero Dawn, then you immediately recognize that Marad's describing that post-credits scene where Hades seemingly flies off somewhere, then lands in Silence's clutches. I say seemingly because, though we know that Silence is up to some nefarious bullshittery again, neither Aloy nor anyone else knows that. Aloy is immediately suspicious and heads to check the orb, the one that used to house Hades and that Aloy stabbed. Immediately something is off when Aloy is able to effortlessly pull the spear out of the orb, something she couldn't do before. Using her focus, she finds a sort of data log on the spear somehow, but we'll just ignore that. The log reads transmission complete, along with an activity log that recreates Hades shooting off into the sky. Before she can investigate further, the spear then disintegrates in Aloy's hands, and a stark realization comes to her.
No, he wouldn't. He couldn't.
Oh yes, he did. We begin to climb to the top of the spire in the hopes of finding out where Hades went. We eventually make it inside and use an access lift to reach the top, which in turn makes the entire spire open up in a pretty awe-inspiring sequence. Reaching the top, Aloy uses the spire's node to discover that the signal was sent somewhere far to the west. Wonderful. It's then that this douche canoe makes an appearance.
Well, Aloy, I see you finally figured it out.
So yeah, no surprise he stole Hades, doing so through the lance he made for Aloy at the end of Zero Dawn. What follows is a bitter back and forth between them, Aloy calling out Silence's recklessness, while he calls her out for trying to purge Hades before any of its data could be extracted, data that could determine the source of the mysterious signal. It ends with Silence telling Aloy to come find him out in the Forbidden West, at the coordinates provided by the Spire's node, while Aloy verbalizes her frustrations. I have some thoughts about this scene. While for the most part I'm with Aloy given that I cannot stand Silence's self-righteous arrogance, I have to point out that Silence does have a point when it comes to extracting Hades' data. Truth be told, Silence's only fault here, if you can call it that, besides his arrogance, is not telling Aloy of his plans. He severely underestimates Aloy throughout the story, something that will define the relationship throughout, and this scene clearly establishes that. That's in spite of Aloy being clearly capable, yet his arrogance and sense of self-importance blinds him to that. Conversely, it could be argued that it's justified in this instance given how long it took Aloy to figure out his ruse. In fact, I have to wonder if Aloy ever would have, since she only came back at Varl's insistence. Returning below, Aloy informs the others of what's happened and that she has to go west to find them. She attempts a quick departure but is stopped by Marad, who reminds her that the west is forbidden for a reason. That's because most of it is controlled by the Tenakth, a tribe of ferocious warriors you may have learned some about through scraps of info scattered throughout Zero Dawn, though it can be surmised just by how it's written that it's mostly propagandic nonsense. However, what is known, as told by Marad, is that they do not tolerate trespassers. Doubly so for the Karja, given that they ravaged the Tenakth during the Red Raids, Mad Sun King Jiran's drive to gain slaves for his blood sacrifices. The Tenakth did eventually manage to drive the Carja from their land, a feat only they and the Nora ever accomplished, and even penetrated into the Sundom a ways, before pulling back. Sun King Avad has since negotiated a fragile peace, and the two tribes have semi-regular embassies out on the frontier. There, gifts are exchanged, the Tenakth getting material goods, and the Carja getting personal effects looted from fallen soldiers. One of these embassies is happening soon. A special one, in fact, since the Tenakth are returning a prisoner this time, a man named Vashab, who happens to be Avad's cousin. Murad suggests that, if Aloy were to attend, she might gain right of passage into Tenakth lands, instead of being hunted relentlessly by them. Aloy is less than thrilled by this, but before we can continue, we're greeted by yet more familiar faces. Avad's here, accompanied by his stepbrother Edaman and his stepmother, Dowager Queen Nasadi. They come bearing gifts, a new spear and headpiece worthy of the savior and presented by none other than Vanasha and Uthid in a scene that is hilariously awkward if you have headsets turned off.
It's beautiful.
Our next task is to fit the Master Override to our new spear, though you'd be remiss if you didn't take the opportunity to explore the Elite, with various points of interest highlighted, including a statue of Aloy, which like every other honorific makes her more than a little uncomfortable. We also have a chance to speak to some of our friends. From Avad we can learn more about the fragile peace with the Tenakth, as well as the importance of the upcoming embassy, both of which we've already just discussed. From Vanasha and Uthid we learn what happened to the Shadow Carja and the Eclipse following the Battle of Meridian, and what they've been up to since then, including, in a less than subtle way, that they may be together. We also get a chance to speak to Nasadi and Edaman a bit, who thanks Aloy for their rescue from Sunfall. I think this is all great. I love this kind of stuff, the chance to speak with characters we've gotten to know and love, and to learn valuable information that adds context to future scenes and encounters. It's also optional, so if you're not into this kind of thing, you can easily skip it. Unfortunately, there is a flaw in all this, and it lends back to Zero Dawn and these four. You see, you meet Avad and Murad during the main story regardless. The other four, however, are tied to side quests, which you might choose not to do, so you might not know who the hell these people are. Now you're probably thinking that's a bit unfair on Vanasha, Nasadi, and Edaman, and you'd be right. When you arrive at the palace at Sunfall for the first time, they're given a brief introduction no matter what, but the problem still remains. If you don't go and see Vanasha and Shadowside when you get here, you may still be left asking, who are you exactly? It's even worse in Uthid's case, as he won't appear in Zero Dawn at all if you don't do these side quests, and so for some, he may just appear here as some random dude that Aloy knows somehow with a really cool helmet. Now you're probably thinking that's a little harsh, as most won't skip Vanasha's questline in Zero Dawn. That's probably true, but considering that it's possible means that the writers should have taken this possibility into account. In the essence of fairness, I'm willing to suggest that this is just an artifact of there being no guarantees of a sequel when Zero Dawn was released. Unfortunately, this won't be the last time this happens throughout the game, and to varying degrees of severity.
Nell?
You have to admit, I put on a good show.
Once she's gotten the Master Override fixed to her new spear, Aloy returns to Murad and says it's time to go. Murad informs her that the embassy will take place just past the Daunt, a canyon on the Sundom's western border beyond the gates of a fortress called Barren Light, and that it'll take 2 weeks to get there on foot. Varl suggests that a couple days of hard riding should get them there, before Aloy suggests that they spend the night in Meridian to rest up before the long journey. It's during the night, once Varl has fallen asleep, that Aloy sneaks off, once again determined to do it all on her own. What follows is a beautiful montage as we follow Aloy's ride into the west, along with the game's opening credits. Accompanying this is the song Into the Flood, written by, and I gravely apologize for butchering his name, Olexa Lozachuk, and performed beautifully by Ariana Gillis. I strongly recommend you watch this sequence in full at least once and pay close attention to the lyrics as they perfectly articulate everything going through Aloy's mind, accentuated by the music slowly swelling in intensity before reaching its crescendo as Aloy arrives at the gateway to the Forbidden West. Arriving at the Daunt, we're greeted by an Ostrom who operates the cable car in and out of the valley. As Aloy looks to take it down, he informs her that he's under strict orders not to operate. The valley is infested with machines and he needs to wait for a whistle to sound from a place called Chainscrape before he can operate again. Aloy isn't perturbed by this, because why should she be? Despite some resistance, she eventually forces his hand and agrees to take her down. On the way down, the operator gives us the lowdown on what's happening in the Daunt. Due to the machine infestation, a work stoppage has been put in effect. The machines in question are Bristlebacks, a new machine in the game and strangely not native to the Daunt. The There are hunters, but none want to cross Olvend, the self-appointed mayor Chainscrape and the one who instituted the work stoppage. None of this particularly matters to Aloy, as her only concern is the embassy at Barren Light. According to the operator, however, that isn't about to happen anytime soon. That's because a sun priest named Studious Wadis, who can be found at the bottom of the cable car run and is needed to facilitate the embassy, is refusing to head for Barren Light until the machines are dealt with. No big deal, in truth, except for the fact that he's a pompous prick. He's also a bigot, straight up calling Aloy a Nora savage, unaware of who she is, until Jaruf, his Vanguard escort, reminds him. Here, he reiterates that he isn't going anywhere until the captain of the Vanguard gives the all clear. Already tired of his bullshit, Aloy steps aside with Jaruf to ask about Erend. If you remember from Zero Dawn, he took over as Vanguard captain after his sister Ursa died. Jaruf tells Aloy that Wadis sent Erend and some other Vanguard into the valley to clear the way. He also tells her that, despite the work stoppage, the smith and Chainscrape might let her use his workbench to upgrade her gear. After that, and another quick word with Wadis, Aloy sets off into the valley. The Dawn serves much the same purpose as the Embrace in the first game, a microcosm of the wider open world, allowing us the chance to get settled in and re-immersed with Horizon's world, introducing or reintroducing elements of the gameplay loop along with its lore and stories. While a wholly new region to the series, this process is eased by the sense of familiarity within the region found in the residents and culture. Though not my favorite region in the game, I did like coming back here from time to time, even if only to stomp around and enjoy the scenery. Along with a couple other locations that we find much later, I feel almost safe in the Daunt due to this familiarity, even if danger still lurks beyond the bounds of civilization. Following the river, we reach a fork in the road. We can either push on to find Erend or head into Chainscrape to look for a workbench. In this instance, we'll go to Chainscrape first, where, upon entry, we're greeted by another familiar face.
By the Forge. Petra? Aloy, what are you doing here?
Petra's back, much to everyone's delight. Truth be told, every time I get here, I get the dumbest grin on my face because Petra is just the best. Unfortunately, she's another case of potentially missable side characters in Zero Dawn making an appearance in Forbidden West's main story. Her case is far more egregious, for she's far easier to miss in Zero Dawn and yet has a greater role in Forbidden West, particularly as it pertains to proceedings in the Daunt. She invites Aloy to have a drink at the brewery, which Aloy can accept despite initially pulling the whole "I'm just passing through" card. It's here that we can learn even more about what's going on in the Daunt. The work stoppage ordered by Olvend, Chainscrape's self-appointed mayor, is more than a response to the bristleback infestation, but also a power play. After the Tenakth drove the Karja out of the west, they captured Barren Light and tore it down, but not before ravaging the Daunt, leaving it depopulated. After peace was established, scores of Ostrom settled the region, though whether they did so of their own volition or at the Karja's invitation is never established. This included Olvend, who put a stake in every claim of value in the Daunt, knowing the Karja would need stone and timber to rebuild Barren Light. This in turn garnered him power and influence, making him the effective head of Chainscrape. Despite his success, however, investors are refusing to back his claims. Despite being majority Ostrom, the Daunt is still Karja land, and they can revoke Olvend's claims at any time. The only way that will change is if Olvend can get the Karja to sign his concession decree, which would put all Ostrom claims, his claims, under Ostrom law, meaning the Karja can't revoke them. To do that, he needs the backing of the Ostrom working the valley, doing so by stirring up old resentments with the Karja. This has reached its peak with the arrival of the Bristlebacks, causing the work stoppage. Since no one knows where the Bristlebacks came from, Olvend has taken to blaming the Karja for them. As absurd as that sounds, Olvend knows that the Karja need the work stoppage to end, and he, as he sees it, holds the key with his concession decree. I bring this all up because, as we already know, clearing out the Bristlebacks and ending the work stoppage forms the basis of the main story in the Daunt, and you'll eventually have to speak to Olvend to progress it. Meeting Olvend also introduces us to Javad, the Daunt's Karjan magistrate, who can ask Aloy to find the true origins of the Bristlebacks, a path that even leads beyond the gates of Barren Light. Tied into this subplot are side quests and interactions that show Olvend is far from being the true blue-collar representative of Ostrom workers that he claims to be, not that this is ever in any real doubt after you meet him. In fact, it was Olvend who released the Bristlebacks, though not intentionally or directly. Greedy as ever, he blasted too deep into a mine which opened a passage through the mountains and into the west, where the Bristlebacks came from. Discovering this allows us to confront Olvend, which can be aided by helping others around the Daunt. In the face of insurmountable evidence, he's given a choice: leave the Daunt or face a royally sanctioned investigation. Olvend's ultimately driven out in shame, and Petra is put in charge of Chainscrape. This is something that I love about narrative-heavy open worlds, and what Forbidden West excels at, where side quests and their corresponding plots are meshed so well into the main narrative. Instead of working in parallel, they act more like streams that tail off from the larger river, becoming their own entity yet still connected. This is aided by the vastly improved writing of the respective stories, as well as the characters you meet in them. Not every side quest is like this, but the fact that most are is certainly something that should be applauded. After upgrading our bow, we pick up Aaron's trail just outside town. Along the way we cross paths with some Osram, Thurless, who gives us a trip caster, and a couple of Vanguard you can assist in taking down a bristleback, tasked by Aaron to keep an eye on Chainscrape. Next to where we find these two Vanguard is our first relic rune, which serves as the game's puzzles. As mentioned in the Zero Dawn video, I'm not a fan of puzzles in video games. That said, the puzzles in the relic runes are fairly well designed, interesting, and rigged. Except for the one in the still stands. Fuck that puzzle. Their only real drawback is that once you've done them once, that's it. There's only one way to do each one, and they almost become tedious on subsequent playthroughs. That said, the reward for each rune does have a really cool aesthetic use, which is made available after a much later story moment. Back on the trail, we follow Aaron's tracks until we come to a large enclosed area where we find him duking it out with a scrounger, and like Aloy, we all can't help but smile at seeing our best boy in action. Taking care of the machine, Aaron catches a glimpse of her and can't contain his surprise and joy. Unfortunately, this is cut short by a rampaging bristleback that gives Aaron a good thrashing. Beaten but not broken, Aaron manages to escape the bristleback with the assistance of his fellow Vanguard, a fellow named Alder, who also appears to be banged up, leaving Aloy to finish the job. Once it, plus another bristleback and a scrounger, are taken care of, we finally have a chance to speak with Aaron. Aaron tries to play it off, but it's clear that he's taking quite a bit of punishment. It's here that Aloy gives him the lowdown on her mission, that she needs the embassy to happen so that she can head west. When Aaron attempts to insert himself into her mission, she makes it clear that she can't afford to wait for him to heal, before adding that, even if he wasn't hurt, that she needs to do it alone. They agree to meet back up once Aloy's got Wadis off to Barren Light, but it's clear that Aaron isn't taking well what Aloy said earlier, and we get this exchange.
Well, I guess that's sort of like a goodbye.
I'm sorry?
You? Sorry? Ugh. Yeah, that'd be a first.
Where is this coming from?
Hey, just, forget it, yeah. Ugh, it's nothing.
It sounds like something.
All right, fine. After the battle at the Spire, you took off. You left without so much as a handshake. I mean, people like me, we fought and bled at your side, Aloy. You just disappear? What kind of person does that?
It's here that we get our first, or second, flashpoint. Yes, they're back, and to be clear, my feelings about them from Zero Dawn have not changed. I have no issue with giving players choices, just I feel nothing would have been lost via their exclusion. I say this could be your second flashpoint because you might have gotten your first one if you spoke to Avad back at the Spire, after he, proposes to Aloy. Again. Sort of. Yeah, either Avad conveniently forgot about Aloy rejecting him last time, or simply decided to try his luck again. Regardless, Aloy again turns him down, with the player provided with the choice of how to respond in one of the more awkward scenes in the game, and not in a good way. The gist of each option in this conversation is pretty much that Aloy has no other choice, for life on Earth is in danger and that only she can stop it, that it's beyond anyone else's understanding. Aaron seems to accept this answer, though he remains rather bitter, as evidenced when Aloy offers to help him and Alder get to Barren Light.
No, hey, you're needed elsewhere. Obviously. We'll make it without you.
When it comes to this exchange, all I can say is that Aaron has a really strong point here. Yes, Aloy's motivations are more than valid, that's not up for debate, but Aaron is correct to call her out on her silent departure. All she had to do was tell someone, anyone, that she had to go. While this may not have satisfied everyone, it's infinitely better than what she did do, and that was to say nothing and disappear into the night. Granted, Aaron seems to be the only person to have gotten all worked up about it, so perhaps Aloy is justified in Aaron's being more than a little salty about it. Leaving Aaron behind for now, we hear an explosion across the valley coming from the nearby quarry. Arriving on the scene, we're immediately caught up in a clash between the quarry's workers and some bristlebacks, with more charging down the hill. Once they're taken care of, we speak to one of the workers, Belna, who thanks Aloy for her help. With the bristlebacks taken care of, we can return to Chainscrape and get Ulven to blow the whistle and end the work stoppage, which in turn will get Wadis to Barren Light. Ulven tries to delay, but unwilling to suffer more of his bullshit, Aloy gives Ulven no choice, thus the whistle is sounded. We then find Wadis and Jaruf in town and tell them to head for Barren Light. Like Ulven, Wadis tries to pull some nonsense of his own, but Aloy, backed by Jaruf, doesn't give him an option. The two set off, which means, much to Aloy's relief, the embassy can now get underway. Arriving later at Barren Light, a carja horn is sounded, signaling that the embassy is about to begin. There's been a bit of a hiccup though, which affords us some time to explore this end of the Daunt a bit. There's a handful of side activities here, including a neat side quest that involves Witness of the Eclipse, who, despite what Aloy thought, managed to escape the Battle of Meridian, and has a follow-up quest in the Forbidden West itself. Aaron's here as well, drowning his sorrows in ale, where he can do a bit of catching up, including finding out they returned to the Claim to bury Ursa before getting the assignment to escort Wadis. We can also ask him about Barren Light and learn that it was once a way station for Carja prisoners taken from the west during the Red Raids. As Aaron puts it, the lucky ones became slave labor, while the rest were hauled off to Meridian and Sunfall to be sacrificed. It was torn down by the Tenakth after they drove the Carja from the west, and subsequently left empty until the peace was made. Its purpose now is to simply be a bulwark against any potential Tenakth incursions, given how fragile that peace is. Once we're ready for the embassy, we can go and speak with Lawan, a Carja officer standing at the gates. It's here that we learn about the hiccup I mentioned earlier. The Carja horn we heard earlier was the Carja signaling their readiness to begin. Except both sides have to do so, and the Tenakth haven't blown their horn yet. Aloy doesn't care all about that. She has her own business with them after all, but unfortunately, per Commander Nozar's orders, the gates are to remain closed before an embassy and will only reopen once the Tenakth have left. Aloy then asks to see Nozar, hoping that she can convince him to let her through. Lawan agrees to do so, though he warns her that she'll almost certainly be denied. We find Nozar at the top of the fortress overlooking the west, accompanied by Wadis, both bitching and moaning about the Tenakth. From Nozar we get a bit more context surrounding the delay. The Tenakth are composed of 3 clans, all of whom must be present for the embassy to take place. So far only 2 are present, thus they can't signal their readiness, and so the Carja and Aloy must wait. Aloy, however, is tired of waiting and decides to take matters into her own hands, storming off when Nozar protests. As she makes for the gate, we see that Varl has miraculously caught up. As Aloy tries to convince the guards to open the gates, Varl has a brief chat with Erend. When Nozar finally orders Aloy to be arrested, Erend, continuing to be her best boy, tells Nozar where to go and how to get there. Nozar backs off, Erend orders the guards to open the gate, and Varl once again inserts himself into Aloy's mission, despite her attempt to protest. Again, I gotta give Varl credit. He could have easily berated Aloy for ditching him in Meridian, but instead chooses to simply not give Aloy an option and tags along. Exiting Barren Light and approaching a set of ruins, we make our first contact with the Tenakth. And they are not happy. As mentioned, no one may leave Barren Light before an embassy. This is an agreement with the Tenakth, who see Aloy and Varl's presence as a breach of it, despite Aloy's insistence that the Carja have nothing to do with it. It's then that this fella enters the conversation.
Now, hold! She's telling the truth about one thing. She's not Carja.
Say hello to unyielding Vashav, who, wait, hang on a minute. He's supposed to be the Carja prisoner being exchanged. Why is he dressed and tattooed like a Tenakth? Well, let's talk about that, shall we? Vashav was an officer in the Carja army that marched west during the Red Raids, doing so in the hopes of restraining the worst atrocities. He failed, and thus the Tenakth were stirred into action. When the Carja were overrun, he was taken prisoner and led back to their capital. Expecting to be killed, he demanded a trial by combat he heard about on the way, called the Kulrut, when thrown before the Tenakth chief, a man named Hakaro. Despite many protests, Hakaro allowed it. As we can see, Vashav survived, but didn't get the freedom he had hoped for. Winners of the Kulrut must instead pledge service to the chief, forsaking their clan of origin and serving as his marshals. In fact, all the Tenakth we've met so far are marshals, distinguished from the clans by the blue and white coloration of their armor, tattoos, and face paint. They serve mostly as Hakaro's lawgivers, settling disputes and dishing out punishment if needed. For 5 years, Vashav did this, slowly earning the respect of his fellow marshals, who eventually came to see him as one of their own. This in turn has added considerable tension to his return to the Sundom. Vashav, however, sees it as an opportunity to bridge the gap between the two tribes and smooth relations, to be the Tenakth's voice in Meridian. All in all, I really grew to like Vashav, and I couldn't wait to see what was next for him after this. Okay about that. After speaking to Vashav, the last clan arrives, meaning that they can finally signal their readiness and get proceedings underway. Just before that, after Aloy explains why she needs to go west, Vashav gives her a dagger to serve as rite of passage, but not before giving her a crucial piece of advice.
Take it from one who aspires to be a diplomat. Allies are essential.
Aloy and Varl then have to wait for the embassy to finish before they're free to head west. It's here that we meet Regala.
Is such...
Hear me, marshals! You who claim to be Tenakth!
As far as villain introductions go, this one's pretty fantastic. It begins rather innocuously, Regala appearing on a nearby cliff, spouting off about how Hakaro and his marshals betrayed the Tenakth by negotiating with the Carja, while Vashav refers to her as Hakaro's biggest mistake. When the marshals refuse to back down, shit goes from 0 to 100 real quick when a Claw Strider appears. And Regala mounts it. Soon more Tenakth machine riders appear, much to everyone's dismay. Of course, Aloy already knows where they would have gotten such an ability.
Silence.
The Karja flee back to Barren Light, Vashav going with them, while Regala orders her archers to rain arrows down on them and the marshals, before ordering the Karja run down. The entire Karja delegation is slaughtered, including Vladiz, Nozar, and Vashav, while Aloy and Varl can only look on helplessly. Regala then sends more of her riders down the slope towards the remaining marshals, which leads to a chaotic combat section full of fire, machines, and Tenakth riders oh my. Midway through we get a cutscene where one of the marshals, trying to save another, loses his arm to a bristleback in rather gruesome fashion. The other marshal then saves his life, but is either crushed or electrocuted to death. It's not really clear. This leaves Aloy and Varl all on their own against Regala's forces, and after an extended combat sequence they become surrounded. At this point, a champion of Regala named Gruda requests the right to challenge them to single combat, which is granted. He then, quite literally, jumps into the fray, dispensing with Varl rather quickly, but instead of killing him, turns his attention to Aloy. If you haven't done the melee pit in Chainscrape, this could be your first introduction to how the new melee combat system truly works. Without getting too in-depth, Forbidden West's melee combat is vastly improved over Zero Dawn's, with a slew of new abilities, combos, and more fluid movesets. However, despite this deeper combat system, it is still on the simpler side, with plenty of room for continued improvement, such as adding a fucking block button. But I digress. After dispatching Gruda, Aloy turns to Regala and demands that she come down and fight her next. Regala refuses, stating that Aloy earned her life by defeating her champion. She then declares victory, announcing to the world that her war on Hekarro has truly begun, before riding off into the hills. Now, I have to wonder why Aloy didn't just shoot her there and then and be done with it. Sure, it'd be a low blow, but given what we've just seen from Regala and we'll see later, I don't think she deserved to be treated with any fairness. Aloy, however, appears to be above such antics, and given that Regala is letting her and Varl walk away, she probably figures it best to live and let live, at least for now. Nevertheless, we're left to pick up the pieces, with the last surviving marshal, the one who lost his arm, dragged away to safety by his kinsman. More on him later. Varl is too hurt to continue on, for now anyways. Aloy helps him back to Barren Light, where they're met by Errant. Along the way, we see Vashav's body being loaded onto a cart, a sad end for someone who, despite his ambitions, was probably just glad to be going home. Fast forwarding to the next day, we see the loyalist Tenakth make a quiet exit while Aloy searches Gruda's body and takes his shield generator thing, which in turn becomes the Shield Wing, a glider that makes traversing the West's rugged terrain all the more enjoyable and lends to taking great photos in photo mode. Lawan then appears, lamenting all that's just happened. From him we can get a lay of the land as well as what we can expect going forward. Once we're satisfied with his information or have exhausted all possible conversation paths, we can be on our way, with Lawan wishing Aloy luck and promising to look after Aaron and Varl. With that said, Aloy turns her sights to the Forbidden West and begins her search for answers.
I'll find a way to fix the world. Like Elizabeth would.
Leaving Barren Light, we finally made it to the start of the Forbidden West, a region called No Man's Land. Here the game expands considerably, introducing us to new activities such as salvager contracts, expanding on previous ones, or reintroducing familiar ones such as tall necks and rebel camps, which have replaced bandit camps from Zero Dawn and are frankly far better and more interesting. The story expands substantially as well, particularly in scope. Gone are the trappings of familiarity found in the Daunt, replaced instead by the mystery of the Forbidden West. Except we're not actually quite there yet. Not technically, and depending on who you ask. You see, No Man's Land is in Tenakth territory. That lies further beyond another mountain range even further west. It serves as a buffer zone between the Tenakth and the Karja, left over by the war, much in the same way as the Cut from the Frozen Wilds. Here all may freely wander, including Karja who either lack brain cells or have massive cojones, sometimes both. It's here that the gravity of Aloy's task comes into sharp focus. Right from the first cliff that we glide off of, we see that the Blight has taken a firm hold in the West, one that, as we'll learn later, has been around for a few years already. On top of this are the rampant supercell storms that frequently appear, cracking the sky with red lightning, their thunder roaring across the land. Set against this are the remains of an ancient battlefield from the Pharaoh Plague, which dominates much of No Man's Land. Wrecks of the Old Ones and the Swarm locked in suicidal struggle, the skyline dominated by the godlike structure of a Horus Titan, its tendrils festooned across the battlefield. It creates a rather tense atmosphere as you traverse No Man's Land, the looming threat of what's to come should Aloy fail never far away, if not always present. This tension then seems to heighten when Aloy finds Silence's camp. Following the coordinates from the spire, Aloy finds the camp eerily situated under another Horus, where Silence has left her a message. In it, he's caged Hades inside the Horus's processing orb before extracting its data. Hades then states that the mysterious signal broadcasted for just over 17 years before ceasing, and is currently unable to compromise any Gaia reboot. That last point is where Silence ends the message by saying Gaia can be rebooted safely, but that Aloy will have to trot along after him to find out where a backup might be. Perturbed at still being led on a wild goose chase, Aloy nonetheless follows the trail left by the processing orb, leading away from the camp. Following the trail takes us to an old world ruin built into a hillside, the entrance blending into the natural surroundings. Inside we find the carcass of the machine that presumably pulled the processing orb, along with the processing orb itself, set in front of an entrance to what looks to be either a Pharaoh or Zero Dawn facility. Using the master override on the orb, Aloy is pulled into some sort of digital realm like she was when she stabbed Hades at the end of Zero Dawn. Only this time, instead of bright, beautiful colors, we're greeted by darkness, scenes of destruction. And that. Silence's interrogation has reduced Hades to a hollow husk, and even Aloy, if only for a moment, shows pity for it. We can ask Hades a series of questions, ranging from Silence's whereabouts to who sent the mysterious signal, but Hades gives us nothing. Its memory structures and internal systems deteriorate to almost nothing by Silence's intense interrogation. Despite this, Hades remains homicidally defiant, even as Aloy finally purges it for good. It's then that Silence appears, though not in person. After a snide back and forth between them, Silence reveals why he brought Aloy there. Beyond the ancient door is a proving lab, where the Hades protocol was perfected, using a testing process that used backups of Gaia, meaning that there could possibly be backups inside. Silence learned all this from Hades, as well as that the facility couldn't be reached by a remote signal, meaning that it was spared from Ted Pharaoh's purge of the Apollo database. We can also ask about Regala's machine riders. Silence attempts to deflect the subject, but as Aloy points out, he doesn't give much of a denial.
That's not exactly a denial, Silence.
Take it any way you want.
It's time to go in, though not before Aloy warns Silence against tricking her again. We're initially delayed by some fire gleam, a new environmental block, for lack of a better term, which requires crafting an igniter to destroy. Once that's done and the fire gleam is out of the way, we can finally get inside. This entire portion of the quest is mostly puzzle solving and platforming leading up to the heart of the facility, though there are some important story bits to be found along the way. As lead alpha for Hades, Travis Tate was there plenty, and it's through his logs that we learn that Ted Pharaoh tried to move Hades testing to Zero Dawn HQ, but Tate flat out refused. He also discovered the far Zenith agent tasked with stealing Gaia, as well as dealing out his punishment. About halfway through, after we unlock a door, we're shown a holographic recording from when Travis and Elizabeth sent the logic bomb disguised as Gaia to far Zenith, when this exchange happens.
Ooh, boy! I tell you, Liz, what I just done gonna make you love me. I just imagine them far Zenith rapscallions opening this fake Gaia we made for them. And I thought, what this really needs is a signature.
This isn't a prank, Travis.
I know. All I did was just script a couple of avatars. A little you, a little me. To deliver our message of doom. Real personal-like.
Would you just send it?
Soon as it's done compiling, then you and me should celebrate. I brought party fixins, pizza rolls, absinthe, a couple of hacky sacks.
I'm heading back to Bryce as soon as this is done.
Color me confounded, Liz. How is it that someone like you, a paragon, damn near saint, could love this world so damn much, but no one in it? I mean, have you ever even had a friend?
Compile complete. Data file, Baron Promise, ready for transmission.
If you would, please.
Logic bomb's off. Here it comes, far Z-nuts.
Just keep being the best at what you do, Travis.
Always admire you from afar, Liz. It's where my mama's grave. And she was religious.
There'll be quite a bit to unpack regarding Elizabeth later on, so I suggest you make a mental note of this conversation. Towards the end, we find a very interesting data point from Elizabeth, who's in conversation with Tilda Vandermeer, a representative of Far Zenith. Elizabeth's withholding the Apollo database after Far Zenith's attempted theft, but is eventually convinced by Tilda to send it anyways before cutting the call short.
Thank you. Let's speak again before...
Goodbye, Tilda.
Judging by both their tones as well as what Elizabeth says at the end, there's a suggestion that they may know each other personally. Again, lots to unpack, so keep this in mind for later. We eventually reach the giant sphere at the heart of the facility where testing took place. Going through another gene-locked door, we find a giant, very creepy, spider-like testing apparatus, called incidentally Recluse Spider, at the center, holding 2 repositories, one for Hades, one for Gaia. Bringing them down, Aloy begins to search for a Gaia backup. She ends up finding 2, except that when she grabs one, it reads Data Footprint Low. Checking to see what that means, she finds that it's Gaia without her sub-functions. The backup is what's called a root kernel, Silence referring to it as a seed from which Gaia can grow, if it had sub-functions. Without them, it's useless. After some initial trepidation, Aloy comes up with an idea. There are sub-functions, the original ones that were scattered when Gaia destroyed herself. She runs a search for them, which initially turns up nothing, but eventually finds Minerva, somewhere in the mountains west of Plainsong, home of the Utaru, a tribe we'll have already heard some about. Though only one, it's enough to reboot Gaia and begin the process of fixing the biosphere. Just as things are looking up, sirens start blaring and we're informed that intruders are on the way.
Yes, Will. About that.
Remember when Aloy warned Silence against tricking her again? Well, here he is, tricking her again. He seems to know who the intruders are, stating that they're very powerful, also want to reboot Gaia, and will need Aloy to do so. They've been drawn to the facility by an anonymous pulse left by Silence, who did so, as we'll learn later, with the express desire of having Aloy captured and taken out of his way. Less than impressed, Aloy ditches Silence, crushes her focus, which is still infected with Silence's spyware, and fits a new one. Now she just has to escape. Of course, she's protected by the gene-locked door leading into the sphere, but it's also the only conventional way out. Before she can hatch a plan, however, the door suddenly and inexplicably opens. Grabbing the Gaia root kernel, she manages to take cover just before the door opens fully. It's then that the intruders appear and waltz right in, accompanied by strange machines unlike anything we've encountered thus far. On the instructions of another, one of the intruders, named Beta, steps into the light and... I can't even begin to describe my initial reaction to this other than I just let out an audible "what the fuck" before picking my jaw up off the floor. I mean, just what in the goddamn hell? Before we have a chance to comprehend what's happening, Beta, the Aloy clone, grabs the second Gaia root kernel, realizes something's up, and reveals Aloy. Beta is whisked away by one of the strange machines known as Spectres, and we're given a full reveal of the other intruders. They're human, but not really, not in the way we know of. Right off the bat, they recognize Aloy as a clone of Elizabeth Sobek, and one of them, presumably the leader of the bunch, decides that she's to be disposed of and orders another, named Eric, to do so, while the others move on, though this one lingers for a moment. From here is another boss battle, though not in the traditional sense. That's because these humans are invincible, protected by a personal shield. Eric can also conjure a sort of cannon thing from his hand and has various attack types, including a couple of AoEs. Since we can't deal any damage, the goal is to merely survive and escape, eventually using the Recluse Spider to destroy the platform, Aloy diving into the water below. This isn't the end, however, as Eric sends the Spectre machines after Aloy, who swims away, following the current that, in theory, should take her back outside. What follows is a sort of gauntlet section, where we have to swim through various sections, remaining a certain depth below the surface to avoid detection by the Spectres, all while trying to reach safe spots where we can surface before we run out of air. We eventually make it to a safe area where the Spectres can't reach. Igniting some fire gleam opens a crack in a wall that follows the water's current and a possible way out. Then the whole place starts to fall apart. Aloy is swept away with the current and is jettisoned back outside into a nearby river. Unable to surface and fight against the current, she's battered against all sorts of obstacles before eventually washing ashore where the following scene happens.
I found...
Shh. It's okay. I'm here.
I've got it.
When Aloy reawakens, she's in terrible shape and in unfamiliar surroundings. Varl has taken her to an Utaru village called Stone's Echo, where she's been out for the past 2 days. She immediately seeks to go after Minerva, despite Varl and her own body saying otherwise. Varl wants her to meet someone named Zoe, an Utaru he knows, who told him that there's been trouble in the same mountains where Minerva is located, chief among them being a cave spitting out dangerous machines. Aloy would rather just head straight for the cave, but Varl reasons that because the mountains and the cave are Utaru territory, that Zoe can help them. Now, Varl suggests this under the pretense that this person knows a thing or two, but I can't help but feel that he also suggests this so that they don't accidentally offend the Utaru somehow. This point will make more sense in a bit. Reluctantly, Aloy agrees to meet her. When we finally meet Zoe, we find her singing to a plow horn, Varl waiting until she's finished before interrupting. Initially, she refuses to speak to Aloy, not until she's healed and finished soothing the plow horn. The plow horn is named Ray, an Utaru land god, and she's dying. After some gentle insistence from Varl, Zoe allows Aloy to help Ray. Using the focus, Aloy finds and solves Ray's problem, bringing joy to the Utaru.
I still need to talk. Of course. But this way.
Speaking to Zoe, Aloy can ask about the mountains west of Plainsong and the trouble that's been brewing there. Simply put, Zoe states the Utaru have trouble everywhere. For starters, as we'll see later, the fields of Plainsong are heavily blighted. What once was a land that provided endless bounty, now the Utaru are barely able to feed their own children. This has been made worse by the plowhorns they refer to as land gods. Ever since the tribe settled there, they've seeded and harvested the fields around Plainsong. Then the derangement happened and the once benign machines started to attack anyone that got too close. That was soon followed by the spreading of the blight by means that's never 100% confirmed. Compounding this issue is that of the cave spitting out dangerous machines. The cave is in fact sacred to the Utaru, as it's where traditionally the land gods go once a year, one by one, entered soiled by their labors, then returning all shiny and brand new. It's via this process that the Utaru mark their calendar, with each land god's visit to the cave and subsequent return marked by a festival. But, since the derangement, they haven't been, and have slowly begun to fall apart, like Ray. Then, not too long ago, one of the other land gods, named Fa, entered the cave. A good omen, perhaps? Nope. Fa has yet to emerge, while dangerous killing machines have. Clearly there's something inside the sacred cave and Aloy wants to find it. Zoe's reluctant at first, but after some insistence from Aloy and reassurance from Varl, Zoe relents. Sort of. She offers to go to Plainsong and assemble something called the Chorus, whose permission Aloy will need to get inside the cave. Aloy wants to set off right away, but her body has other plans. Zoe states that assembling the Chorus will take time and that Aloy should continue to heal before joining her. Frustrated, but with no other option, Aloy heeds her advice. While Aloy looks to get some rest, Zoe has a quick word with Varl. If you followed all the conversation paths previously, you might have gotten the idea that these two have become more than friendly acquaintances. If that was ever in doubt, well... Despite the series' consistent T for teen rating, it doesn't shy away from more mature themes. In this regard, Forbidden West ups the ante considerably. While it was present in Zero Dawn, love and romance is given greater emphasis in Forbidden West, both in the main story and in side quests. While romance isn't always necessary, it can enhance a story if it's done well. As it pertains to Aloy's arc, we'll discuss that later when we meet a certain other character and learn their backstory. Varl initially chooses to stay behind with Aloy, probably to make sure she doesn't pull a runner. Aloy, however, after seeing that smooch, insists that he go with Zoe, promising not to disappear this time. Unsurprisingly, Varl doesn't argue and skips off after Zoe. Before resting, Aloy takes one last look at the strangers that attacked her at the Proving Lab. Re-emerging from the hut sometime later, all healed up, we're free to explore once more, or head straight for Plainsong if we so choose. Before we do, there's a side quest we can pick up here from a grouchy Utaru, who makes mention of a Karja dressed like a bird. Without being around the bush, it's in this side quest that we're reunited with Talana. Remember her? In Zero Dawn you can become her thrush and help her become Sunhawk of the Hunter's Lodge. Like a lot of things in this video, we'll get to her story later, but like a lot of side quests, it ties neatly into the theme of relationships. She doesn't feature in the main story save for a few lines of dialogue, much to the disappointment of many. Like Petra, Vanasha, and Uthid, she's another side character you might not meet in Zero Dawn who returns in Forbidden West with greater prominence. Her case is the least egregious out of the bunch, given that she doesn't feature in the main story beyond what I mentioned earlier, but for the sake of consistency, I figured it was worth mentioning. Once we're ready, we can head to Plainsong and bear witness to the devastation caused by the blight. Nearly every part of it is affected, a sea of red surrounding the old satellite dishes that's Plainsong itself. As mentioned earlier, this is being exacerbated by the land gods, continually sowing the fields with rot. Scattered around the fields are groups of Utaru singing, which can be heard right across the fields, a vain hope of soothing the land and land gods, while others harvest what little they can. It's an incredibly striking and moving introduction, one that hit me harder than I expected, the human equation of the blight brought into sharp focus, one that isn't lost on Aloy. Entering Plainsong proper, we find Varl and Zoe. More Utaru singing inside the walls, this time to soothe the chorus. If you haven't figured it out by now, the chorus is the Utaru's legislative assembly, not unlike the High Matriarchs of the Nora. In fact, there are many parallels that can be found between the Utaru and the Nora, and not always for the better, as we'll see in a little bit. Aloy's request to go into the cave has exposed a rift in the chorus, and the tribe as a whole, one that has existed since their troubles began. While most would stick to tradition and continue to do nothing, others are calling for change or extreme measures. Given her experiences with the Nora, the fact that tradition is once again standing in the way of doing the right thing irks Aloy quite a bit. We can also learn a bit more about the cave and the machines it's spitting out. All of them are either scavengers or hunter-killers, with this strange purple glow. Huh.
Sounds familiar.
To defend against this, the Utaru have set up a defensive cordon around the entrance, withstanding new attacks every day, though so far it's managed to hold firm. It's now time to see the chorus, though we're given a chance to explore Plainsong a bit beforehand. In my Zero Dawn video, I call Meridian one of the most impressive urban set pieces I've ever come across in gaming. While I stand by that comment, Plainsong holds the title of being the most unique. It's built atop 3 satellite dishes that sit at the heart of their once verdant fields, each one interconnected by bridges or via a central alcove-esque section that forms the heart of the settlement. At the base of the dishes is more cropland, surrounded by a wall and a moat, which is constantly fed by an irrigation ditch supplied by a nearby river. Along with being visually impressive, the use of the dishes has given the Utaru a unique advantage in terms of defense. Their considerable height allows them to see far and wide across their lands, as well as providing an easily defensible haven for people to retreat to when needs be. This was especially important during the Red Raids, when the Carja penetrated deep into Plainsong and ravaged their fields. Now, in case you're confused, Plainsong refers both to the settlement and the whole of Utaru territory. Due to the derangement, however, this distinction has become less pronounced as the Utaru have been forced to abandon many of their outlying settlements, Stone's Echo and another further north called Riverhymn being the last holdouts. As a side note, during my research, I discovered the name Plainsong may be a direct reference to the liturgical body of chants used in Western Christianity, also called Plainsong or Plain Chant in French, derived in its earliest years. A very neat detail that ties in nicely to the importance of singing in Utaru culture, their style very similar to that of our real-world Plainsong. Also, it took me until my 6th playthrough and hundreds of hours before this video and channel were a twinkle in my eye to figure out that the names of the land gods are derived from the vocal exercise of solfeggio. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, and ti. Laugh at me all you wish. It's now time to see the chorus. It doesn't take long for problems to arise as Aloy is immediately stonewalled. Many in the chorus see what's happening to the Utaru as merely part of the natural order of things, the cycle of life and decay, and that the faltering land gods are a sign that the tribe too has begun to decay, hence their do-nothing policy. They also view what Aloy says about there being anything other than Fa in the cave as utter bunk. Zoe also speaks on Aloy's behalf, reminding those gathered what she did for Rei. It's here that we learn that there's a bit of beef between her and the chorus, dating back to the Red Raids. As they see it, Aloy's request is an attempt to force the Utaru to abandon their traditions, even as those traditions are actively condemning the tribe to extinction. One of the series' bigger overarching themes that I don't think is discussed enough is tradition versus progress. Many of its conflicts are derived from this clash, the former often being a hindrance to Aloy, though the latter can be as well in its more malicious form. This can provide prudent commentary on our real world, especially in the last couple decades, though in the case of Horizon, this conflict is far more black and white. In this instance, the Utaru adherence to the circle of life and decay is quite literally killing them. Nothing grey about that. Suddenly, off in the distance, a horn is sounded. It's an alarm coming from the mountains, and as panic sweeps through the Utaru, Aloy and the gang see black smoke rising from where the cordon is, meaning that machines must have broken through. If the cordon has fallen, that means there's nothing stopping them from entering the cave. Deciding that the chorus can get fucked, they rappel down from the dish and make straight for the cordon. Along the way, they come across scenes of utter devastation, the Utaru engaged in running battles with machines, all of them hunter-killers with black and gold armor and a strange purple glow. We can either stop and help or press through. When we eventually reach the cordon, we find it destroyed, strewn with the corpses of its defenders. Entering the cave, we come across what appears to be a cauldron door. It's here that Aloy gives Zoe a focus, so she'll be able to see what Varl and Aloy see. Aloy then explains that the new machines, the hunter-killers, are because of something extremely powerful, deeper in the cave.
And it wants us dead.
If you played the Frozen Wilds DLC, then you'll already know this powerful entity to be Hephaestus, Gaia's sub-function responsible for aiding the construction of cauldrons, as well as the designing and building of the machines. You'll also remember that it's behind the derangement, and these new hunter-killers, with their shiny black and gold armor and purple glow, are merely the latest step in Hephaestus' crazed plan to call humanity, for reasons that we've already gone over in the Frozen Wilds video. These new hunter-killers are given the designation of Apex, and this quest is our first encounter with them. After this, they'll spawn throughout the open world, doing so with increasing regularity as you reach higher levels, which is also affected by your selected difficulty. This cave might be your introduction to cauldrons if you haven't done the first one you encountered in No Man's Land. However, this isn't a cauldron, despite looking like one, but is in fact a repair bay. This is evidenced by the land gods previously coming and going with regularity, something that doesn't happen in cauldrons, convoys accepted. This will later be confirmed by the cave's designation of Repair Bay Tau. Like cauldrons, traversing the repair bay involves a lot of platforming, minor puzzle solving, and occasional clashes with machines, with the end goal being the repair bay's main core. Along the way, we find glowing purple cables, adding further confirmation that Hephaestus is indeed present. Eventually, we hear its voice, sounding far creepier than it did in the frozen wilds.
Transfer neural armament to Unit G Mark 1.
We eventually reach the central chamber and find Fa, except it's not the land god Zoe remembers. Hephaestus has turned it into a combat variant of Plowhorns, also cleverly called Grimhorns. Zoe is gripped with disbelief at the sight of one of her people's land gods being turned into a weapon that will be unleashed upon them. Even still, after Aloy makes clear what must be done, she forges on alongside her and Varl, and they descend into the chamber. Taking down the shield releases Fa, who's quickly joined by other machines. Varl and Zoe handle the newcomers, leaving Aloy to square up to the land god turned killer. Fa goes down and Zoe falls to her side, though she isn't mourning the death of Fa as Aloy initially believes. Instead, she mourns that everything she's ever known has been pulled out from under her, and promptly asks Aloy if she can truly save her people, just as the core emerges.
One step at a time. But it starts now.
Aloy begins to override the core, though Hephaestus makes it more than a little difficult, just as it had back in Thunder's Drum and Cauldron Epsilon. Refusing to take no for an answer, Aloy manages to force it to retreat from the core, relinquishing its hold on the repair bay. After catching her breath, Aloy leads the others deeper into the facility. In case you've forgotten, we've still got to find Minerva. Adjoined to the repair bay is another section, one that leads upwards. As they approach the stairwell, they receive an ominous greeting.
Greetings, graduates of Cradle 9. Welcome to the regional... Error. Unauthorized access detected.
As they ascend, the strange voice, which Aloy suspects is a crazed Minerva, becomes more threatening. Eventually they reach some sort of lab where, when you attempt to leave, Minerva does this.
Initiating facility lockdown. Stay out.
What's going on?
Well, at least the emergency lights work.
Not gonna lie, I thought this was a glitch at first. Leaving Varl and Zoe to wait in the lab, Aloy continues through the facility in search of Minerva, while the subfunction doggedly hinders her progress. After finding an alternate path that takes her back outside, Aloy eventually finds a dome-like structure with an opening at the top, which happens to be the facility's core. Rappelling down, she finds a console similar to the one she used at the Proving Lab. Just as she's about to use it, Minerva pulls one last trick and pulls the console into the floor. When her initial pleading for the console fails, Aloy reminds Minerva what it used to be a part of, and that she can help Gaia be born again. Liking the sound of that, Minerva brings back the console, much to Aloy's relief. Slotting the root kernel into the console and using her alpha privileges, we finally get to the moment we've been waiting for. It's a powerful moment in the story. Though we aren't even close to achieving our ultimate goal, it feels like a huge victory to finally get Gaia up and running again, especially when prior events are considered. However, before we can chat with her, Gaia still needs a bit of time to get up and running. After Varl and Zoe are briefly introduced, we're given a chance to explore the facility. Welcome to the base. Yes, that's all it's called. Formerly a regional control center where Zero Dawn progeny would have overseen terraforming operations in the region had they received their training from Apollo. Think of it like the Normandy from Mass Effect. A place where all your companions are gathered, where you can converse with them, get side quests from, upgrade your gear and machine overrides, or just come and relax after some time in the bush. While very lackluster when compared to the Normandy, you don't spend enough time there over the course of the story and the game as a whole for this to become grating. Once we've explored the facility or waited long enough for her to be ready, we can go and speak with Gaia. Over the course of the story, Aloy can converse with her over a varied number of conversation paths, with some gaining extra dialogue as you do the story or explore the world and encounter anything related to said paths. For now, all Aloy wants to know about are the missing subfunctions and the strangers we encountered at the Proving Lab, and their clone. Running a search, Gaia is able to identify the locations of 3 more sub-functions, Aether, Poseidon, and Demeter, spread out across the Forbidden West. Aletheia and Artemis are simply gone, while Hades and Apollo are purged, the former by Aloy, and the latter because of this fuckwit. Hephaestus is by far the most strange. Unlike the others, it's not confined to a single location, instead roaming the network that connects cauldrons across the planet, making subduing it a difficult task. In true narrative fashion, that means we need it. Desperately. Aether, Poseidon, and Demeter are connected to relevant problems in the biosphere. However, without Hephaestus' capabilities to construct and control both the cauldrons and machines, Gaia will only be able to make modest corrections to the biosphere with those other sub-functions, thus only delaying extinction. To make matters worse, we won't be able to go after Hephaestus right away. Over the years since the mysterious signal, now known ominously as the extinction signal, Hephaestus has become significantly enhanced, and his processing capability greatly dwarfs that of Gaia in her present state. Were Aloy to try and merge them now, Hephaestus would absorb Gaia instead of the other way around. That means that Aloy must gather the other 3 and merge them with Gaia first. On the matter of the strangers in the Proving Lab, the answer lies in the extinction signal. That's because the signal didn't originate from Earth, but from the Sirius system 8.6 light years away. Sirius was the intended target of Far Zenith and their ship, the Odyssey. But wait, didn't it blow up or something? Well, apparently not, since based on a series of complex calculations that you can ask Gaia about later on if you like, Sirius was the only logical source of the signal, meaning that the Odyssey blowing up was just a cover, so that future humans wouldn't know that Far Zenith was out there. It's at this point that Aloy makes the uncomfortable realization that the strangers in the Proving Lab are descendants of Far Zenith, now on Earth to finish what Hades failed to do. How and why remains a mystery, along with how they managed to get a clone of Elizabeth Sobek or attain such wild technological abilities. All that matters now is that they have to be stopped, no matter the cost. To do that, Aloy suggests that, once she has Hephaestus, Gaia could create a machine army to throw at them, a plan that Gaia concurs with. Again, I know I say this a lot, but keep this little tidbit in mind. These 2 big revelations have a series of follow-up conversation paths, ones that you can go back to later if you don't want to right away. You can also ask about the state of the biosphere, where Gaia grimly states that they only have 4 months, with each new sub-function only tacking on a few months more, if that. Once we're ready, we can decide which sub-function we want to go after first. You can grab them in any order that you wish, regardless of the recommended level attached. Once you've decided, Aloy has a sudden pang of doubt, the responsibility on her shoulders suddenly getting a lot heavier. In response, Gaia offers words of encouragement.
Absolutely. In her last message, my predecessor declared her unwavering conviction in your success. In you, all things are possible.
With that settled, Aloy asks Varl and Zoe to meet at the base's west exit, where we get our first glimpse of the Tenakth clan lands. Aloy tells them that she needs to continue west, and that they can remain at the base to train with their focuses and get up to speed. Varl instead decides to go back east and get Erend. Now, we don't see her immediate reaction, but judging by her movements and what Varl says right after, Aloy appears uncomfortable with the idea, perhaps given their strained reunion in the Daunt. Nonetheless, she agrees and gives Varl her extra focuses to take with them, so that Erend gets one. Zoe, meanwhile, decides to remain at the base. After everything that's happened, especially in the Sacred Cave, she feels that she has much to wrap her head around first. With that settled, the 3 go their separate ways, leaving Aloy to begin her search for the missing sub-functions. First, we'll be going after Aether, the sub-function in charge of detoxifying the atmosphere. Based on Gaia's information, it's the closest and potentially easiest one to acquire, with the massive caveat that it's located in the heart of Tenakth territory, and given our interactions with them so far, they aren't exactly known for being friendly. To reach Aether, you'll have to cut through the lands of the Desert Clan, one of 3 Tenakth clans, the other being Lowland and Sky. Along your path, you'll come across 2 of their settlements, Arrowhand and their capital Scalding Spear. A neat little detail is that when you enter any Tenakth settlement for the first time, you'll be stopped by guards and denied entry. Aloy will state that she has rite of passage from Vashav, followed by one of the guards recognizing her as the one who defeated Gruda at the embassy, thus allowing entry. It's in Arrowhand and Scalding Spear that we're introduced to one of the game's more substantial subplots, revolving around the power struggle between Draka, the leader of Arrowhand, and Yara, the clan's commander, started by strict water rationing because the only water source for the entire clan has broken down. Though Aloy is able to fix it, they duke it out for power anyways, with Aloy and a Tenakth chaplain named Jataka stuck in the middle. This is one of only 2 instances where you're asked to make a choice, the other of which we'll get to later. This may seem like a step up from Flashpoints, but sadly it isn't. It's really just a flavor choice that only changes dialogue and cutscenes. Though it doesn't matter, there is a right choice in the matter, and if you say it's Yara, then I'm sorry, you're unequivocally wrong, and I will not be taking any further questions.
I will cut off that dissident's head and feed it to the vultures if he had anything to do with—
Getting back to the main story, we eventually track Aether's signal to an ancient ruin turned into a Tenakth stronghold. Wonderful. The ruin-turned stronghold in question is called the Memorial Grove, the Tenakth capital, though it's more of a palace than a settlement. At the entrance, we're greeted by Dekka, chaplain of the Lowland clan. She quickly offers to take Aloy to Chief Hekarro, who wishes to meet Aloy after her exploits at the embassy and can possibly provide her with what she seeks. In the Memorial Grove, which most just shorten to the Grove, are glitched out holograms, which the Tenakth call the Visions of the Ten, or just the Visions, which Aloy can investigate before seeing Hekarro. The Grove used to be an old world museum built to commemorate the actions of a military unit called JTF-10, known to the Tenakth simply as the Ten, who fought in a conflict known as the Hot Zone Crisis. The Visions were once displays showcasing their myriad exploits. In their glitched states, only portions have been interpreted and not always accurately, with each clan latching onto one vision in particular, their respective color patterns and fragmented messages influencing where each clan lives and how their respective cultures have developed. On top of being glitched, the visions have been slowly going dark. This is where chaplains such as Dekka and Jataka come in, serving essentially as lore masters, retaining the knowledge of the visions before passing it down to younger generations, which then doubles as an advisory role to their respective clan. After our little tour, we head into the throne room where Dekka asks us to wait while she goes to get Hekarro. In the meantime, Aloy begins to scan the area and discovers that Aether is in a chamber directly below the throne. It's then that Dekka reappears with another Tenakth in tow. Wait a second. That's him! The marshal from the embassy, the one who lost his arm. As he walks by, he says this to Aloy.
I will see you soon, Outlander.
Then Hekarro appears.
The savior of Meridian. I am told you held back Regalla's forces outside Barren Light. And defeated her champion, Grutta, in single combat. Impressive.
As far as character introductions go, this is one of the best I've ever seen, with the subsequent scene being one of my favorites in the entire game. Hekarro is chief of Old Tenakth, and you can feel his authority and power emanating off him as he speaks and moves. Aloy, being Aloy, isn't cowed by this, her sharp tongue coming to the fore here, getting hotter and sharper as the conversation progresses. While most would eventually back down, Hekarro matches her sharpness beat for beat, with a stern calmness that belies his reputation among the Karja and Oseram as a bloodthirsty monster. Hekarro has need of Aloy's services, specifically in his war with Regalla, whose attack on the embassy has left him in a greatly weakened position. Since Aloy managed to defeat Regalla's champion, he sees her as a great boon to his cause, especially since all but one of his marshals are dead, and that one survivor is rather lacking in the arm department. Of course, Aloy has more important things to do, like grabbing Aether and getting back to Gaia so she can save the world, and points out that it's in the basement below Hekarro's throne.
It's not something you can see, but it is there.
I have seen it.
Okay, let's talk about that for a quick second, because it doesn't come up here, but in an optional conversation path afterwards. The day that Gaia destroyed herself and her sub-functions were scattered to the winds was also the same day that Hekarro, formerly commander of the Lowland clan, took control of the Grove and became chief. It was in his moment of victory that Aether arrived, which in turn revealed a message from the old world that inspired Hekarro to form the Marshals, a message we'll get to see later. In most games, and Horizon is certainly guilty of this as well, this explanation would have come directly after Hekarro's pronouncement of seeing Aether, but in this instance, he instead moves the conversation along. This was a great decision by the writers, as this scene flows so beautifully that any interruption or stall would have otherwise ruined that quality, and instead made its contextual basis an optional conversation path should you be curious. Hekarro makes a proposal. If Aloy helps him defeat his enemies, meaning Regalla, he'll allow her access to the chamber and Aether. Aloy doesn't take kindly to this. She's not above helping people, of course, but she's no mercenary. She then suggests rather boldly that she'll kill Hekarro if she needs to for what is taking one life compared to saving the whole world. Impressed by her boldness, Hekarro lays it out plain to Aloy.
You could try. You might even succeed. Either way, you must fight. My way might hold off Regalla and the slaughter she craves.
Fine. What do you need?
It's here we get into specifics. Hekarro needs more marshals, but such warriors can only be promoted via the Kull route, the trial by combat you may have learned about from Vashav. Since Regalla seeks to undermine him, Hekarro is certain that she'll attack it and attempt to kill him in front of the assembled clans. Thus will be Aloy's job to protect the Kull route until it's complete and Hekarro gets his marshals. There's just one problem. For a coal route to take place, all clans must be present, and one of them, the Sky Clan, has so far refused to send its contestants. Hikaru needs Aloy to meet with Katalo, the lone surviving marshal with only one arm, and force Tekote, the Sky Clan commander, to send his best. Now the operative word here is force, followed by Hikaru telling her to use whatever means necessary, suggesting that killing Tekote is an option. From here, before we set off, we can ask Hikaru about a number of topics, including Vashav, the coal route, and just what the fuck Regala's problem is. I'll go over her motives in more depth towards the end, but in brief, she took huge offense to Hikaru's willingness to negotiate with the Karja, a fire that had been started by Vashav being made a marshal. She challenged him and lost, but instead of executing her, Hikaru spared her, a mistake he's been ruining ever since. When we're done with Hikaru and have spoken to Deko one last time, we're free to head north into Sky Clan territory. We meet Katalo at a village called Stone's Crest, overlooking a column of Regala's troops marching through the valley below, a not so subtle sign that the rebels have a built-up presence in the area. Katalo gives us a lowdown on the situation, though it takes a bit of effort on Aloy's part to pry it from him, though you can also have asked Hikaru earlier. Essentially, Tekote is hiding out in the Sky Clan capital, called the Bulwark, which is supposedly impenetrable, letting Hikaru and Regala weaken each other before sneakily snagging the chieftaincy for himself. By hiding, however, Tekote is unaware of Regala's troop buildup in the valley, including many machines, either to ride or be stripped for parts, including cannons. Katalo has also received reports that they're scouting some of the larger ones, though he doesn't know which kind. Katalo is less than confident of the success of their mission. What reason does Tekote have to listen to a maimed marshal and an outlander after all, and is only doing it because Hikaru wishes it done? This belief I think is more down to his lacking of an arm than anything, as the Tenakth respect only strength and a person's ability to fight. By missing an arm, Katalo will no longer get that respect, despite still being a marshal, something Hikaru recognized and hence why he sent Aloy to join him. On the way to the Bulwark, where we come into contact with Regala's troops, we get the sense that Katalo's beef with Tekote is a little more personal than it might first appear. Arriving at the Bulwark, we can immediately see that Tekote's belief that he can wait things out isn't without justification. Built from the remains of an ancient landslide, its entire front is one massive wall of enormous boulders, the settlement itself only accessible by way of a lift. Entering the Bulwark, they take a moment to take in their surroundings. So far I've neglected to mention that Katalo, before becoming a marshal, used to be of the Sky Clan and lived in the Bulwark, which makes this visit all the bit more uncomfortable for him. As they head to see Tekote, nearly everyone stops and stares, making comments as they pass. To this, Aloy makes a rather poignant comment.
Reminds me of where I grew up. I never decided which was worse, when they shunned me or when they stopped and stared.
Meeting with Tekote goes about as well as a US presidential debate. He pretty much tells them to kick rocks, but not before he and Katalo go at it a bit. So long as the Bulwark stands, the Sky Clan's challengers will remain behind it. Katalo's certain that they're going to have to kill him, but Aloy's got another idea. On the lift, she spied a piece of ancient machinery sticking out of the Bulwark, which got her thinking. Leaving Katalo behind, she finds a small passage inside the Bulwark where she discovers the ancient machinery is in fact a tank, still with its power core. Blow that up and, well... Returning to Katalo, she lays out her idea. Tekote stated that he wouldn't send his challengers so long as they were safe behind the Bulwark. So why not take it down? That would require a cannon, and as Katalo mentioned earlier, the rebels have been stripping them off machines back in the valley. Perfect, let's go get one. Katalo initially refuses, seeing it as madness, which leads to one of the funniest moments in the entire game.
Hikaru ordered you to help me. You gonna defy him like that arrogant shit up there?
An unkind comparison.
They immediately head out in search of a rebel camp. On the way, we get confirmation that there is indeed bad blood between Katalo and Tekote, with Katalo promising to tell Aloy about it if they survive her harebrained plan. Arriving at the rebel camp, we also get confirmation of the rumors that the rebels have been scouting larger machines. Say hello to the Tremor Tusk, another new machine in the Forbidden West. Bristling with weapons, including the all-important cannons, the rebels have turned them into mobile weapon platforms. Taking it down is no easy task, made more so by the many rebels scattered throughout the immediate vicinity. It is possible to take them down stealthily, allowing you to focus all your attention on the Tremor Tusk unhindered. Even still, with a plethora of offensive options and a large health bar, Tremor Tusks are quite a challenge, especially if you don't have any elemental ammo types that it's weak to. Nonetheless, you take the Tremor Tusk down and grab its cannon, which Katalo, showing an astounding amount of strength, carries on his back. With that done, we head back to the Bulwark. Upon our return and setting up the cannon, Aloy immediately gets to work on the power core. This draws out Tekote, to whom they give one last chance. When he refuses, Aloy fires one last shot, which leads to this. The bulwark brought down, Chakotay has no choice but to send his challengers, lest its earlier words mean nothing, something Kotallo is quick to bring up. With all the clans now in attendance, the cool route can begin, though we're free to explore before we do, with Kotallo suggesting that we see if anyone in the bulwark needs anything. It's here, particularly in one side quest, that we learn that many are grateful for the bulwark's destruction and the sundering of Chakotay's pride, as most of the clan were against hiding from Regalla. Returning to the Grove, we're ready to begin the cool route. It's set to take place in another section of the ancient ruin, which has been turned into an arena, where supposedly the 10 made their last stand at the end of the Hot Zone crisis. The plan is rather simple. There's only two ways Regalla can attack the coal route, either through the throne room or via a trail on the Grove's northern end, both of which have barricades set up. If Regalla wishes to use machines, she'll have to attack via the north end. This is where Aloy will be with only one objective: hold the line. Do that, Hikaru will have his marshals, and Aloy will get Ether, as was agreed. Arriving at the north barricade when ready, Dekka has a little present for us. It's then that the coal route begins. It's a rather spectacular event in its own right, the challengers jumping into the arena from above before clashing with machines below. Any who kills a machine is made a marshal, though death is a very distinct possibility. Meanwhile, at the barricade, the first of Regalla's machines charge towards the arena. They come in a series of waves, clashing with the Tenakth below, while Aloy and a few others unleash hellfire down from above. While basic in practice, it can get pretty intense, especially as more and more of the defenses begin to crumble away. Eventually, machines suddenly stop coming and the Tenakth begin to celebrate, though you may have the same thought as Aloy here.
There can't be all of them.
If you do, then congratulations, because suddenly a rock breaker appears from underground, surging towards the arena. Aloy chases after it, but it explodes in the arena right where Hikaru's standing, saved at the last moment by Kotallo. Then, out of nowhere, from where the rock breaker emerged, Regalla and her soldiers enter the arena and begin to clash with the other Tenakth, Regalla and some others immediately going after Hikaru, who's ushered into the palace by Kotallo. Aloy gives chase only for a Slitherfang to emerge from the ground and block the way into the palace, spraying everyone with acid. So begins the second phase of this quest. It's an upgraded version of the fight with the Slitherfang at the far Zenith facility in the Prologue, the machine having a full health bar and full range of motion. You'll have assistance from a Tenakth warrior named Avira using a ballista, but to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what effect she has on proceedings. Nonetheless, you eventually take down the snaky boy and you're free to go and help Hikaru. In the throne room, we find Hikaru and Regalla duking it out, while an old world fighter jet looks to collapse on them. Showing a ludicrous amount of strength, Aloy uses her rope to hold it back. Hikaru is briefly distracted, which Regalla takes advantage of and forces him on his knees. It's then that Kotallo shows up and, on Aloy's word, runs in and saves Hikaru while Aloy lets the jet fall. More loyal Tenakth arrive, and it's then that Regalla calls her a day, though not before spouting off again. Again, this could have been an opportunity to put an arrow through her neck or something, but this time is a little more acceptable in my book since everybody's probably just exhausted and wants the day to end. With the battle done, Hikaru turns to the assembled Tenakth and names them all Marshal before ordering them to clear out any remaining rebel troops. He then rues his failure to kill Regalla, knowing she'll come back stronger than ever. Aloy offers to help, but Hikaru declines, stating she's done more than her agreement asked for. With that done, we can now go and get Ether. The chamber itself appears to be a sort of shrine with a console at its heart. Glowing with Ether's blue light, the Tenakth have turned into some sort of shrine. Sticking the root kernel in the console and activating her alpha privileges, Aloy restores Ether to its original code and prepares to take it back to Gaia. As we leave the chamber, we notice that our taking of Ether has changed the visions. In the throne room, where there was once just an empty platform, now stands an holographic image, which Dekka presumes to be the one Hikaru saw when he became chief and Ether first arrived at the Grove, the one I mentioned earlier that inspired Hikaru to form the Marshals. As more Tenakth gather, including Chakotay, yes, even he showed up to the coal route, Dekka plays the message.
Hear now the words that reunited a people. Following the tragic events of the war, Anne Faraday, the chief architect of the reconciliation effort, addressed a nation in need of hope.
If we look into the future, the lens of the recent past, our fears loom. Wars waged against machines, scarcity of food and water, storms that drive us from our homes. But true courage means facing those fears with conviction instead of cynicism. Leading the peacekeeping effort with these brave men and women, these marshals of the new Southwest, has strengthened my conviction that when we are united, we can overcome any threat. Join me. Join us in that conviction as we strive for a nation and a world without want or more.
At the end, Kotallo approaches Aloy and offers his aid in her fight to save the planet, reasoning that, because of Aloy, Hekarro is in a much stronger position and that he wants to give whatever he has left in support of her mission. Aloy duly accepts and contacts Zoe to come meet him and lead him to the base. From here, we're free to either head back to the base ourselves or explore the area, including rewatching the restored visions, aiding Deck in her search for her rebel grandson, or getting the arena reopened, which opens up that activity, paving the way to gain some of the best weapons and armor in the game, despite wanting to make me tear my goddamn hair out. Nevertheless, grabbing Ether has put us one step closer to our goal, though it's been far from smooth sailing, and as we'll see in a bit, the seas are only about to get rougher for Aloy. Returning to the base, we see that Aaron's arrived and already practicing with the focus, with some minor difficulties. We don't have to go see Gaia right away and can take a moment to check out the base, which has changed dramatically since our last visit. The rest of the gang have made themselves at home, decorating with personal effects. Aloy's also got her own room where certain items are highlighted from time to time. It's at these items that Aloy can voice her inner thoughts, her hopes, worries, and even regrets, things she may not be comfortable sharing with the others. We can also chat with our companions and, in the case of Zoe and Kotallo, learn more about them and their tribes, such as the story behind Kotallo's beef with Tekotteh, stemming from the latter viewing the former as a threat to his power, thus forcing him to become a marshal, and how Zoe took the fight to the Carja during the Red Raids against the wishes of the Chorus, hence their beef. We can also speak to Aaron, and it's here I have to express some disappointment. If you remember from the Daunt, they didn't exactly part on the best terms. Sure, there was some reconciling before the embassy, but it didn't exactly resolve anything. Aaron's still somewhat bitter about Aloy's unheralded disappearance at the end of Zero Dawn. We get a hint of the awkwardness that pervades from this at the base initially, but instead of trying to come to some sort of resolution, the matter just seems to be dropped, with Aaron seemingly taking the L, even though it could be argued that he was well within his right to be upset earlier. I'm not suggesting that Aaron danced around and say, "I told you so," in light of what happened at the Proving Lab, but it would have been nice to see a proper resolution to their disagreement instead of it appearing to be just hand-waved away. Returning to Gaia, we merge Ether with her. Once that's complete, Gaia begins to discuss an important matter with Aloy. While she was away, Gaia received an unusual transmission on a frequency dedicated to Aletheia, one of the sub-functions she couldn't find earlier. The transmission is an SOS, including a set of coordinates, the number 237, and a single word: beware. The coordinates lead to a mountain to the northwest, though Gaia is unable to find anything of significance there. She's also unable to determine the genuinity of the transmission. For starters, as far as Aletheia itself is aware, Gaia no longer functions, so why would it send the message via her dedicated frequency? That would suggest the Zeniths, who have a Gaia root kernel of their own, have gained access to Gaia's internal frequencies and are masquerading as Aletheia to draw her out. However, if that were the case, the transmission would have been more routine. This, on the other hand, is highly irregular, suggesting that the SOS it contains is genuine. Nevertheless, confirmation is required, and that can only be done by Aloy heading to the coordinates and investigating in person, which Aloy resolves to do.
All by yourself? Ha! No way.
Gaia has included Aaron and Varl in the briefing, agreeing that Aloy shouldn't do it alone. Aloy is initially resistant to the idea, but once again, for the third time now, Varl doesn't give her an option. Reaching the mountain, and after climbing for a bit, they arrive at a very strange scene. A Zenith, one we haven't seen before, engaged with some of Regala's rebels. As one might expect, the Zenith is handily dealing with the rebels, protected by a personal shield, picking them off with her arm cannon thing. All seems to be going well until...
What is that?
What the hell?
Well, that takes the keg.
So, a few questions may already be coming to mind here. Why was the Zenith and some rebels on the mountain? Why were they fighting each other? Why was the Zenith a dumbass and delayed killing that last rebel? What was that weapon the Ostrom fired to disable the Zenith's shield? Also, what the fuck are the Ostrom doing here anyways? You may already know the answer to that last question if you've been particular about clearing rebel camps, of which there are 6, 5 of which need to be cleared before the 6th one is revealed. They form the basis of a subplot involving an alliance between Regala and a group of Ostrom called the Sons of Prometheus, born out of a mutual hatred for the Carja with a hard-to-miss connection to Silence as well. We'll go into more detail about it later, as well as Silent's whole big plan, but it does present a bit of a problem here. If you haven't done any of the camps and don't know who the Sons of Prometheus are, then the appearance of these Oseram will make absolutely no sense. There's also no adjustment in the writing and dialogue to take this into account, Aloy seemingly already knowing who the Oseram are and their connection to the rebels, even if she hasn't, in theory, cleared and explored any of the camps yet and discovered them. It's strange that it hasn't been done here because the rest of the game is full of these contextual changes to dialogue and cutscenes in relation to the current world state and Aloy's present understanding of proceedings up to said point, which I might add were really cool to find over my many playthroughs, including the 2 I did for this video. Though a rather benign and singular criticism, it proves that you shouldn't have main story moments be reliant on optional side content being completed to provide context, since you can't assume that every player is going to do it beforehand. Returning to the story, we explore the mountainside a bit. Inspecting the body of the Zenith as well as the dead Spectre, we learn that they were looking for something, only referred to as the asset, which had been presumably lost by the Zenith. Whether this asset is in fact Aletheia remains unclear. Aloy and Erend return to Varl, who's looking down a long tunnel bored into the mountainside. Its near perfect symmetry almost discomforting. Aloy and Varl decide to head down, while Erend stays behind and stands watch, Aloy hazarding a guess that the Zeniths may send backup. At the end of the tunnel, we find an old world ruin, its passages leading to a sort of data center, at the heart of which is a console and a transmitter, which is self-destructed. Checking the console, we discover that the facility once belonged to Far Zenith, called the Ninma Research Lab, and that they had been beamcasting data just prior to Aloy and the gang's arrival. That would suggest that, if it was ever there, Aletheia is gone and in Far Zenith clutches. However, this would then suggest that it isn't the asset that the Zenith above was looking for. So what is it? Exploring more of the ruins, we find an ectogenic chamber, the same kind we found in the Zero Dawn Cradle facility inside All Mother Mountain in the last game, suggesting that research into ectogenesis took place here 1,000 years ago. Though not mentioned in game, this can be further evidenced by the lab's name, Ninma, which was the name of a fertility goddess in ancient Sumer. The last part of the facility is a massive storage area with a wide open floor area and cavernous ceiling. Heading to the back, we find a series of storage containers on rails, controlled by a single console. Approaching the console, a computerized voice tells us that there's 236 containers, before asking which container number we'd like to retrieve. It's here that Varl recalls the number in the distress signal, 237, one more than the allotted number given. Giving the number a go, containers begin to slide along the rails until one of them is separated from the rest and brought forward. Opening the container, we find the clone? Next to her is a sort of implant similar to a focus. Taking it from Varl, Aloy scans it and we get a message left by the clone.
Elizabeth. Apologies, I don't know what else to call you. My name is Beta. I'm afraid I must be brief. I only have a few minutes before my keepers discover I'm missing, and I still need to remove this implant. I had hoped to find shelter with you, but if you're viewing this, I may be dead. Be careful when you take on Far Zenith. They are ruthless, and they have Aletheia, Artemis, and Apollo now. But at least they don't have the Gaia kernel to merge them with. You must succeed, or this was all for nothing. Good luck. And goodbye.
So she's
still alive.
We need to get her back to...
Oh shit, they can fly?
Okay, let's recap that real quick. Beta, after evading the Zenith assigned to watch her, locked herself away in the container and sent the distress signal hoping Aloy would find her. Far Zenith has Aletheia, Artemis, and Apollo, but they're useless because she took their Gaia root kernel with her into the container. Now, as we're about to leave with her, some Spectres show up because that would have been all too easy otherwise. Wonderful. Thankfully, only one of them comes down to the facility, which Aloy fights, while Varl takes Beta into another room to hide. Once Aloy has dealt with the problem, she rushes back to the surface to help Erend, who's gotten pinned down by the other Spectre. This one has formed a shield at its front, so you'll have to sneak around to attack it from the rear, making use of a Stalker's dart gun if you wish. Once it's dealt with, you finally have a chance to catch your breath. Varl arrives with Beta in his arms, which draws a classic reaction from Erend.
Look, I swear I'm not drunk, but right now I'm seeing double.
Long story, but it'll have to wait.
In need of medical attention, Erend and Varl take her back to the base, while Aloy stays behind to check out the weapon that took out the Zenith's shield, which was too hot to do so earlier. Upon grabbing it, it immediately crumbles into ash, save for the shiny orb at its center. With that, the game immediately whisks us away back to the base. Upon our return, we can either go see Gaia about the weapon, or go see Beta, who's retreated down into the basement after regaining consciousness and panicking, with Varl standing just outside the door and waiting for Aloy to handle the situation. Our first meeting with Beta is rather strange. I don't mean that in terms of how it's composed or written, but more with the general feeling you get while watching it. The most obvious reason for this is that we're talking to a literal clone of Aloy, or more accurately, another clone of Elizabeth Sobek. There's an awkwardness that permeates much of the scene as both Aloy and the player try to wrap their heads around that simple fact, one that takes a bit to sink in. Despite being genetic clones, it's clear that Beta couldn't be any more different than Aloy in terms of personality and demeanor, something that will form the basis of their interactions over the course of the story and aid in the evolution of their relationship. From Beta we learned quite a bit about the Zeniths, including something that completely recontextualizes them. The Zeniths we faced aren't descendants of the original colonists. They are those colonists. Let me say that again for the people in the back. The Zeniths we faced are the same people who left Earth 1,000 years ago, having rendered themselves effectively immortal. Their original colony was destroyed by a natural disaster, and so they've come back to Earth to start again, by wiping the Earth clean and redesigning it to their specifications. Hence, Beta was created on their ship to interface with Zero Dawn's systems, the exact same reason Gaia created Aloy just before she destroyed herself. She learned to do so from the Zenith's copy of Apollo, though she only had access to data that was necessary for her to complete her task, much to her frustration. Beta was kept in the dark about their intentions, only piecing together the truth after learning about what happened to Gaia, including deducing the existence and use of the extinction signal. She failed, however, to consider that Gaia would also recreate her own clone of Elizabeth to fix the system. Aloy.
Yeah, well, surprise.
On the Zeniths themselves, all we get is that they were among the most powerful and influential people on Earth prior to the Pharaoh Plague, titans of various industries, and that they're led by Gerard, this bald-headed prick. The others, according to Beta, resent his authority, but ultimately do what he says, and that they've set up a base out on the coast, possibly protected by some shield, specters, and machine lures. We learn lastly about Beta's escape. Essentially, she was inspired to do so after seeing Aloy at the Proving Lab. While she was transmitting Eleuthia back to the Zenith base, she also sent the encrypted transmission we saw earlier. She then hid herself in the container we found her in when the Zenith Verbena was distracted, altering the facility's log to make it appear like there were only 236 containers, her container being the odd one out. Her possession of the Gaia root kernel was also down to another ruse, simply telling the Zenith she could capture Eleuthia faster with it. Aloy decides to let Beta rest, but before she can go, Beta asks how long it'll be before Gaia fabricates a machine army to take down the Zeniths. When Aloy explains that she still needs to get 2 more sub-functions before she can capture Hephaestus, Beta suddenly has a panic attack, realizing that Aloy isn't as far along as she thought she was. Coupled with Aloy not knowing who the Zeniths really were, she quickly laments coming with them, traumatized by the thought of being found and recaptured by the Zeniths. Despite Aloy's assurance that Minerva is masking the location, Beta convinces herself that they're never going to stop them, and that everyone is going to die. Aloy manages to calm her down before leaving her be, suggesting that she work with Gaia on how to capture Hephaestus, before admitting to Varl that she might be having second thoughts about bringing her to the base. Now it's time to talk to Gaia about the mysterious weapon. You forget about that? Taking the orb to be scanned, Gaia surmises that the weapon was indeed highly advanced, but not how it worked. The orb itself was only a catalyst, and that the moment the weapon malfunctioned, a command executed to purge all of its data, a safeguard against it falling into the wrong hands. A clever trick, one that only a certain someone is capable of. Silence. Aloy also informs Gaia that the Zeniths have Eleuthia, Artemis, and Apollo. Despite this unfortunate news, Gaia makes clear that their plans remain unchanged, that the remaining sub-functions, at this time Poseidon and Demeter, will be enough to capture Hephaestus once merged. With this, we head back out into the wild and continue our search for the other sub-functions. Our next target is Poseidon, the sub-function responsible for detoxifying the Earth's seas and waterways. Strangely, for an AI devoted to water, it's made its home in a desert far to the south. More specifically, it's located somewhere in the ruins of Las Vegas. On the way there, we can partake in some more side quests and activities, including continuing Talana's questline, aiding the head of an Ostrom salvaging operation, overriding a tall neck, taking down rebels, etc., etc. Doing these, if you so choose, will neatly guide you towards the ruins of Las Vegas, which become visible once you clear a set of dunes. Pretty quickly, upon entering the ruins, we discover that most of the city is under the sand, which Aloy surmises is where Poseidon will be, given that the ruins above are exposed to the elements. Thus, our next task is to find a way down, though there appears to be no obvious way to do so, not initially at least. Eventually, we find a tower standing conspicuously all on its own. Upon further inspection, we can see water pouring out of it, a strange sight given the arid environs we find ourselves in. Approaching the tower, we find that we aren't the tower's first visitors, camping gear strewn throughout the tower's periphery and possibly within. Entering the tower, we're introduced to these three fine gentlemen: Morland, Stammer, and Abaddon, at the tail end of what appears to be some failed excursion into the depths of the tower, in one of the best scenes in the entire game.
Hello.
Like the scene where we first meet Hikaru, there's just such a great flow to the dialogue, the actors' performances meshing together to form a cohesive scene that's right up there with the best. It's a quality that can also be said about quite a few other scenes in this game as well. It also highlights an aspect of Forbidden West's presentation and writing that I think goes a little under the radar, and that's how it introduces characters. How a character is introduced is vital to any story, as it provides the most opportune time for us to learn about their particular traits, motivations, or just their given place in their associated society. This is particularly important if the writers want you to feel about them in a certain way emotionally, especially if said character is to spend any amount of time with the protagonist, as how they're introduced will often form the basis of their relationship and how it evolves. This is doubly so if the writers have a particular arc in mind for said character, as how the character is introduced can often determine whether that arc resonates with the viewer. Did we see a natural progression from when we first met them? Yes or no? A character's introduction can make or break their arc, whether it's one that spans the entire game or a single chapter. Though not inherently fatal by any means, if the player doesn't feel about a character the way the writer intended right from the outset, then their entire arc is at risk of falling flat. This can be a tricky line to walk with new characters, especially if coming into an already established series or franchise. Forbidden West nails character introductions to a T. It's a quality that's partially carried over from Zero Dawn, but has taken up a considerable notch with its massive technical improvements in character animations, as well as its improved writing, aided by the stellar performances of its cast. It's a quality that isn't just found in the main story either, but across many of its more substantial side quests as well. When it comes to this particular scene, we immediately get a sense of who each of these guys are within their given group, as well as their present motivations both collectively and individually. These are then expanded upon in subsequent conversations we can have with each of them should we choose to engage with them. Our three Ostrom stooges are showmen, traveling performers who go from town to town putting on, well, shows. Morland is a tinker and inventor, putting on spectacles of lights and pyrotechnics. Stammer is a wordsmith, accentuating Morland's spectacles with tales of adventure. Abaddon handles the group's finances, mundane by comparison to the others, but no less important. On top of their showman business, they're also delvers, scouring ruins for anything that they can use for their shows. It's for that reason that they come out west, to the ruins of Las Vegas specifically. According to Morland, his grandfather came out here some 40 years earlier and brought back embers, small orbs that project holographic images. Inspired by the embers his grandfather brought back, as well as his tales, Morland has come to Las Vegas to grab as many as he can in the hopes of putting on the best shows anyone will ever see back in the claim. However, as we first saw upon arrival, things haven't exactly gone according to plan. From the outset, it started well. Beneath the tower is a hollow, protected from the sands above by a dome, some of which you'll have already seen upon arriving at the ruins earlier. Constructing an elevator for easy access, they delve down into the hollow to begin their collection. However, at some point, a precise time is never given, water burst through the floor. The three barely escaped before the whole hollow was flooded. Unwilling to give up, Morland built two diving masks, simply named Mark I and Mark II. Both failed, the first one for some unknown reason, the second one due to getting snagged somewhere in the shaft down. Now the crew are at an impasse. Morland wants to keep trying, while Abaddon simply wants to pack up and head home. Stammer never gives his overt opinion, though he initially seems to be with Abaddon. It's here that Aloy enters the equation. Realizing that the water is Poseidon's doing, Aloy needs to get down into the hollow, which means that they'll need to build another diving mask. For that she'll need to grab parts both off the Mark II mask, still in the shaft, and a nearby machine herd Stammer scouted earlier. With that, we set off to get what we need, taking the time to speak to Abaddon and Stammer beforehand if we wish. Getting the parts is pretty simple. For the mask, just dive down and get it, making sure not to linger and waste your breath. For the herd, you simply track it, take it down, grab the parts you need, then come back. Once you've built the diving mask at the available workbench, you're free to head down and begin your search for Poseidon. So begins arguably the most impressive sequence in the entire series to date. The tower itself, once you're down the shaft, is already impressive on its own, though it's only a precursor for what's to come. It's in the first section just beyond the shaft that we find an audio data point that introduces us to a character from the old world, named Stanley Chen, with an accompanying text data point in the same area providing added context to his backstory. Passing through what appears to be the tower's main entrance, we find that we aren't alone in the deep.
Whoa!
A Tide Ripper, a new aquatic machine, nimble beneath the waves but no less at home on land either. Exiting the tower, we finally get a sense of the hollow's true scale. As mentioned earlier, it's entirely enclosed by a dome. You may already realize by now that the portion of Las Vegas beneath the dome is in fact the entire strip, with its Marriott hotels and casinos flanking the road that cut through the heart of it. Now, why is that? Back in part 1 of this chapter, I briefly mentioned an old world conflict called the Hot Zone Crisis. This crisis was caused by a worsening climate situation which led to extreme temperature increases and subsequent droughts throughout the southwestern United States. Las Vegas was not spared from this, and as tourist income began to evaporate, the city was on the verge of collapsing. It's here that inventor and businessman Stanley Chen enters the equation, having saved his crumbling fortunes on the Las Vegas Strip. With his newfound wealth, he created a water filtration system that revived the city, followed soon after by the massive dome we see over the Strip, protecting it from the almost unendurable heat. It's with this ancient filtration system that Poseidon was able to flood the entire hollow, though this initially shouldn't be possible as the audio data points left by Chen are from him shutting the system down before the Feral Plague arrives. More on that in a bit. To our left, across an open area of the hollow, is a door, where Poseidon's coordinates lead. Great. Except for the Tide Ripper has decided to take up residence right in front of it. Not so great. Ostensibly, Aloy can't fight underwater, something that I hope gets rectified in the next game, and you can't even swim past it either since a strong current keeps you from doing so. As such, we'll need to drain the hollow, easier said than done given the monumental size of it. Nevertheless, without any other option, we press on. We quickly find a console bearing a bright red light, which Morlund can have mentioned earlier if asked. From the console we learn what we need to do. Put simply, the system's drainage controls are offline, and thus the water can only be drained with an emergency purge, which requires a manual reset of a primary and secondary pump node. Once that's complete, the purge can then be triggered at the maintenance station, located at the opposite end of the hollow. Sounds simple enough, and in truth, it almost is. Except that Tide Ripper isn't the only machine down in the hollow. Snapmaws and burrows are also present, making navigating this part of the hollow rather tricky, resorting to a sort of game of underwater hide-and-seek as you swim from node to node, then to the maintenance station. It's at the maintenance station that we learn something rather interesting about Stanley Chen.
At least I won't be around to see it destroyed. The Odyssey will be well on its way to Sirius by the time the swarm gets here.
Yeah, he's a Zenith, a bit of a surprise considering, as Aloy points out, he doesn't seem to be quite like the others we've met, given what he did for Las Vegas and his altruistic motives. Reaching the maintenance station, we can finally drain the water from the hollow, which in turn means that we can finally take on the Tide Ripper guarding access to Poseidon. Returning to the starting area, though not before taking on the other machines we've encountered and perhaps taking a moment to marvel at the hollow's bright and colorful splendor, if you haven't already, we find that the Tide Ripper has mysteriously vanished. It's then that Morlund and the boys arrive, jovial at Aloy's success, only for celebrations to be prematurely cut short when the Tide Ripper makes its presence known. The lads offer their support to Aloy, who orders them to stay on the high ground while she gets up close and personal with the Tide Ripper. There isn't really much to say about this fight, as there's nothing unique about it when compared to fighting Tide Rippers in the open world, save for the setting and overall stakes. Morlund and crew's assistance is negligible at best, not unlike Avira's involvement when taking down the Slitherfang during the coal route. Nevertheless, we take down the Tide Ripper, Morlund becomes beyond ecstatic, and we can go and retrieve Poseidon. Going through the door, we enter a series of dark corridors that eventually lead to a sort of data center. On the far side of the room is the processor where Poseidon is located. We also find the final audio data point left by Stanley Chen, where we find out how it is that the city's water filtration system is still running 1,000 years later. Unable to bear the thought of giving up on Las Vegas, the city that gave him a second chance, Chen decided to leave everything on standby in the hope that someone, someday, against all conceivable sense, at least at that time, would find it and get it running again, bring life to the wasteland. Grabbing Poseidon, we head back to the surface. Just as taking Ether changed the visions in the Grove, taking Poseidon has changed the city as well, a computerized voice informing us that the city's power system has been restarted. Leaving the data center behind, we get to see this change in all its glory. The entire hollow, previously enveloped by nautical images thanks to Poseidon, now lit up with the bright lights of casinos and hotels, just as it was 1,000 years earlier. But wait, there's more. Heading back to the surface, we find that the changes to the city haven't been confined to just the hollow.
Oh, the show my old Gramps always wanted.
There's another.
Amazed by what they're seeing, along with its new potential as a business and entertainment venture, the crew have decided to stay and set up shop, the tower eventually becoming its own settlement, fittingly named Hidden Ember. In that, they have, albeit unknowingly, achieved Stanley Chen's dream of seeing Las Vegas reborn. It's here that I want to briefly return to the matter of the relic ruins. The reward for each ruin is an ember, like the one Morlund showed us earlier. Each ember is tied to a specific holiday, be it Christmas, or Easter, or Halloween, etc. Once the lads have Hidden Ember up and running, and once you've completed an associated side quest for them, you can take these relics to Stemmer, who can use them to change the lights that dazzle the Las Vegas sky at your leisure. Her job done, Aloy bids them farewell, though as just mentioned, you can be sure this won't be the last time you'll see them. That said, it's high time we return to the base and merge Poseidon with Gaia and move on to the last sub-function, Demeter. Returning to the base, we merge Poseidon with Gaia. Before we can set off for Demeter, however, Varl contacts us via Focus and asks us to come downstairs where Beta's staying. Apparently she has something that we need to hear. Heading downstairs, we find her watching a rather familiar hologram.
Hi! Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
See, I told you it'd come back. While Aloy's been busy out in the wilds, Varl's been regularly visiting Beta. Others have as well, but it seems Varl's the only one so far to make any kind of progress. These conversations usually start with discussing how to capture Festus before moving on to Varl simply trying to get to know Beta. It was during the latter that Beta revealed that one of the Zeniths may be different from the others, Tilda. She was the Zenith that lingered for a moment before leaving with Beta and Gerard, the Zenith head honcho, before Aloy's tussle with Eric. She's also the Far Zenith liaison we heard speaking to Elizabeth about the Apollo database before that, and may have had a more personal relationship with outside of their respective organizations. On the way to Earth, Beta never saw the Zeniths in person, and they were only referred to Beta as her benefactors. Then one day, a data channel opened in her training interface, along with a sort of code to gain access. Upon doing so and entering, Tilda was there, waiting for her, in a perfect recreation of her home, situated on a cliff overlooking the ocean. In this house, Tilda would show Beta her many paintings, as well as allow her access to a media portal that contained far more than she was allowed to access in her normal training interface. Beta spent hours in this data channel, while to the other Zeniths it appeared she was just working away at her studies. As for Tilda herself, we don't get very much. Anything about the Zenith was redacted in the media portal, and Tilda didn't say much about herself, nor did she like it when Beta asked too many questions. Beta believes her to be an expert programmer, however, given that she created a data channel that none of the other Zeniths could detect. This lasted for a few months until Tilda cut off all contact from Beta and then acted like the data channel never existed when she finally met the other Zeniths. This of course has had a traumatic effect on Beta, which comes to the fore in this conversation. Tilda was the first person to ever reach out to her, to treat her as a person and not some tool. When Tilda cut off all contact, it left Beta feeling more isolated than ever before, especially when she couldn't figure out why. This in turn is why she gets so upset with Aloy when she pushes her for answers regarding why Tilda cut her off, a reaction that could have been foreseen earlier when Aloy asked her if she could deduce anything that could be used against Tilda based on their meetings in the data channel, the absolutely last thing Beta would have been thinking about. It's at this point Aloy backs off and leaves Beta alone, seeing how agitated she's getting. Simultaneously, Aloy's frustration at Beta comes to the fore, which she voices to Varl once they exit the basement. Chances are you're all familiar with the phrase, "We are a product of our environment." For those who aren't, my flawed summary of the phrase is that who we are as people is determined by our background, where we're brought up and who by, who our friends are and what kind of influence they have on us, same as our parents. Past experiences also fit into this as well, particularly and unfortunately if they're the tragic and or traumatic kind. This can be observed both on the macro and micro levels of our own present society. On the macro, a good example can be found in the cultural divide found between generations, as defined by the societal norms of the time period they were raised in, a la boomers versus millennials, or millennials versus Gen Z, and so on. On the micro, think back to when you were at school, how kids from rough upbringings tended to be the biggest troublemakers, while those from more nurturing homes were often the most successful. Of course, this isn't perfect by any stretch. You could be from a loving home in an upper middle class neighborhood and still end up a serial killer, or come from a home with abusive or negligent parents set in a literal slum and still become a Nobel Prize laureate. That said, at the risk of immediately sounding contradictory, you are still, one way or another, influenced by the environment you were brought up in, major or minor, for better or worse. As it pertains to Aloy and Beta's relationship, this phrase immediately comes to mind when differentiating the two. Both had difficult upbringings, forced isolation by those more powerful and for no fault of their own. The difference lies in how they've dealt with it. Aloy fought and clawed her way out of her isolationism. Beta never had the opportunity. Aloy had Ross to offer guidance and give her the strength to rise to any challenge. Beta never had that person, and no, I'm not counting Tilda. She offered Beta an escape from her isolation, yes, but only briefly, and by all accounts, never offered guidance or affection like Ross did for Aloy, as flawed as it might have been. This results in what we've seen in game between Aloy and Beta, two clones of Elizabeth Sobek, yet vastly different in personality. Why that is obvious to us because of what we just discussed. We are a product of our environment. However, Aloy doesn't know this because she's got it in her head that genes are what makes a person. She's continuing to view herself, and by extension Beta, through the prism of their genetic mother Elizabeth and what she was like. I don't entirely blame Aloy for this. Despite her vast knowledge set when compared to others in this world, she still doesn't know everything. However, I can't help but be frustrated with her attitude towards Beta here, and in conversations you can have with Beta outside of these scripted sequences. When she isn't pushing for information that would help with the mission, she projects this sort of annoyed awkwardness that often leads to her sounding kind of mean, even if it isn't her intention. What makes this more frustrating is Aloy even acknowledges that Beta's difficult upbringing has some effect on her behavior, yet seems unable or unwilling to consider it at this juncture. To top it all off, no one calls her out on it. Varl and Zoe in particular seem to recognize that Beta's cold upbringing has had an effect on who she is, and yet fail to make any real suggestion of it to Aloy. Meanwhile, here I am, controller in hand, wanting to reach through the TV screen to grab Aloy by the shoulders, shake her all about, and yell, "Don't you get it?" This moment after learning about Tilda would have been a perfect opportunity for Varl to bring it up. It doesn't need to be passionate like Aaron was back in the Daunt, just something simple as, "Hey, have you possibly considered X, Y, and Z?" But no, not even that. What Varl does bring up, however, is Rost. If you remember from the Proving Lab when Aloy washed up on shore, she briefly saw Varl as Rost, and according to Varl, was muttering his name all the way back to Stone's Echo. As Varl correctly points out, despite him being a huge part of her life, she never talks about him. Aloy almost immediately pushes the subject aside, claiming that she doesn't have time to think about that. Though based on her expression, as well as other hints scattered throughout the game leading up to this, it has little to do with time, that she's lying to herself a little here. Perhaps sensing this, Varl doesn't push the subject. Aloy can, however, bring it up with Varl later if you choose, and it's here that Aloy does admit to thinking about Rost from time to time, just that she refuses to let herself dwell on him, not with everything she has to do. Again, she's perhaps lying to herself here. It's not that she can't due to current events, but that she doesn't want to. Rost's death is an undoubtedly painful memory for her, and she's using the mission as an excuse to bury those memories. Varl relates to this sentiment using his sister's death as an example, but makes it clear that Aloy can't bury Rost's memory forever. Sometimes, yes, it's necessary and okay to do so, but memories, at least the ones that matter, will always come back, and that fighting against it does no one any good. Now, this may seem like a bit of a redundant plot point to all bring up, but it will come back later in the story and does play an important role in Aloy and Beta's relationship. It's in the immediate aftermath of speaking to Beta here that this narrative foundation is laid. But for now, it's time to get back out there. We still have one more sub-function to grab before we can go after Hephaestus, though now with what we've learned about Tilda lingering in the back of our minds, wondering in what way it will affect the story going forward. Searching for Demeter takes us to the furthest northwestern corner of the game world, the sub-function's coordinates located directly on the coast. Guy describes it back at the end of Chapter 2 as arguably the most difficult to obtain, though that may seem a bit of an exaggeration given what we had to do to obtain Ether and Poseidon. The road to Demeter takes us through the Stand of the Sentinels, a dense foreboding forest of towering cedars whose canopy often shrouds any sunlight attempting to get through, accentuated by a fog that often permeates throughout the forest, giving the stand a particularly ghostly atmosphere, one that's further accentuated when it's overcast or when a torrential downpour rolls through. Coming from Canada's Pacific Northwest, whose forest shares certain similarities, particularly with regards to its climate, I always feel right at home when in the stand, and it's become arguably my favorite region in the entire game, even if other regions are often more visually interesting in comparison. Like many of the other regions, the stand bears the trappings of the Blight, and more. Before Chief Akarl, the stand used to be a constant battleground between the Lowland and Sky clans, a conflict which serves as a backdrop for one of the best side quests in the entire game, revolving around a Lowland warrior suffering from age-onset dementia. It's also the cause for the Lowland village where you find the region's lone Tallneck, just below Sky territory, to be abandoned, left to the Blight and dangerous machines. Closing in on Demeter's coordinates, we make a grisly discovery.
What happened here? All the bodies are Tennox. Someone managed to take out an entire squad.
Further on are some ruins shrouded in fog. As we approach, we receive a less than ideal welcome.
Oh, damn. Oh. Hold your fire! I'm not here to fight!
The barbarian's pinned down. Move in!
Clearly unwilling to talk, the strangers pepper Aloy with arrows from the ruins, with a few charging out to meet her in close combat. Left with no option, we take them out one by one, before pressing on deeper into the ruins, the situation becoming exponentially more serious. Entering the next set of ruins, we discover that it used to be a pharaoh facility known as the Greenhouse, a biotechnical and agricultural research facility. As you explore the facility, you can find data points that describe some of the early research that took place there, mainly dating back to the clawback era of the 2040s, developing new crop strains and more efficient agricultural technology to bring about an end to the mass starvation taking place across the globe. Just ahead is the facility's data core where Demeter's coordinates lead. Unfortunately, access is blocked by vines left by a metal flower. You may have already seen more metal flowers and their accompanying vines scattered throughout the open world. They were also in Zero Dawn, but without vines, and only started as a collectible item, each one accompanied by a strange, enigmatic poem portrayed as lines of code. In Forbidden West, they serve a more interesting gameplay purpose. You can't collect the flowers this time around, and the vines are impervious to any damage, be it from Aloy's spear, arrows, bombs, you name it. This means that you won't be able to access certain areas to grab certain collectibles until much later. The introduction of the vines and accompaniment to the metal flowers is a bit odd. Like Firegleam, they serve gameplay as an environmental block that can be overcome once you have a specific tool, but there's no narrative reason given for their sudden existence. Firegleam, being brand new to the series, can be explained as simply just being found in the West and nowhere else. In the case of the metal flowers, however, given that they appear in Zero Dawn, the sudden appearance of the impenetrable vines without narrative justification is strange. This is admittedly rather nitpicky on my part and can be easily ignored, nor am I looking for an overlong expository piece, but even just a hint or a suggestion would have been nice from a world building perspective. With the way to Demeter blocked, we need another solution. Through an offshooting room, we climb an elevator shaft that eventually leads to an office. Accessing a terminal, we find an ancient log, left by a woman named Tala Aquino, presumably the lead researcher at the greenhouse. From this log, we learn some interesting things pertaining to the metal flowers. What is known is that the metal flowers were part of a pharaoh project called Adamantine Wreath. When Aquino records the log, she states that she had just gotten off the line with US Robot Command. While the project's intended use is not clearly stated here, given that General Harris is mentioned, along with Aquino's conspicuous wording, it's strongly suggested that it may be connected to Operation Enduring Victory, which, if you may remember, Harris was in charge of. However, as of the log's recording, there's a suggestion that Adamantine Wreath hasn't been proven to work, and that there may be significant drawbacks even if it does. This drawback, of course, are the vines. Aquino then ends the log by stating that one of her teams is working on a solution for this very problem at a place called Test Station Ivy, located elsewhere on the greenhouse's grounds. Not a lot to go on, but considerably more than we had before. With a new heading, Aloy opens the office's window shutters, since apparently the office doesn't have another way out, besides the elevator shaft we climbed earlier. Opening the shutters reveals a huge courtyard where more of the dangerous strangers have made camp. Wonderful. Rappelling down from the office, we take out the entire camp, including a brute at its far end armed with a plasma bomb launcher, which is why I strongly recommend you take him out first, preferably in stealth. The brute just so happens to be guarding the door leading out of the courtyard, but in true video game fashion, you can't get through said door until you've cleared the camp. While I can understand it being necessary if going through the camp was the only viable option, as you can see here, you're more than capable of tiptoeing around the camp, taking out the brute, and moving along like nothing happened. Having to clear the camp isn't a big deal, until Aloy says this.
I really wish these people would have talked to me instead of trying to kill me.
This would suggest that she had no choice, yet as we've just seen, we can easily bypass most of the camp, with only the brute at the end needing to be eliminated out of pure necessity. This line could be referring back to when she first arrived and tried to talk, only to be answered with more arrows and blades, but without that distinction, this line seems out of place to me. At least the writers appear to be aware of this somewhat, as this line, as well as later dialogue, does make it clear that Aloy would have preferred not to have killed them. With the strangers taken care of, we're finally free to go through that aforementioned door, which takes us into another section of the greenhouse. Inside, we find yet another stranger, though unlike the others, she's unarmed and clearly unwilling to fight, immediately surrendering. She then turns to face Aloy, who makes a surprising discovery.
Where did you get that focus?
This is Alva, a member of the Quen, the tribe whose soldiers we've been fighting since our arrival at the greenhouse, and undoubtedly those responsible for slaughtering those Tenakth that we found earlier. From the subsequent conversation with Alva, we learn that the Quen are a powerful and advanced empire from across what they call the Great Ocean, what we know as the Pacific. Little is known or mentioned about the exact lands they inhabit, though special attention is paid to a region known as the Great Delta, which could be a reference to either the Yellow or Yangtze River deltas in China. Their power and advancement is directly attributed to the discovery of focuses, which were first discovered in the ruins of their homeland. These focuses are entrusted with the diviners, whose job is to discover and study the legacy, recovered ancient knowledge left by the ancestors, old ones who the Quen have deified for their deeds in the ancient past. Alva is one such diviner, sailing across the Great Ocean as part of a larger expedition sent by the Emperor of the Quen. This expedition was sent as a result of the degrading biosphere, the Empire going through severe drought, flooding, and crop failure, which in turn has led to severe starvation among its populace. The expedition's main goal is to find knowledge that might save the Quen, landing at a place called Legacy's Landfall, the ruins of modern-day San Francisco, which according to the Quen was a city of great importance to the ancestors. According to Alva, their search has yielded nothing of substance, though what they did find brought them to the greenhouse. On the matter of the soldiers attacking Aloy, well, the Quen see it as their duty to seek out the Legacy and defend it from all outsiders. According to Alva, this is a direct response to being surrounded by hostile neighbors back home, and by extension, going along with the assumption that they would only be met with the same hostility across the Great Ocean. Aloy is none too impressed by this, and even Alva admits, despite early consternation at Aloy's admonishment of the Legacy, that the Quen have been known to misinterpret its meaning on occasion, a particular detail that will rear its ugly head a little later. Aloy asks Alva about Test Station Ivy, if she's found data on it. Alva hasn't, but did find a map of some kind. Only problem is that the map is unreadable, or lost. Data that the diviners can't read is referred to in this way, or with the more ominous label of forbidden, information that's considered dangerous and isn't permitted to be disseminated to the masses. Despite being lost, Aloy wants to try and make sense of it. With Alva's assistance, they find the map and bring it up. Alva immediately declares the file lost, even though it's right there in front of them. It's here that Aloy scans Alva's focus and makes an interesting discovery. The Quen's focuses are an early model with outdated operating systems that are unable to read any files created before the mid-2050s. This in turn means that the Quen's understanding of the past is incredibly skewed. With their limited technological know-how, the Quen have explained this away with the Legacy, creating the concepts of lost and forbidden knowledge. While in this instance it just means that Alva can't view the map of the greenhouse, as we'll see later, this limitation as a result of outdated tech has accentuated the aforementioned issue of the Quen misinterpreting the Legacy, lending to a system of tightly controlled information dissemination. Aloy gives Alva the means to see the map, and together they look for a way to access Test Station Ivy. The map shows a tunnel that snakes around the facility, which is accessible from the very room they're in. Operating a couple of consoles in unison, they gain access to said tunnel and descend into its depths, Aloy inviting Alva to tag along for her search. After traversing the tunnel, and dealing with Alva magically transporting herself into another dimension, forcing a reload, we climb another ladder that takes us back outside. It's here that we come across a large flying machine, one that has apparently made its home in the ruins and one we'll no doubt have to tangle with later. Beyond is another expansive compound, full of machines, with our exit on the far side. You can either take them on directly or sneak around them, hugging the wall of the compound, darting from tall grass to tall grass, stealthily taking down machines as needed. You'll eventually find a ladder that you need to shoot down, taking you onto a gantry that takes you to a vent. Following the vent takes us to some sort of testing area with another hatch in the floor, as well as 2 observation rooms, though they're currently inaccessible by standard means. This problem is eventually solved by way of a machine that you find and use to get Alva into one of these rooms, before unlocking its door by way of a battery slotted into a console. Aloy then hops across from one room to the other, since this hatch, like the first one, requires 2 consoles, one in each room, to open. Hitting both consoles doesn't open the hatch, but instead initializes some test around Adamantine Wreath. Shutters are raised to reveal yet another compound, this one full of trees and other vegetation. So far so good, right? Well...
Magnetic field engaged. Initiating biomass conversion process.
No. How do I shut this thing off?
Failsafe exceeded. Test cannot be aborted.
What is this? That's how the world ended.
Test complete. Adamantine Wreath structural integrity uncompromised.
What did we just see?
Alva. Let's meet below.
What follows is an admission by Tala Aquino. The greenhouse was where biomass conversion, the means by which the Pharaoh swarm stripped the earth of all life during the Pharaoh plague, was developed and perfected. In a twisted sense of irony, Aquino and her team were then tasked with developing a countermeasure to the machines. They found it in Adamantine Wreath. The Pharaoh machines wouldn't be able to convert the vines produced by the metal flowers into fuel, as proven by the test we just witnessed. All well and good, only that now the question became as to whether the flowers could be deployed in time, this coming on top of the question of how to curtail the vines when it was all said and done, as we saw earlier. Alva is of course beyond confused. Information on the Pharaoh plague is either lost or forbidden, known only as the Time of Ashes. This confusion becomes utter shock and disbelief when Aloy, in a roundabout way, explains what happened. In her mind, she crossed the Great Ocean to save her people, not learn how her ancestors destroyed themselves, this disbelief accentuated by the dire life-or-death situation back home. In the hopes of reassuring Alva, Aloy explains that they're both, in a sense, working towards the same goal, and that what she needs is in the data core, which would also provide access to all the data Alva would need to help her people, if they can get through the vines blocking it. Still unsure, Alva nevertheless deigns to continue to follow Aloy, and the two make for the hatch. Clambering through the hatch takes us through another series of tunnels, which eventually takes us back above ground into the testing area, with the entrance to Test Station Ivy on the far side. The testing area itself is suitably eerie, a snapshot into how the world would have looked after the Pharaoh Plague 1,000 years earlier. A lifeless husk. It's also rather tense. If you're like me, the large flying machine we saw earlier will no doubt come to mind at this juncture, especially since this will have been the longest— oh fuck me! It's here that we have our first encounter with the Dreadwing, a large and frankly terrifying bat-like machine with a wide variety of ranged and melee attacks and abilities. Oh, and it can cloak itself as well. Nonetheless, we take care of the beastie and press on to Test Station Ivy. On a side note, you can discover through a later side quest that Dreadwings are in fact responsible for the distribution of the metal flowers we find out in the open world, per Demeter's programming, though for what purpose remains unknown. Entering Test Station Ivy, we finally find what we've been looking for, a code module that will allow Aloy to override the metal flowers and destroy the vines. We also find a final log from Tala Aquino. In it, she declares that the wreaths work, as well as the means to destroy the vines. Unfortunately, it's too little, too late. Per projections, the Pharaoh Swarm's reproduction would outpace shell deployment by almost 400%, making Adamantine Wreath a successful, yet ultimately fruitless effort. It's a noticeably somber moment, Aquino coming to terms with her role in creating the monster that would become the Pharaoh Plague, how her attempt to rectify this mistake came to nothing, and how you almost get the sense she feels undeserving of her ticket to Elysium, assuming that's where she was being evacuated to. With the module in hand, all we need to do is attach it to Aloy's spear. We head back outside, the path to Test Station Ivy leading back to the same compound where we found the Quen camp. There we find a workbench and apply the upgrade. Returning to the data core, we try out the module, which involves smacking the metal flower with our spear a few times, then dramatically stabbing it, which somehow activates the module in a way that is never explained. As hoped, the vines dissolve into nothing, allowing us access to the data core. Once inside, we go through the same song and dance as before, and grab Demeter with the Gaia kernel. As expected, grabbing Demeter unlocks all of the greenhouse's data, allowing Alva unlimited access. In fact, there's so much data that Alva somewhat laments the fact that it will take years to go through it all. She's about to ask Aloy about her mission when—
said before about— Alva! Hold your fire! By the word of the ancestors, you must stop.
Unsurprisingly, the Quen soldiers are none too pleased to see Aloy, but Alva rather bravely stands in their way. There's a bit of a back and forth between them before Alva drops arguably the biggest shock of this entire quest.
Come, look at her. Can't you see? Elizabeth Sobek stands before you. An ancestor reborn.
Yeah, Alva knew she was Elizabeth Sobek this whole time. Sort of. Initially on my first run, I thought I'd missed some key bit of dialogue where Aloy's tie to Elizabeth was revealed, but no, Alva just knew. What we'll learn later is that Elizabeth was counted among the Quen ancestors, though not in the way you might expect initially. More on that later. As a result, the Quen know quite a bit about Elizabeth, including what she looks like. With this knowledge in mind, it gives every interaction in this quest a whole new meaning, which greatly enriches subsequent playthroughs. This first initial meeting, Alva doesn't shudder in fear at having an arrow pointed at her, but because she immediately recognizes Aloy as Elizabeth Sobek, an ancestor reborn. It also gives all her little pseudo-religious quips all new context.
I must have faith. I walk with the ancestors. We shall find what we seek.
The Quen soldiers want to take Aloy with them back to their base at Legacy's landfall, but Alva flat out refuses to let them, before quickly ushering Aloy towards the exit. They converse for a bit, Alva giving Aloy directions to Legacy's landfall in case she needs to find them again, before making it clear that she needs to leave, otherwise the soldiers might try to take her anyways, and we all know how that would turn out. With that, Aloy makes her exit and heads back to the base, Demeter in hand, the final piece needed to capture Hephaestus and finally save the world. Returning to the base, we merge Demeter with Gaia, who informs us that we're now in a position to capture Hephaestus. Sort of. In the time we've been out hunting for sub-functions, Plea has been analyzing Hephaestus, and has discovered that it has grown so large so that it can't be being cast or held in the kernel. As such, it will require a direct physical connection with Gaia to be contained, meaning they'll need a place with 2 data cores. But is there such a place? Yes, in fact, and you may have already been there, so to speak. Back in part 1 of chapter 3, I briefly spoke about the subplot detailing the power struggle over command of the Desert Clan between Draka and Yara, which ends in a final confrontation between them and their supporters. That final confrontation takes place in front of a dead cauldron, Gemini, which the Desert Kanath call the Gate of the Vanquished. It having 2 data cores is a result of seismic activity during its initial construction. The first data core had already been built, but the rest of the facility had sustained damage, resulting in Gaia's predecessor starting again. When more tremors occurred, however, the site was abandoned. Using Gemini would require Gaia being transported by hand, with Gaia having already devised a blueprint for a transport rig, which would then be hooked up to one of the cores, from which Hephaestus would then be merged using the second core. There's just one problem. Absorbing Hephaestus will cause a massive power surge, one that Minerva won't be able to mask, revealing their location and undoubtedly drawing the Zenith's attention. It's here that Aloy suggests that they try to mask the merge another way, by creating multiple power surges spread out across multiple cauldrons, sowing confusion. Gaia concludes that such a plan might work, looking to Beta to help build handheld pulse generators along with a transport rig. Of course, Beta quickly declares that the plan won't work, but before we dismiss this as yet another case of fatalistic pessimism, her lamentations actually have a point. She points out Hephaestus has written Alpha Clearance out of its access module. Alpha Clearance, as you'll remember, is the means by which Aloy was able to restart Gaia and get all the other subfunctions. That means they'll need a higher level of clearance.
There is no higher... Ted Pharaoh's Omega Clearance.
That's right, that son of a bitch and his goddamn Omega Clearance, which he used to purge Apollo and kill the Alphas, is now the key to capturing Hephaestus. I don't know about you, but that just reeks of irony to me. To get Omega, we first need to find Thebes, the private bunker he retreated to when the world ended. Beta points out that no one, not even the Zeniths, know where Thebes is, save for it's somewhere in San Francisco. Well, thank goodness we know someone there. Alva. Given that the Quen have set up base in San Francisco, there's a good chance she may be able to help locate Thebes. Looks like we're heading all the way west. In the meantime, Beta will work on the rig and pulse generators with Varl and Gaia's assistance. To get to San Francisco, we'll first need to reach the ferry that the Quen have been using to get from the ruins to the mainland. To get there, we'll have to cut through the jungles of the Rain Trace, the heart of lowland Tenakth territory. It's along this path that we'll come across their capital, Thornmarsh. It's in Thornmarsh that you can meet Ateka, commander of the Lowlanders. From her, you can learn that they're still dealing with the Blight, in particular the toxic algae in the river that runs through it, despite it clearing everywhere else thanks to the efforts of Gaia and her restored subfunctions. Following this quest will lead you to a rebel base where the rebels have dammed the river, denying Thornmarsh clean drinking water. As you might expect, clearing out the base and destroying the dam does the trick, providing Thornmarsh with clean water once more. Pressing on, we find the Quen ferry on a small cove, the ruins of San Francisco lingering on the horizon shrouded in mist. We find the boat, and that's it. The ferry's been abandoned, the only signs of Quen presence being the boat itself, as well as some decoration. With no one to tell her otherwise, Aloy grabs the boat and sets off towards San Francisco. What follows is a cutscene where we watch Aloy make the journey. As Alva mentioned earlier, the currents around the isle are indeed treacherous, made more so by a storm that rolls in unannounced. Following the current, she lands on the south side of the isle and at another Quen camp. We find this second camp also abandoned, though for seemingly more obvious reasons, the beach strewn with the corpses of both Quen and machines. Despite this foreboding welcome, we have no other choice but to press on. Heading northeast, we eventually begin to find the trappings of a Quen presence, starting with some lanterns, followed by some rather ornate bridges extended over a multitude of gaps in the ruins. Inevitably, we find the entrance to Landfall, as well as 2 Quen soldiers who can barely conceal their surprise at her appearance. Upon her approach, one of the soldiers asks Aloy to follow him, while the other races on ahead to inform someone named Bohai of her arrival. Entering Landfall, Aloy immediately becomes the star attraction, all of the Quen stopping what they're doing to catch a glimpse of the living ancestor they heard about from Alva. Aloy is directed to the largest tent in Landfall, where we're introduced to Bohai, the expedition's overseer. You may have heard Alva mention the overseers back at the greenhouse. They're essentially the ones in charge of all diviners. In this regard, their power is absolute. They can decide what data is permissible for dissemination, or is forbidden and must be kept hidden. They're also the only ones who know with certainty just how many diviners there actually are in the Empire, a number that is a closely guarded secret. Bohai very quickly begins to question Aloy's intentions, despite his initial admission that she does indeed look like Elizabeth Sobek. Needless to say, the events at the greenhouse are still fresh in Quen minds, and things look to quickly escalate when...
I held off on your squad when...
So, if your first reaction when seeing this guy was immediate distrust, then join the club. Say hello to the CO, head of the expedition, cousin to the Emperor of the Quen, and a grade A piece of shit with a mind so cracked it might as well be scrambled eggs. Despite his cordiality in this scene, you get the feeling right from the off that he's gonna pull some villainous bullshittery at some point. With the CO present, Bohai begins to question Aloy, who reveals what brings her to landfall: Thebes, and a way to heal the world. This pleases the CO, who orders Bohai to tell her everything they know. In short, they found Thebes, but access to it has been cut off by machines. Alva is currently there, as well as some soldiers and diggers, but one machine in particular has them trapped within their defenses. To this end, Aloy offers her services, though not before asking questions of her own. The Quen found Thebes through a piece of data found by Alva and verified by Bohai. It's located beneath a pyramid-like tower, which is in fact the ruins of the Transamerica Pyramid. That's about it, however, as they'd been unable to get inside. Despite this, they won't leave until they've plundered its secrets, or at least until the CO has plundered its secrets, despite all of the data Alva retrieved from the greenhouse. Aloy can then ask about the expedition itself, though Bohai and the CO's answers are heavily drenched in propagandic euphemisms. In short, the expedition, despite years of preparation, was met with immediate difficulty. Storms, sickness, and starvation ravaged the flotilla as it crossed the ocean, claiming dozens of lives before it even arrived at landfall. These difficulties continued upon reaching the Isle, with machine attacks now dogpiling onto their already pre-existing problems. One would think that the data from the greenhouse would be enough to warrant packing up and heading home, but the CO's strange desire to get into Thebes means that the Quen aren't going anywhere anytime soon. We close out the conversation by asking about the machine that has the Quen pinned within the Thebes dig site. From Bohai we learn that it's a Thunderjaw, but very different.
Tougher, stronger, and it has black armor?
Aloy offers to take it down, with Bohai providing directions as well as permission to resupply and landfall if need be, with he and the CO planning to follow once it's confirmed she's cleared the way. With that, Aloy sets off for Thebes, though as just mentioned, you're more than welcome to explore landfall a bit if you so choose. That said, outside of the usual vendors we find in settlements, there isn't much to do or interact with here. There's also a noticeable tension to this place, one that you might have first picked up on when the CO first appeared. There's also a data point, ominously titled Casualty Ledger, that provides some insight as well. Leaving landfall, we head north towards Thebes, following a predetermined path left by the Quen. We quickly find the dig site and approach its gate, where the Quen guarding it state the plainly obvious.
Run, stranger! There's a killer machine about!
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Cue the Apex Thunderjaw's entrance and subsequent fight. Though the Thunderjaw is already damaged and missing a few key weapons, given its Apex status, it's still a tough fight, even for someone like myself who's already kitted out with some of the best weapons in the game at this point. Nevertheless, once it's taken down, we're free to enter the dig site where we find Alva waiting for us. Despite being happy to see Aloy as well as her taking care of the Thunderjaw, Alva's confused by her presence. It's here that Aloy explains that she needs something from Thebes, and that she and the CO have come to some sort of agreement. Aloy then expresses her concerns about the CO, that something feels rather off. Alva at first toes the official line, then is about to warn Aloy when she's quickly interrupted by the CO and Bohai's arrival. From there we descend into the excavation's depths, eventually reaching a rather ornate door emblazoned with the FAS logo. While the Quen ooh and ah at the door, Aloy scans it and quickly discovers why they can't get in. Because it's gene-locked. Now, of course, the CO believes that Aloy should still be able to get them in, since Elizabeth and Ted work closely together, because the legacy says so. Aloy flat out tells them that it ain't gonna happen, at least not from their side. The CO doesn't take this well, turning on Bohai, and we get our first true inkling of his madness. And this ain't even the worst of it. Just you wait. Thankfully, Alva intervenes, stating that the same data that revealed Thebes' location also showed passages below, reasoning that Farrell, despite his greatness, oh good lord, didn't build it alone. By that logic, they should in theory lead to a way inside, one that Aloy should be able to reach, much to Bohai's relief. So begins the only other extended swimming section in the entire main story, one that is considerably shorter. I would argue that this is fine since it's nowhere near as visually impressive outside of the expansive initial area with the massive machinery and magma at the bottom. In gameplay terms, this segment is fairly straightforward. Once you enter Thebes, you follow a large passage intersected by enormous fans, both of which are still running. The first fan you simply need to wait to stop before passing through, though don't linger lest you want to risk becoming Nora Chum. The second requires you shut it off with a console in an adjacent control room. With that, you can safely swim through. From there, we swim through a side door that leads up to a ruptured passage. Clambering through this opening, we stumble upon an exercise room, eerily frozen in time. On one of the exercise machines, we find an ominous audio data point.
Here I am again, hiding in the gym, writing to stay sane in this crazy place. I can't believe Grigori's dead. Our so-called spiritual leader was fine yesterday, and then suddenly passed away in his sleep, and no one will talk to me about it. They treat me like a child, whispering behind my back, as if I can't cope with death, even after the end of the world.
This is the first of a string of audio data points left by the teenage girl Kenya Somtow. Beyond the exercise room is a common area where we find the next data point from her, from which we learn Ted wasn't alone in Thebes. With him, he had Narang Somtow, his personal physician and Kenya's father, a harem of Ted's girlfriends, and his personal guru, Grigori Fosbach. Those of you who've played Zero Dawn may recall a reference to a particular spiritual group that shacked up with Ted, called Panta Antimod, mentioned in passing by Margot Shen. Though not mentioned in Forbidden West, it can be inferred that Grigori was a prominent member, if not its leader, though it appears he was the only member to go to ground with Ted. Grigori had advised Ted to consider a universe free of techno-nihilism. What he failed to consider, however, was that Ted would use this as an excuse to purge the Apollo database and murder the Zero Dawn Alphas, practically erasing all human knowledge alongside his past. In a data point found in a bedroom offshooting from the common area, we find that Grigori seems to have discovered this and was beginning to question his role in Ted's fractured state. Given that by the time Kenya recorded her data points he's clearly dead, you might begin to start asking questions. If he did find out about Apollo and the Alphas, then how? How did he die, and why, if not by natural causes? Another layer is swiftly thrown onto this intrigue when we find another audio data point, this time left by Ted, the first in a string of his own data points where he speaks on Grigori's death. Despite being his personal guru who seemingly left an endearing mark on him, Ted doesn't seem all choked up about his passing. In fact, judging by his tone, you immediately get the sense he's hiding something and is quick to move on.
The main point is that while we certainly miss him, we will go on. Everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, something tells me it didn't turn out that way.
Welcome to Thebes, let the true weirdness begin. Exiting the common area, we enter a sort of vestibule where the true grandeur of Thebes is laid to bear. For a survival bunker, it's obscenely ornate and grandiose, which is very much in keeping with Ted's character. It also bears a conspicuous ancient Egyptian aesthetic. There are quite a few references to ancient Egypt in the Horizon series, most notably in given names. For example, the old world designations for the pharaoh warbots, Scarab, Kopesh, and Horus, are all taken from ancient Egyptian culture. Ted's surname, Pharaoh, is pronounced like the word pharaoh, the title used by the kings and queens of ancient Egypt, and one can also be found in Elizabeth's name, Sobek, a variant of Sobek, the god of fertility and the military. At the top of the vestibule is the very door we need to get through. At a connected console, Aloy is able to set off the door's emergency access function, opening the way inside for the Quen, with Bohai greeting Aloy with open arms. Along with Aloy, you may quickly notice that the seal is conspicuously missing. Well, you see...
Oh, why are you dressed like Ted Pharaoh?
I am Pharaoh, renewed.
Okay, so you know those ancestors I keep mentioning, the greatest of the old ones revered by the Quen? Well, Ted Pharaoh is considered the greatest of them all, known as the Renewer. This is due to his achievements at helping the Earth come back from environmental collapse back in the 2040s, known as the Clawback era. Thanks to the limited capabilities of their early version focuses, that is all they know of Ted Pharaoh. They don't know what Aloy knows. Now enter the CEO, who firmly believes he is Pharaoh. Renewed. This is why he wants into Thebes so badly, and why the Quen haven't gone home yet. He wants Pharaoh's secrets, because it's his destiny, because he's Pharaoh. Renewed. God, just saying that makes my skin crawl. In short, his obsession with Pharaoh is what's driven him to madness. Aloy, like the rest of us, is more than a little disturbed by this and attempts to present the truth, but the CEO, blinded by his madness, won't hear it. He then declares that Aloy, being Elizabeth Renewed, Ted Pharaoh's assistant, will enter Thebes with him. Enter the Raiment.
Raiment?
As he is Pharaoh, you are Sobek. For an occasion this momentous, shouldn't you wear proper business attire?
Yeah, the CEO wants Aloy to play dress up. Understandably, Aloy wants no part in this, but is given no choice when the CEO threatens to kill Alva if she doesn't. Seeing no other way, Aloy dons Elizabeth's raiment and joins the CEO and his entourage in exploring Thebes. Beyond the vestibule is a larger inner chamber, dominated by a gargantuan statue of Ted Pharaoh himself, posed similarly to the ancient pharaohs, another reference to ancient Egypt. Reaching this chamber from the upper levels, Aloy has a quick chat with Alva before we see two corruptors. Remember them? Of course they're just statues, right?
Those aren't statues. Look out!
Get the CO out of here!
Psych! Turns out they're fully operational, yay! The CEO and Entourage retreat to safety, leaving Aloy and Alva to fight them head on. Though there'll be nothing new to returning players of the series, their sudden appearance here, after being practically non-existent as active entities, will come as a bit of a shock. That is, if you haven't been religious about doing the arena, in which case you may have already engaged with them prior to this. Once they're taken care of, the CEO rejoins our company and we press on deeper into Thebes, with Bohai and some of the other Quen choosing to return to the surface. Beyond is a flight of stairs that takes us to the next section of Thebes. A lab, and a rather elaborate one at that, with an operating chair of some kind at its far end. Of all the things to have in a doomsday bunker, why a lab? We find the answer from a data point and a hologram left by the chair. Ted was trying to live forever. In exchange for his and Kanya's lives, Dr. Somtau would provide Ted with immortality via gene therapy treatments. Despite some limited success, all indications would suggest that it failed. I mean, how else would the CEO have attained Pharaoh's essence? Yes, that's exactly how he puts it, just pure fucking bonkers, this guy. Adjacent to the chair is a smaller office, where we find the final data point from Kanya confronting her father regarding something about off switches in everyone's heads. Hold up, what? Where did this come from? How did we get here? For that we need to rewind back to when we first entered Thebes, from just before we let the Quen in. One of the intriguing aspects of Grigori's death is that we learned that there wasn't a mark on him, nor did he have any underlying health conditions. For all intents and purposes, he died peacefully in his sleep. And yet, judging by what we find in his journal, plus Ted's reaction, along with Kanya's suspicions, all indications would suggest that foul play was involved. Following Kanya's data points, we're then introduced to Brianna, one of Ted's many girlfriends, the only one of whom Kanya liked. A singer who was usually, singing, she'd become conspicuously quiet since Grigori's death. Eventually, Kanya ascertained the truth from her regarding Grigori's death. Grigori's journal isn't just the laments of a man having second thoughts. According to Brianna, he hacked Ted's files and learned the sinister truth, that Ted murdered the Zero Dawn Alphas and purged Apollo. With this in mind, as well as Ted's words before he kills the Alphas echoing in the back of our minds, Grigori's journal carries significantly more weight. Then he just dies, out of the blue. With this newfound knowledge from Brianna, Kanya began to wonder if Ted killed him as punishment for finding out. But how? Fast forward to the next data point, found just before we enter the lab where we fight the Corruptors, we learn that Brianna then suffered the same fate as Grigori. Dead in her sleep. This is done through those off switches we learn about in Kanya's final data point. Prior to entering Thebes, everyone had them discreetly implanted in their heads, Ted and the Somtaus being the obvious exceptions. This allowed Ted to have complete and utter control over everyone's lives in Thebes. It gave him power, one that he exercised on Grigori and Brianna for learning the truth of what he did, sending a simple but effective message: I'm in control. In one of his data points, this is a concept that Ted used to define Thebes' construction. It also makes Kanya's data point, the one we find in the chamber with the giant statue of Ted, all the more poignant.
And I know now that he's watching me. He's watching us all.
Beyond the lab, down another flight of stairs, we enter some sort of engineering room where we find another data point from Ted talking about the geothermal energy plant being used to power the bunker. He also makes mention of a certain feature that he had put in place, in case anyone tried to steal his cheese, though he doesn't elaborate beyond that. We then come across a locked door, the seal impatiently ordering it that it be opened. We quickly find another way via a vent high above us, using the polecaster to open it, then rappel to it. Clambering through it takes us to another engineering room, one that leads directly to the bunker's power plant, with a console overlooking it. It's at this console that we finally grab Omega clearance. With that done, Aloy begins to look through Ted's files and learns the fate of Kanya and her father. Dead on the floor of his office, holding hands, choosing suicide over continuing to live in Ted's manufactured nightmare. Of course, Ted spins this as him being the victim, now all alone in his bunker of madness. Then we hear banging from the power plant.
Bless his future. Bless his children.
So remember how Ted was trying to live forever? He wanted to do this so he could lead the children of Zero Dawn, Elizabeth's children as he calls them, to be their guiding light, to grant them his wisdom, yada yada yada. Well, despite Dr. Somtau's successes, the gene therapy came with problems as well. Case in point, Dr. Somtau managed to stop Ted's cellular aging, but at the cost of multiple mutations, constantly appearing, each one needing to be treated individually, something Dr. Somtau struggled with. Now fast forward. The Somtaus are dead, leaving Ted all alone to deal with the mutations, which are propagating at a precipitous rate. Ted decided to lock himself away in the power plant, hoping that would calm down the mutations. As we can see, now we never actually get to see Ted's mutated form in the flesh, a creative decision that has drawn some criticism. While I too would have liked to have seen his final disgusting form purely for shock value, not showing him beyond a simple hologram allows the player's mind to go wild in imagining what he would look like. I mean, just look at that! It's at this point that the CEO and the Quen manage to get through the door. The CEO immediately demands to know where Pharaoh's secrets are before turning his focus on the door to the power plant. Despite Aloy's warnings, he storms on ahead, happy as a clam. Then he lays eyes on Pharaoh. More than a little unhappy at what he's seen, the CEO orders Ted's mass be reduced to ash. There's just one problem. Remember that little feature Ted had installed with regards to the geothermal plant? Basically, if he dies, the whole damn thing melts down, taking the bunker with it. How was never explained. My only hypothesis is that it's possibly down to an implant Ted had installed that sends out a signal to the power plant, but who the hell knows. The CEO doesn't stop to listen to Aloy's warning about this, then orders Aloy and Alva be killed, wanting no witnesses. So begins the climax of this quest as we fight our way out of the bunker, taking down the CEO's men as we go, while lava pours out of every possible opening and Thebes crumbles around us. We eventually catch up to the CEO back at the Great Chamber with Ted's statue. He nearly makes his escape, but is eventually cast down before he, in a wonderful bit of irony, is crushed by Ted's giant head. Hubris crushing hubris. From there we take out more of the CEO's goons before we reach the vestibule and make our final dash towards the exit. We then get an extended cutscene where Aloy and Alva barely make their escape, the way to Thebes sealed off forever. It's then we're confronted by Bohai and several Quen. When asked what happened, Aloy explains that they found something that will not just save the Quen homeland, but the entire world. When asked about the CEO, Alva lays the truth plain, then gives what she assumes to be the safe answer, that the CEO died helping them attain Thebes' secrets. Well...
I see. You must think I'm eminently stupid.
What? No.
The CEO was an entitled egotist who twisted our beliefs into a sickening, self-serving fantasy. And you expect me to believe he sacrificed himself for scraps of data? It's time for the truth, and it better be convincing. Otherwise, I'll simply order these soldiers to open fire.
Now, as minor as this scene is in the greater context of this part of the story, I absolutely love it. No longer having to bow to the whims of a madman, Bohai's character does a complete 180. It's a minor but effective use of the bait and switch technique, one that creates immediate tension made more palpable by what just transpired before. It also enriches subsequent runs. If you watch Bohai's mannerisms when the CEO's around, you can see that it's clear that he's putting on an act, just as terrified as the rest of the Quen of stepping on his toes. Now that the CEO's gone, he can drop the act and be himself, stern and, to a degree, iron-fisted, but not unreasonable, as we're about to see. With Quen arrows pointed at them, Aloy sets the record straight. The CEO was the cause of Thebes' destruction and ultimately died for it. On the flip side, they did find something that would heal the world and save the Quen if Aloy is allowed to take it and use it, even telling Bohai he can take credit for it when things start to get better if he just lets her go. Also, they can avoid a fight and even more death. Seeing the obvious personal benefits, Bohai agrees and even makes landfall open to her, but on the condition that Alva must go with her and report back on her efforts. He then orders the Quen to abandon Thebes and return to landfall, the bunker no longer important or valuable to them. Alva is giddy at the thought of getting to work more with Aloy, who contacts Varl back at the base to meet her at the ferry and escort her back. With that, they part ways and we're free to explore once more. The CEO's death has one tangible gameplay effect as it pertains to landfall. With him no longer in the picture, the Quen are more willing to talk with Aloy, opening the way to a handful of side quests, a couple of which, interestingly enough, aren't marked on the map but can be happened upon as you explore the ruins of San Francisco. Before we return to the base, I want to talk about San Francisco and the Isle of Mist itself for a moment and say it plain. I found it rather disappointing. For a region that was heavily advertised in the lead up to the game's release, from a narrative perspective it feels rather underutilized, a feeling made worse by its supposedly heightened significance in conversations with Alva back at the greenhouse or with your companions prior to heading there. There is so much importance attached to San Francisco as a location, particularly when it comes to the Quen ancestors, whom a few of the Zeniths are counted among, and yet it becomes an afterthought almost as quickly as it appears. As a visual spectacle, it's outstanding, its famous landmarks juxtaposed against the remnants of the war with the Feral Plague, but that isn't enough to hide the fact that its narrative potential isn't fulfilled. But enough about that. With a mega clearance in hand, we finally have everything we need to finally bring Hephaestus to heal, and perhaps finally save the world. Returning to the base, we're now ready to take on Hephaestus, with everyone else already making final preparations for the mission. Alva has also arrived, and it's here that we can ask her about the Quen, the ancestors, and for an unbiased and non-politicized take on what happened with the expedition prior to their arrival to landfall. One interesting tidbit that we can learn from Alva is with regards to Elizabeth's place in the legacy. Back at Thebes, the seal refers to Elizabeth as Ted's assistant. Old ones who made minor contributions or worked extensively under an ancestor are referred to as assistants. Given her work for FAS and Ted Farrell personally, Elizabeth has been given this title by the Quen. This is again thanks to the limitations of their old focuses being unable to read data past the 2050s. They don't know that Elizabeth left FAS and started her own company, Miriam Technologies, or that she was the mastermind behind Project Zero Dawn in Gaia. They don't know that she's undoubtedly the greatest human to have ever lived. They only know her as an assistant to that son of a bitch. When we're ready, we can head to Gaia and make ready to head for Gemini. Except there's a problem, because of course there fucking is. Hephaestus has accelerated its proliferation across the Cauldron network, increasing its power. While capturing Hephaestus is still more than possible, it means that doing so will take longer than previously anticipated. 35 hours instead of a few. Without Minerva to mask the signal as previously established, the longer they're out there, the greater the risk of being found out by the Zeniths. Not ideal by any stretch. Then Aloy gets an idea. Remembering that Gemini has 2 cores, she asks how much time would be saved if the merge was carried out by her and Beta, 2 clones of Elizabeth, both wielding Omega clearance. Running the numbers, Gaia calculates that such an action would reduce the merge to approximately 4.5 hours. Much better. Now we just need to convince Beta to come with us, since originally she was going to stay behind at the base. Aloy contacts Varl and asks him to do just that. While they wait for a response, Aloy and Gaia go over the plans for the diversion. Though final test remains, Gaia is confident that it should work, that the Zeniths will be confused by simultaneous surges.
Aloy, you better get down here. Beta's in bad shape.
Well, shit. Meeting him downstairs, Varl states rather plainly that Beta will not be moved, despite his best efforts, and that nothing will probably change that. Even still, they don't have a choice, and Aloy steps past him to speak with her. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the moment of truth, the moment where Aloy and Beta's strained relationship finally comes to a head. Despite her best efforts, Aloy is unable to convince Beta to go, still petrified at the thought of being taken away by the Zeniths. Aloy continues to try, but Beta furiously demands she leave her alone, leaving Aloy seething beneath the surface. What follows is the high point of not just this scene, but the entire arc of their relationship.
You're right. I don't understand. We have the same genes, the same mind, the same heart. So why can't you find the strength to do what has to be done? Like Elizabeth would. Don't you think I've thought about that? I don't know what piece of Elizabeth I'm missing. I don't know what you have that I don't. I look through all the data from your focus. You were raised as an outcast, shunned, and isolated just like me, so what's the difference? What's my defect? Beta, you don't have a defect. Beta, look, it's not a piece of Elizabeth. The difference is, I had him. Frost. He raised you, trained you, but he was never warm or loving. The day he died, the day he gave you that charm, he was going to abandon you. He wanted me to embrace the tribe. But then he gave his life for mine. He loved me in his own way. And that was enough. What did it feel like? It was like having the strength that was always there. It's still there. Even now I hear him in my head when things get bad. But it looks impossible. Look deeper. And then fight like you can win.
In a game full of amazing moments, this one stands head and shoulders above the rest, both in its presentation, along with the emotional weight and impact it carries, with only one other scene coming close, though for very different reasons. All that building tension, which began all the way back early in Chapter 3 after we brought back Poseidon, is finally released in a way that is both meaningful and powerful. We see substantial growth in both of them. Aloy, in a moment of vulnerability, realizing that she was wrong to hold Beta to such a high standard, one that she later admits she probably shouldn't be holding herself to as well. And Beta, finding the inner strength she lacked for so long. She may never be the huntress Aloy is, time will tell on that, but that's besides the point. What follows is a complete 180 in her personality, one that carries through the rest of the game, a breath of fresh air after all her earlier pessimism and fatalism. Beta agrees to go to Gemini, even after Aloy states that she doesn't need to, that they'll find another way. She just has one condition. Should the Zeniths find them,
I don't want to be their slave again. Do you understand?
safe to say I think we all know what she means. I could go on and on about this scene, but I think it speaks for itself far better than I ever could. While far from the best example, it's a textbook use of the plant and payoff technique, one that, according to Guerrilla's writers, would have ruined the entire arc of their relationship, and probably the entire story had it failed to resonate as intended. What we do need to talk about, or rather who, is Rost. For a character with a limited amount of screen time across the series thus far, he maintains a prominent presence throughout. This is of course for obvious reasons, but as it pertains to this scene, it's here that Aloy comes to another realization. That Rost has had a greater influence on who she is than she previously realized, perhaps more than Elizabeth has. That's not to suddenly diminish Elizabeth's importance, that would be flat out ridiculous, but it goes to show how important he continues to be in Aloy's development as a character. Back in Chapter 3, when Varl confronts Aloy about him, she's quick to push the subject aside, before insisting later that, while she does think about him, she can't let it distract her from the mission, when in truth it's simply because his death remains a painful memory, one that understandably she'd rather not think about. Fast forward to now, and we can again broach the subject with Varl after speaking to Beta, where Aloy reveals another element. That she felt thinking of Rost was holding her back, given his strict adherence to Nora tradition, something that she has and continues to chafe against. Yet it's in this moment with Beta that she realizes the magnitude of Rost's influence on her, coupled with the feeling that she has taken it all for granted up until now. Nearly all of Rost's teachings and training were drenched in his stalwart adherence to Nora traditions and ideals, but drilling it into Aloy, while something he certainly tried, wasn't the ultimate goal, but that of survival, skill with the bow and spear, incredible feats of strength and agility, and just being an all-round good person. Given the course of events, he's done more than succeed, and it's that aspect that Aloy has finally come to realize here. There's one more aspect of this scene that I want to touch on before we move on. While subtle, it has a tangible effect on certain conversations. If you remember before when we discussed the nature of conversations between Aloy and Beta prior to this point, Beta is very meek, closed off, and anxious. Now, after this point, Beta is far more confident, forthright, and courageous, spunky being the word that's often been thrown around by Guerrilla's writers when describing Beta's transformation. We get a whole new set of dialogue, something I applaud, for it shows the writers had the forethought to consider this and make these sorts of adjustments. It also has an effect on conversations out in the open world, where the matter of Aloy's sisterhood is brought up. They're incredibly minor, but again, the fact that such a minor change was taken into account as it pertains to the rest of the open world is something worth applauding in my opinion. With this done, the moment of truth has arrived. After speaking to our companions and making any final gear upgrades we wish, we go to see Gaia, where Aloy gives the call for everyone to make ready and head out. From there, everyone sets off before splitting up to their assignments. Erend, Katalo, Alva, and Zoe heading for their cauldrons, while Aloy, Beta, Varl, and Gaia head for Gemini. After a quick cut to black, we're taken inside the cauldron as they make final preparations, culminating with Gaia being installed to one of the cores, ready to connect to the cauldron network. Aloy contacts the others, who fired off their pulse generators, giving final instructions before approaching the second core. Her and Beta initiate a mega clearance through which Gaia begins the containment process. Hephaestus, as expected, is less than pleased and begins throwing countermeasures at the trio. Despite their efforts, it manages to escape containment before activating autonomous defenses.
That means machines are on their way. Get ready!
Here they come!
Once the machines are taken care of, Aloy immediately sets off after Hephaestus, while Beta gets straight to repairing the damaged core, with Varl to protect her. As we begin traversing the cauldron, we come across a huge production chamber that's drawing massive amounts of energy, with signs that Hephaestus is up to no good. Unable to get to it for the time being, we press deeper into the cauldron, following a floating conga line of metal carriers. This path quickly splits in two, each leading to separate chambers where Aloy must override nodes to force Hephaestus out of hiding. These can be completed in whichever order you choose and will be protected by a litany of machines, including Apex variants. After the first node is completed, Hephaestus will activate some environmental obstacles that Aloy will need to avoid, while her and Beta problem solve the cracked core via focus. Once the nodes are overridden, Beta will register a massive power surge from the production chamber we passed through earlier, Aloy deducing that the machine it was building is now complete. It's in this chamber that we come face to face with it. Say hello to the Slaughter Spine, Hephaestus' last roll of the dice, because Thunderjaws, Tremortusk, and Stormbirds weren't bad enough in the Mega Massive Machine department. This could be the first time you'll ever face one, turning this boss battle into quite the learning experience, with it making ample use of plasma attacks, often as AoEs, and crushing melee attacks should you get too close. Once you take the big bastard down, Hephaestus has nowhere left to hide. You override one final node, forcing it back to the core. From there, we can return to Beta and Varl via a sort of stairway, Aloy voicing her gratitude to the both of them. And it's at this point you might start feeling some dread, or at least some apprehensive doubt creeping into your mind. Despite making it far from easy for us, capturing Hephaestus feels far from being the end of things, and clambering these steps and returning to the core, you'll get a feeling that it isn't quite over, that something is about to go very, very wrong, even if they, Aloy, Beta, and Varl, don't know that or feel the same way. The next 2 minutes or so reinforce this last point. Gaia establishes her link with Hephaestus, while Aloy and Beta manually excise Hephaestus' malicious code. This is quite a cool part, with Aloy learning from Beta this time around, a minor but crucial bit of development in their relationship. When it's all said and done and the malicious code has been excised, Beta pulls something from the core, a gift for Aloy. More on that later because...
Well, hello, redundant copy.
See, I told you something was gonna go wrong. The Zeniths at the 11th hour burst into the cauldron as if they've been waiting for this exact moment the whole time. I usually dislike narrative beats like this as it can sometimes come off as a way of creating forced tension. This initial moment definitely bears that trait, though I must be fair and point out that there is an explanation for this sudden appearance, though it doesn't come up here in this scene. Gerard shoots Aloy with his plasma arm gun thing, which doesn't kill her, only knocking the wind out of her since she's got level 100 plot armor. Eric then heads down to grab Beta, with Varl valiantly keeping his word to defend her. He appears to stop Eric initially, but of course he doesn't. It's at this point Varl draws his spear and tells Beta to get behind him. Despite his efforts, Varl is unable to punch through his shield. Eric then picks him up by his neck, lets him dangle helplessly for a moment, then... There is much I'd like to say about Varl and his death, but we're gonna save it for a later scene where it's brought into sharper and more poignant perspective, and also because shit happens so goddamn fast here. Eric grabs Beta and flies away. Aloy attempts to keep her word and kill Beta before she's taken away, but can't bring herself to do it, and Gerard orders Tilda to grab Gaia and all the sub-functions. Except Tilda approaches Aloy, lets out a burst of white light that blinds everyone before the screen fades to black.
Beta.
When we return, we find Aloy in some sort of bedroom, having been rendered unconscious for an undetermined amount of time. After taking a moment to gather herself, no easy task given what's just happened, we're greeted by a somewhat familiar voice via focus.
Where am I?
Ah, you're awake.
Tilda has taken us somewhere, though where exactly isn't clear as of yet. She informs Aloy that Beta is alive, albeit not where she wants to be, and that they need to discuss how to get her back, inviting her upstairs for some breakfast. Following the hallways from our room, we come upon a large chamber, akin to what you'd find in a museum, full of paintings. But not just any paintings. These are paintings taken from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, including the Night Watch by Rembrandt or the Gust by Willem van de Velde. There are also some statues and other artifacts, Adam van Vianen's lidded ewer among them. They're all in Tilda's possession due to the Rijksmuseum giving them to her for safekeeping, before the feral plague swept across Europe. Tilda then locked them away in this vault prior to launching off for Sirius, safe from the end of the world. Tilda invites Aloy to look at the paintings, curious to hear what she thinks. Given all that's just happened, Aloy is less than thrilled by this suggestion. Given this, you may follow this line of thought and skip the paintings, and would be justified in doing so. That said, I strongly encourage you to give them a gander as we gain quite a bit of insight into Tilda's character, with much of what she says coming back later in interesting ways, as well as some funny lines of questioning from Aloy.
Aren't Celine and Endymion cold?
Perhaps we should move on to another piece. Shall we move on?
Upon exiting the vault, we finally come face to face with Tilda. With breakfast. Aloy immediately asks how it is that the Zeniths knew where they were, as well as what happened after Aloy was rendered unconscious. It's here that we get the explanation I mentioned earlier about their sudden appearance at Gemini. Simply put, they knew that they would eventually need Hephaestus and thus kept a close eye on it. Though it's not mentioned here, but in a later scene, once Gaia had trapped Hephaestus, they were able to pinpoint their location. I do have to wonder how it is that they were able to keep track of Hephaestus without a working copy of Gaia. It's how we've been able to keep track of it, and Beta took their copy when she fled from them, so unless they got some crazy tech that can do that as well, they in theory shouldn't have been able to, but I digress. Tilda invites Aloy out onto a nearby balcony. She's very insistent about having breakfast, where she has a table and chairs neatly set up. It's here that Aloy, remembering what Beta had told her earlier, recognizes where they are. Tilda's house, which she recreated in the data channel her and Beta shared. Despite Tilda's friendly and welcoming demeanor, Aloy's less than thrilled at the prospect of having a chat with the Zenith, not least due to very recent events. She asks point blank what compelled Tilda to turn on her supposed friends, to which Tilda conjures an interesting little device. Remember how Aloy crushed her old Focus back at the Proving Lab? After her escape, Eric and Gerard assumed she was dead, but Tilda wasn't so sure and returned to the lab later. There she found the remains of her old Focus, repaired it, and gained access to all of her memories. While she admits to invading Aloy's privacy, she considered it essential to understand Aloy and her mission. Inspired by what she saw, she decided to help her succeed, to rebuild the biosphere and fulfill Elizabeth's dream. What happened at Gemini was her moment to launch her personal rebellion against Gerard and the others. Great, we have a Zenith on our side. But there's a problem. Two, in fact. First off, Beta, Gaia, and all the sub-functions, including their original copy of the Apollo database, are now in the clutches of the other Zeniths under lock and key at their base, which itself is located on an island far to the southwest, protected by an impenetrable shield that stretches across said island. You may have already seen this island during a particular side quest that takes you to this furthest southwest corner prior to Gemini. While searching for some missing Tenakth in a region called the Valley of the Fallen, you disable machine lures that the Zenith set up to draw machines in to defend the approach, with the island and the base itself clearly visible from certain vantages. You can even see the shield as well, though YouTube's compression may make it difficult to spot here. The second problem are those goddamn shields that render the Zeniths invincible, but Tilda knows of a solution thanks to a certain friend of Aloy's, Silence. Remember, he was the one who developed the weapon that destroyed that one Zenith shields back at Ninmah when we first rescued Beta. It's here that we're going to severely segue for a moment because I've delayed long enough in discussing the crotchety prick's connection to Regalla and her rebels, as well as where the Oseram Sons of Prometheus fit into the equation. We already know Silence wants the same thing as Aloy, though to what ends is not. Through means that are still unknown to us, Silence developed the weapon that destroys Zenith's shields, though as far as we know, despite working, it's still very much at the prototype phase. Even with this kind of weapon, Silence is only one man. He was in need of an army and found it in Regalla's rebellion, which was languishing in the wilds after her disgrace by Hekarro. However, learning from his past experience in dealing with Hades and the Eclipse, Silence dared not become directly involved and sought a proxy. He found his proxy in Asera, an Oseram woman once allied to Dervahl, who you might remember murdered Aaron's sister Ursa, then tried to murder Avad and destroy Meridian before being stopped by Aloy. Asera managed to escape but was soon tracked down by Silence, who brokered an agreement. In return for override tech, she would form the Sons of Prometheus, then help Regalla raise an army to depose Hekarro, before turning the entire Tenakth tribe on the Zenith to finally aid Silence in taking Gaia and her subfunctions. Meanwhile, Silence himself would be controlling things from the background, with Regalla blissfully unaware as to who she was truly aiding or being aided by. Again, in return for his aid, once she gained command of all Tenakth, Regalla would just need to march the entire tribe against the Zeniths, aided by the Suns and their machines. Unfortunately, and I doubt it would take a genius to see this outcome, they'll be slaughtered by the Zeniths and their specters. This of course doesn't bother Silence one bit, who only needs their assault to last long enough to sneak inside, kill Gerard and the other Zeniths with his fancy weapon, then take Gaia and her sub-functions and ride off into the sunset. With all that in mind, having learned all that from hacking the Sun's focuses, Tilda has already devised a plan, which in turn solves our first problem, the shield around the base. There's a passage on and off the island, one she claims she only knows about. Put simply, while Silence and his army battles the other Zeniths, they'll sneak onto the island, rescue Beta and Gaia, and get out, without anyone being the wiser. From this point, a slew of conversation options open up for us, on a variety of topics. Most build off already established plot points. Aloy's old focus, the Zenith plans for Earth, Silence's plans, Tilda's relationship with Beta, and how she joined Far Zenith and learned how horrible they all were. We also learned some about Tilda's life on Earth prior to launching for Sirius. That she was an orphan, shunned by her peers, all due to circumstances out of her control, a vague attempt to ingratiate herself with Aloy by way of direct comparison, which has the opposite effect, and how she became an information dealer, think in essence the shadow broker from Mass Effect. Arguably the most important conversation path we can follow, however, is the one regarding Tilda's relationship with Elizabeth, something that may have been gnawing at the back of your mind since that data point back in the Proving Lab. In short, Tilda didn't quite know Elizabeth, despite the two once being close friends. As Tilda so aptly puts it, Elizabeth always kept a part of herself locked away. She was also rather uncomfortable with her admirers. Not unlike a certain someone we know, huh? Conversely, according to Tilda, she was always one step ahead, even knowing who Tilda was before she had even properly introduced herself, which shocked Tilda since, due to being an information broker, she took great pains to maintain her anonymity. Tilda saw this aspect of Elizabeth, her knowing more about people than they knew about her, to be a metaphor for their friendship. It's also an aspect that Aloy knows rather well, case in point, the dream she had at the beginning of the game. Returning to the matter at hand, Aloy is less than thrilled by Tilda's plan, since it would mean, regardless, the Tenakth would still be wiped out. Tilda is insistent that there's no other way though, and I must note she's far from choked up at the thought of an entire tribe being put to the sword. She then piggybacks off this by invoking the memory of Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes a few must die to save the many. Taking a moment to think, Aloy invokes Rost's memory, then gets an idea. She asks about the data channel and tells Tilda to open it, so that she can speak to Beta. Tilda doesn't want to, saying they'll be detected, but Aloy straight up gives her no other option. And so the data channel is opened and we find Beta as the Zenith's haver, up to the grueling task of manually merging Hephaestus, punishing her if she resists the work. Once Aloy makes contact, Beta casts an extra projection of herself. Aloy promises to come after her, asking that she hold on a little while longer and continue the merge. We then cut away to Tilda's position, watching Aloy and Beta from the balcony. However, we can't actually hear them. There's a couple reasons for this, one that we'll get into later, the other simply being that it's setting up a particular event that happens during the final quest, one that everyone, not just Tilda, is kept in the dark about. With the conclusion of their conversation and closing the data channel, Tilda firmly asks what Aloy's plan is. Aloy is scant on details for the moment, saying only that she intends to force Silence and his weapon to the table by eliminating Regalla's army, thus remaining his only viable option to get inside the Zenith base. How does she plan to do that? We'll get there, but before that she has an important matter to take care of. Before she leaves, Tilda offers her some advice with regards to Regalla. The Horus machines have electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal, which are somehow still working after 1,000 years. Nevertheless, Tilda suggests dropping one of them from the air to give the rebels an almighty surprise. Tilda then disappears into her vault, telling Aloy that she'll come to her base if she brings Silence to the table, to which Aloy says,
"Not if. When."
Before setting off, Aloy contacts Aaron to see where everyone is at. Incredibly relieved and happy to hear from her, he informs her that they're all back at the base. From there we can head back, setting the stage for the final hours of this story. Returning to the base, we find it in an incredibly somber mood. Aaron and Zoe continuing to mourn Varl's passing, Kotallo in an agitated state, wanting to strike back, while Alva, still fairly new to the group, quietly sitting in an almost awkward silence, unsure of what to do or say. They then bicker amongst themselves for a moment on what to do next, which just goes to show just how rudderless they are without Aloy to guide them. Kotallo and Zoe want to fight, while Aaron and Alva proverbially open their arms wide and go, how? It's here that Aloy enters the conversation. Her and Zoe embrace before the latter asks what happened. Aloy explains how the Zeniths were able to find them, and that one of them turned on the others to save her. When pressed for a plan, she tells them that they're going to go get Beta and Gaia, but that they first need to take care of Regalla, using the gift Beta gave her. Kotallo informs her that Regalla is marching her army on the Grove in a final assault to overthrow Hekarro, and that he needs to be there. Aloy lets him leave, telling him to keep an eye on the sky. As Kotallo sets off, Aloy tells the others to make whatever preparations they need to, for the final showdown isn't far away. Before separating, everyone shares a word with Aloy, with Zoe asking to meet her outside the east exit before she departs. What comes when we meet with Zoe is for me personally the best scene in the entire game, though I'm not saying this because it's actually great, it's incredibly fucking sad, but for how well it's put together. For how well it's staged and written, and how it just manages to pull on your emotions. As you step out of the east exit and head towards a nearby cliff, where Zoe had begun planting a garden, we find Varl's grave. Before we sit down with Zoe, let's talk about Varl for a bit, chiefly about his place in the series narrative and his relationship with Aloy. If you recall from the Zero Dawn video prior to Forbidden West, I didn't like him as a character, for reasons I won't get into here, though my feelings towards him did eventually change dramatically. I went from dreading running into him to looking forward to seeing him. Sounds dramatic, I know, but that's exactly how I felt. Despite his limited screen time in Zero Dawn, Varl immediately stands out as a Nor who would rather do what is right than what is tradition. He sided with Aloy in breaking taboo against entering Old World ruins, he was the first Nor to offer his aid in defending Meridian from Hades in the Eclipse, and he also respected Aloy's wish to not be venerated and instructed his fellow Braves to do the same, as well as showing a desire to learn from Aloy about all she discovered in the All Mother Mountain. We also see he and Aloy's friendship grow from their first meeting right up until the moment of their triumph atop the Elite, with Aloy quickly seeing him as someone she could confide in and vice versa. There are a few instances that would also suggest that Varl was romantically interested in Aloy, instances that inevitably go nowhere, but I consider this to be an artifact of uncertainty as to the direction that they would go after Zero Dawn's unexpected success. It's simple but effective in establishing his place in the narrative, clearly defining who he is in the world and to Aloy. This is then exponentially expanded on in Forbidden West to great effect, as he makes his return inside the first 5 minutes instead of the first few hours like in Zero Dawn. Forbidden West has often been compared to Mass Effect 2, particularly in its narrative structure, but I think the same can be said in how it handles characters and their interactions. With that in mind, I dare to make the comparison that Varl is to Aloy what Garrus is to Shepard, a constant companion and best friend who never once falters in supporting the hero. In the game's early portions, he does everything within his power to help Aloy, despite her trying her damnedest to turn him away, to give him the slip. The launch facility, Meridian, Barren Light, multiple times Aloy tried to ditch him, and yet he always stuck around, refusing to give up on her, while simultaneously never once getting upset with her. He was there when Aloy was at her lowest point prior, badly wounded, perhaps even on the verge of death, following the Proving Lab, carrying her to Stone's Echo, then staying by her side as she healed. It was also here he first shows a willingness to challenge Aloy, being a voice of reason when Aloy clearly wasn't thinking straight. This willingness to confront Aloy comes up again when he brings up Rost, and while he doesn't push the subject, it allows for Aloy to broach the subject if we so choose, once again confirming how Aloy sees him. Someone with whom she can confide in, with whom she can share her doubts, misgivings, and worries with and not feel uncomfortable. He's a guiding light for Aloy, casting no judgment, only understanding. On top of his relationship with Aloy, we see his relationship with the other members of the crew grow, especially Erend and Beta, for whom he swears to defend with his life and ultimately sacrifices himself for. We also see him fall in love with Zoe and witness the relationship go from strength to strength as the story progresses. In a way, he serves as the foundation upon which Aloy and her band of heroes is formed and comes together as a group, with even Kotallo, the most reserved of the group outside of Beta, considering him a worthy friend. Even Beta will remark, when asked, that she could sense that Varl valued her more as a friend than a tool, which was how she was treated by the Zeniths. All this and more is brought into sharp focus when Aloy joins Zoe at his grave, and you immediately feel the weight of his loss, a weight that only grows heavier as the scene progresses. Zoe explains how they would come out there to tend to the garden, or just to get some fresh air, or watch the sunrise, thus why that spot was chosen. It also means he can always look out at Plainsong, and further east towards the Sacred Lands. Zoe continues by saying that Varl often spoke of his sister Vala, who used to tie golden flowers to her spear despite their mother's protestations. Despite some difficulty, Zoe managed to track down the flower and gathered its seeds. She then plants them just in front of his grave, in keeping with Utaru tradition. Every Utaru carries a pouch of seeds, given to them at birth. When they die, their seeds are planted so that new life may grow from their passing, which is an aspect of Utaru culture that I've come to really like. For Zoe to do this for Varl goes to show how much he meant to her, though this quickly becomes a footnote when compared to what comes next in this scene. Zoe begins to sing the same song she sang back when we first met her, though this time much more subdued, her sorrow barely contained, while Aloy simply listens and feels the words. It's then that Zoe drops an absolute bombshell on us.
I'm with child, Aloy.
I want you to think back for a minute to a moment in gaming or any form of storytelling that just broke you. That just left you sitting there, controller or keyboard and mouse in hand and going, damn. Often you try to continue on playing, but inevitably you stop, hit pause, and just dwell on what just happened, run over by a freight train of emotions. Often we feel this about the death of characters we come to know and love, or when we witness an event or scene so shocking, or when we reach the end of a story that has left an indelible mark on us. Varl's death was one of those moments, leaving me pacing around my room while Aloy stood in Tilda's vault, trying to comprehend what just happened, while also feeling a pang of guilt over my once vehement dislike for him, only for that to be trumped a little later by Zoe's revelation that she's pregnant with his child. Long story short, it broke me, and all I could mutter as I sat in my chair was, fuck. This moment caps off what I again consider to be the best scene in the entire game from an emotional standpoint, punctuated by Aloy's words right after Zoe's reveal, the picturesque setting, and the music. It all beautifully fits together, punctuated at the end by a promise.
Goodbye, Varl.
I promise to look after them.
It's now time to return to the base, which I might add sees a deliberate change in its musical theme. Instead of the multi-instrumental composition we usually hear, instead we have a lone violin, its melody perfectly matching the pervading, somber mood. In the base, we head to the fabrication terminal where we can install Beta's gift onto Aloy's spear. I won't say what it is just yet, but if you're actively watching what's on screen, then you won't need much explanation. With that done, it's time to set off and face Regalla, leaving the others behind to continue their preparations, though we'd be remiss to not have a word with them before we do. Leaving the base, we set off in search of a Sunwing, 3 of which have called the top of the mountain their home. Once we find them, we sneak up to one and override it. Then we mount it.
This is it! I'm in the air!
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Forbidden West's worst kept secret, flying mounts. I say worst kept secret because it was strongly hinted at during a cinematic trailer that Guerrilla dropped a week before release, before it was subsequently spoiled in an online publication. Prior to the latter spoiler, it was a matter of much discussion on online forums and comment sections. It's here that the hype is finally realized, when the story is already 3/4 of the way done. This has been the source of some criticism, with many asking why such an ability was held back for so long. I understand the criticisms from a gameplay perspective, though I'd argue that it would have diminished traversal via mounts or on foot, which I found to be quite enjoyable given the world's astounding beauty and interesting landmarks across its various biomes. But that's gameplay, and this is a video and channel dedicated to narratives and stories, so let me say this about flying mounts. There is no point prior to this that I can think of that including flying mounts would have fit in or worked narratively. I can only imagine the discussions going on in the writer's room trying to figure out where the hell flying mounts would fit in, since it's a moment that can't just be hand-waved into existence or force-fitted into any old story beat. Gaining this ability also opens up a slew of content, particularly a handful of side quests that require a flying mount to reach their objectives. If I have one criticism, it's only that we get the Sunwing to fly, when there are a few other flying machines that should, in theory, be available. But if given a choice between one flying mount or no flying at all, I'll gladly take the former and be happy that we even have the option. Now that we're airborne, Aloy contacts Tilda, who informs her that in order to activate the energy cells, we'll need to send out a pulse, using software she provides and by overriding a tall neck. Thankfully there's a tall neck along the way, one that up until now you won't have been able to override due to having no way up to its head. With that done, all we have to do now is pick up an energy cell, flying to a nearby Horus to do so. The pulse will also activate other energy cells across the game world, allowing for their use wherever we choose, and can be quite handy during a few side quests. Along the way, we can spot a column of Regalla's forces following a mountain path heading towards the grove. Once we have the energy cell, we kick our Sunwing into high gear and make a beeline straight for the grove, praying Hekarro and his forces can hold out. Arriving at the grove, we find exactly that, though only just. Hekarro's forces, led from the front by Dekka, on the verge of being broken, machines running around everywhere you look, while Regalla has gone ahead inside to take down the big man himself. Just as Dekka's about to be overwhelmed herself, Aloy drops the energy cell, which lets off an EMP blast, quickly disabling all of the machines. Witnessing this, and seeing Aloy flying in the sky, literally achieving the highest honor any Tenakth can hope for, flying on the wings of the Ten, the reinvigorated defenders push back against the rapidly demoralized rebel host. Aloy pushes into the grove, following a lone rebel who has gone to inform Regalla of what's just happened. We find Regalla cornering Hekarro, Kotallo, and Avira, their backs to the long drop into the arena. Just as Regalla demands Hekarro's submission, the lone rebel arrives and informs her of what's just happened outside. It's here that Aloy makes her entrance and challenges Regalla to a final duel, hopping down from her Sunwing to do so, a challenge Regalla readily accepts. Before we proceed with the duel, I have a nitpick here. Where the hell are the rest of the marshals? Kotallo and Avira are far from the only ones. There were at least 3 more Tenakth who were named marshal after Regalla's assault on the coal route. I'd understand if they were stationed elsewhere to lead the defense of the grove and Kotallo and Avira were chosen to be Hekarro's personal guard, but given the defenders were on the ropes when Aloy arrives, I find it rather strange that they wouldn't have fallen back to defend their chief, the man they've sworn to serve and defend until death. Again, it's possible that they're tied up elsewhere and now perhaps leading the counterattack. It's also possible they're all dead. Granted, the only marshals we ever see post-embassy are Kotallo and Avira, so their greater presence makes sense, but to go from several marshals to just 2 without explanation is a tad bit strange. Regalla begins the duel in earnest. Oh look, Aloy can actually fucking block, take note Gorilla, and shoves Aloy down to a lower level of the arena where we regain control and begin to fight back. The duel has a little bit of everything. Melee combat, then ranged combat, before culminating on the floor of the arena itself. Regalla will make use of every possible trick she has, of every weapon in her arsenal, and will make ample use of plasma, both in melee and at range. This will force you to constantly juggle between both melee and ranged yourself, and Regalla will gladly punish you for any mistakes you make, all while taunting you. This in essence is what the fight against Helis at the end of Zero Dawn should have been. Multi-staged with both you and your opponent making use of different strategies and tactics. Regalla does not fight cleanly, and nor should you. Point of fact, given everything she's done up to this point, she doesn't exactly deserve fair treatment, and thus you should make full use of your available weapons and abilities. Despite saying back in Chapter 1 that melee combat is still on the simpler side, there's now enough complexity to make these one-on-one encounters in Forbidden West far better than their Zero Dawn counterparts. Unfortunately, there aren't many in the game. The fights against the Pitmasters aren't all that complex, save for maybe one, and that one is almost strictly melee focused and carries no stakes. There is still one more encounter like this, but it won't be until closer to the very end of the story, and while it's satisfying narratively, gameplay-wise it vastly pales in comparison to the fight here. Once you finally defeat her, Regalla falls to her knees in submission, continuing to spout off as Aloy stands over her. Kotallo and Avira surround her, while Aloy and Hekarro step aside. Per Tenakth tradition, Aloy, as her challenger, must be the one to decide Regalla's fate, though Hekarro isn't exactly vague about what he feels is best. Aloy agrees that she's dangerous, but it just might be what she needs. It's here that we're presented with a choice: order Regalla's execution, or spare her and recruit her for the final assault on the Zeniths, where her rage can be put to better use. Before we dig into this, let it be known that this choice has zero effect on the ending because, spoiler alert, even if you spare her, she dies in the final mission anyways. It's presented as a flashpoint, though there's only 2 real choices instead of the usual 3. The middle option, or insight, leads to Aloy simply weighing up her options as well as hearing some other opinions. Ordering her death gets about as simple as it gets. Regalla rises to her feet and is about to start spouting off again until a furious Kotallo rushes in and drives his spear through her, finally able to claim vengeance for the loss of his fellow marshals back at the embassy and for his arm. In sparing her, Aloy offers Regalla the chance to face off against the Zeniths, which she paints as an enemy far more powerful than she could ever imagine. Seeing this as a chance at a better death, Regalla accepts, and Aloy sends her on her way back to the base, despite Kotallo's protestations against sending her alone. On whether or not she deserves mercy, I don't think there's much of a debate here given her actions throughout the story. We'll discuss it more in detail when we meet with her back at the base, but for now, let's just say she says little that suggests that she warrants any sort of chance at redemption. As we wrap this conflict up, a messenger arrives, informing us that there's something in the throne room that both Hekarro and Aloy need to see. A son of Prometheus has been captured, bearing a message for Aloy and Aloy alone, handing her a focus. Knowing exactly who it's from, Aloy asks for privacy, to which Hekarro orders the room cleared. Before he goes, he offers Aloy his support, which Aloy declines, instead telling Hekarro to make good on the opportunity he now has to build the future he dreamed of. Not willing to let Aloy go empty-handed, Hekarro offers her a gift, the matter of which depends on Regalla's fate. Kill her and you get her bow. Spare her and you get a set of armor. Once Hekarro leaves and she checks to make sure she's alone, Aloy connects to the focus given to her and is contacted by a less than pleased Silence.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Aloy lays it out plain to Silence. If he wants to defeat the Zeniths and gain access to their copy of the Apollo database, he's gonna have to dance her jig and meet face to face. She doesn't even give him a choice and cuts off the conversation before he has a chance to reply. For such a short scene, it signifies a massive shift in Aloy's arc. After constantly being stuck chasing him, perpetually one step behind ever since the end of Zero Dawn, she's finally caught up to him, and not only that, but beaten him at his own game. She's got him backed into a corner, with no other choice but to play along with her game. Silence still maintains his self-righteous demeanor in this scene, something that continues back at the base, but in this scene you can see that he doesn't quite believe, or want to believe, that he's been outsmarted by Aloy, who he had routinely mocked throughout for her inability to keep up with him. Alas, here be Aloy outsmarting him, and perhaps causing a paradigm shift in their relationship. With that concluded, Aloy contacts Tilda to give her the good news, before setting off herself back to the base. Before we go, we can converse with some of the celebrating Tenakth from the main story and side quests, including some interesting surprises. Once we're satisfied, we can begin to make our way back and begin our final preparations for the coming final clash. Upon returning to the base, we're immediately greeted by Erend, who tells us that Silence has arrived and is waiting in her room. Lo and behold, there he is with his weapon. The two share some words, ending with Aloy threatening to kill Silence should he pull any more bullshit. It's at this point that Tilda arrives, much to Silence's shock and surprise. The two immediately hit it off like best friends and... damn, who am I kidding? They're immediately antagonistic with one another, though their verbal spar is brought to a quick end by Aloy, who knows that much depends on them not killing one another. She instructs them to see Erend about room arrangements. Silence will end up in the same laboratory that you find the fabrication terminal and workbench. Tilda takes up residence in a lab originally intended to oversee the facility's massive seed banks. From there we can go straight to the control room to go over the plan with everyone, though we're under no obligation to do so, and we can instead either speak to our companions and new guests, or complete any side quests and activities we wish. That said, Forbidden West does not have a hard ending, and they will be waiting for you to complete once you finish the main story. This goes for companion quests as well, which I now realize I haven't gone over this entire video, so allow me to go over them now as briefly as possible. Zoe's quest involves looking for a way to heal the plains around Plainsong of the Red Blight, which involves installing reboot codes altered by data from Grimhorn control cores. After retrieving the cores and waiting for them to be altered, we go and manually install them on a handful of land gods that have gone astray, while Zoe takes care of those still in and around Plainsong. The end result is the land gods going through a reboot sequence all around Plainsong, which involves them singing, which the Utaru instinctively join in on. This quest has a tangible effect on the game world. Come back later, and the fields around Plainsong will be a sea of green, no longer corrupted by the Blight, the Utaru now far more optimistic about their future prospects. Katalos involves building him a new mechanical arm to replace the one he lost, using data provided by Gaia. The first phase takes us back to the Ninmah facility, the same one we found Beta in, to look for parts and materials to construct said arm. This search is interrupted midway through by two specters the Zeniths have watching over the place before Aloy dives deeper into the facility and finds what Katalo needs. After some time, Katalo will have completed the arm and wishes to test it. For this we head into the Valley of the Sky Clan, where we take on a Scorcher that has been killing people up and down the valley. Once the Scorcher is defeated, Katalo quite literally rips the machine's heart out as a trophy. He then takes off his new arm, stating that he will only use it when needed, having come to terms with the fact that missing an arm is a part of who he is now. Alva's quest is the most interesting in terms of lore. She asks Aloy's help in searching for data on Leviathan, an old world system that once controlled flooding in the Great Delta, the heart of the Quen Empire. After speaking to a fellow diviner named Narik, they follow a trail of data that leads to the top of one of the taller towers in San Francisco, where Alva finds the data she needs. Along the way you'll fight a Slitherfang, as well as encounter some Glinthawks, though most of this quest is an extended platforming sequence up the tower. During this quest you'll learn about another of the Quen ancestors, a woman named Eileen Sasaki, Leviathan's benefactor who had previously covered up a failed precursor project that killed hundreds on her father's orders. She then overthrew him as CEO of their company with the sole objective of being and doing better than before. With this quest we get a deeper exploration of the Quen ancestors, further proving that they were far from the benevolent benefactors the Quen believe, but not entirely without virtue. Erend's is the most peculiar, for it's not really a quest, but the climax of the rebel camps. As mentioned earlier in Chapter 3, these camps are where you learn about the Sons of Prometheus' alliance with Regala, as well as about their leader Asera. They can even lead to a mid-game chit-chat with Silence via Focus if you haven't brought him to your base yet. Aloy will eventually speak to Erend about this, who will further add that Asera worked for Dervahl and had a hand in his sister's death in Zero Dawn. Erend will then go out on his own, independent of Aloy, searching for information as well. Once you've completed the 5th rebel camp, you learn of their secret hideout, a place called First Forge. Returning to Erend, he'll reveal that he had snagged some data from a Sun operative which contains First Forge's location. Passing the coordinates to Aloy, he then insists on coming, since Asera is the last of Ursa's killers, which Aloy agrees to. They meet just outside First Forge, and after getting in via unconventional means, they begin their search for Asera. After clearing out all the Oseram and Tenakth rebels, you pass through a door that is in fact a trap set by Asera, who then leads you on a chase through a cave network littered with yet more traps. The chase ends on a mountain plateau, where Asera unleashes 2 Clawstars to go with more traps, along with her firing down from a higher vantage point. After a prolonged bout, you kill Asera, bringing an end, in theory, to the Sons of Prometheus, though the remnants remain active, as evidenced by the Oseram we meet after defeating Regala. Erend returns to the base afterwards, hopeful that the last of his sister's killers have finally been taken care of.
By the forge, I could use a drink.
And there you have it, the companion side quests in Forbidden West. Along with the many interactions throughout the main story, they show a vast improvement in how Guerrilla handles companions and their stories, along with not forcing them into the main story as they did in Zero Dawn. When we're ready, we can gather everyone in the control room to go over the plan. Tilda pulls up images of the Zenith base, saying that they'll need to reach the top of the launch tower to get Beta and Gaia. They go over the finer points of the mission, with Aloy and Tilda continuing to keep Silence in the dark. They then agree to meet at a spot on the coast, just across from the island, where Tilda will show them the way in. After some final words from Aloy, the rest of the crew disperses to continue final preparations, though not before Aloy has a word with Kotallo and Alva. Once the others are gone, Aloy gives them important instructions based on information she learned from Beta back at Tilda's mansion. Once they're on the island, they'll need to split off and head to something called a regulator and destroy it with explosives. This will help stop the Spectres. Once that's done, Alva will need to infiltrate the Zenith network and start pulling any and all important information on the Zeniths. As Aloy puts it, anything that Tilda isn't telling them, because it's plainly obvious she isn't telling the whole truth. From here we can head straight to the rendezvous point, or we can, once again, speak to our companions and guests, or return to the open world. While I think we can all appreciate the freedom of choice here, it presents a bit of a problem, one that's eerily similar to a particular moment towards the end of Zero Dawn. In the last game, after Silence rescues her from the Sun Ring in Sunfall, Aloy states she needs to go save the Nora from being annihilated by the Eclipse. There is a great amount of urgency in this, and yet we can blissfully go about doing whatever the hell we want before we go and do this. It has no effect on the story, it'll wait for you to arrive before triggering progression, but it's where the game's pacing suffers and calls into question player agency versus player freedom. It can be argued that the same thing happens here just before you head off for the final mission. Speaking to people in the base makes sense, as it can be seen as Aloy checking in with everyone before the big game. Going out and doing side quests, exploring ruins, or fighting in melee pits, however, doesn't, and it's here, along with the extended tutorial/introduction, that the story's pacing and urgency suffers a bit. We have no idea just how far along the Zeniths are in merging Hephaestus with Gaia and launching their evil grand plan, and yet the game allows us, as in Zero Dawn, to go and do whatever we want before we trigger the final showdown. Guerrilla could have been clever with this. We see in the data channel earlier that Beta is being put under an immense amount of strain. The severity of this could have been dependent on how long we waited to go rescue her, subsequently affecting Beta's overall condition when we find her. It could have been similar to how Mass Effect 2 handles the fate of your kidnapped crew if you delay launching the suicide mission, with the crew all saved if you go right away, or being turned into Collector Jelly if you don't and complete other side missions first, with Legion's loyalty mission being the exception to the rule. There are many final conversations you can have in the base before setting off, including finally having a drink with Erend, but I want to highlight what I would consider to be the three most important conversations you can have here: Silence, Tilda, and Regalla if you choose to spare her. Let's start with Regalla, as it's here that we get her side of the story regarding her rebellion, plus a few more details that Akaro glossed over earlier. Her beef with the Karja, to put it lightly, stems from the Red Raids. She's of the Desert Clan, who are at the forefront of the Tenakth defense and thus suffered the most from the Karja's westward advance. Her three brothers were among the first to intercept them. Captured by the Karja, they were strung up and burned alive as a warning, Regalla only finding them by the sounds of their screams. Regalla wanted not just vengeance, but devastation. In other words, the genocide of the Karja. But Akaro, knowing that total war with the Karja would have yielded nothing but more suffering, pulled the clans back after driving the Karja from Barren Light and the Daunt. At first Regalla stood by him, though greatly rankled by Fashav, a Karja invader, being made a marshal. Then came the overtures of peace from Avad, coming in the form of a sun priest sent to treat with the Tenakth. Akaro accepted the Karja offer of peace, as well as the regular embassies outside of Barren Light. Furious that her chieftain would treat with the enemy, Regalla challenged Akaro, a challenge she lost. Akaro spared her, but instead of just taking the L and carrying on with her life in exile, Regalla vowed to never rest until she repaid Akaro in kind, by forcing him onto his knees and giving him the death he denied her. This was to be achieved with her army of like-minded Tenakth and overridden machines, making her return and launching her war the same day Aloy and Varl stepped through the gates of Barren Light. Now, while her motives are understandable, Regalla elicits zero sympathy from me. She's driven by nothing more than a ravenous bloodlust and unceasing rage that nothing can seemingly quell, something that ironically puts off most other Tenakth, a tribe once driven by constant war prior to Hakaro's ascendancy. She doubles down on this when she states that defeating the Zenith would have been only the first of her victories as chieftain, and that she would have led the Tenakth on a rampage across Karja lands and perhaps beyond. She calls peace merely a pause between vendettas and scoffs at the notion that Aloy's intervention in stopping her saved hundreds of Tenakth lives from certain death at the hands of the Zeniths, never mind thousands more if Regalla somehow succeeded and was able to go on a rampage. She's certifiably insane, more so because she had no idea who was truly behind it all and pulling the strings, and didn't care one whit about it, only caring about satisfying her imagined debt with Akaro. Speaking of the one pulling the strings, let's divert our attention to Silence and put him in the spotlight, since he spent the vast majority of the story behind the scenes out of the public eye. Much has been said about his lack of visible presence in Forbidden West, mostly in the negative, since he's become such a fan favorite. This is mostly down to how brilliantly he's written, along with Lance Reddick's outstanding performance, conjuring a desire to see more of him, despite the fact that he's an objectively horrible person, especially in this game, stirring up yet another tribal civil war in his obsessive and selfish pursuit of knowledge. His lack of a visible presence is, I believe, deliberate. It gives whatever scenes he's actually in far more weight and importance, and you'll pay closer attention to what he has to say. This is aided by the fact that much of what he does say is often profound and thought-provoking, even if half the time it's highly ambiguous, in keeping with his secretive nature. It's a brave choice with a popular character, one that succeeds far more than it fails, though I have to wonder to what degree. It's a sharp reversal from his near constant, albeit distant presence in Zero Dawn, where he was practically a passenger throughout Aloy's journey. Given how things are shaping up for the almost certain third game, as well as the DLC, I imagine we'll be seeing, or at least hearing, a lot more of him. As for this conversation itself, it doesn't go over anything particularly new, mostly covering topics we'll have already discussed with others a few times. Regala, Acera and the Sons, Silent's plan to have Aloy taken out of the equation at the Hades Proving Lab despite not knowing Beta's existence, and him remaining tight-lipped on his special weapon. The most interesting conversation path here is that regarding the Quen. Aloy seems puzzled that Silence, being an erudite and a bit of a technophile, wouldn't be interested in learning about a tribe shaped by the discovery of focuses. To that, Silence says this.
More about them?
No. They stumbled upon the greatest technological artifact from the ancient world, and what did they do with it? They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in mysticism and taboo, creating a pantheon out of corporate shills.
Despite my distaste for Silence, I couldn't agree more with his assessment of the Quen, even if it is failing to take into account certain contextual details. This conversation path evolves into Aloy discussing her foray into Thebes, piquing Silence's interest. As for Ted Faro, Silence in a roundabout way suggests that he would have tortured Ted, or what was left of him, as a long overdue punishment for wiping out collective human knowledge, and while I would never condone torture in 99.9% of cases, I'd say that Ted Faro would have been more than deserving of it. The conversation ends with Aloy asking Silence to pretty much stay away from Tilda, at which point Silence asks if she knows who she's really dealing with, saying that they may share a common goal now, but that she should watch for the moment their paths diverge. As one might expect, Silence knows more than he's letting on, but isn't very forthcoming. Instead, he says that he just has a feeling about Tilda, which prompts a great response from Aloy.
Oh, a feeling? You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
At least we can now talk about Tilda. More specifically, we can talk more about her relationship with Elizabeth and how it affects Aloy in this game, as well as how it could affect her as the series progresses. By now, based on the data point we found in the Hades Proving Lab and on what Tilda said back at her house, you may have already determined that Tilda and Elizabeth were more than just friends. This conversation proves it when Aloy pops the question of her own volition and Tilda does indeed confirm that she and Elizabeth were in a romantic relationship for some time. According to Tilda, the relationship was born out of both of them being alone in the world and that they each filled a void for one another. This seemed to last for a few years, but as time passed, Elizabeth seemed to want less when Tilda wanted more. Elizabeth also, as previously mentioned, had a hard time opening up to people, keeping everyone, including Tilda, at arm's length, refusing to share her burdens. As a result, they ended things. Tilda has since been living with regret over how it all ended, along with leaving Elizabeth behind as the feral plague devoured the planet. In fact, the last time they ever spoke to one another was that data point we found in the Proving Lab, a particularly nasty conversation. For Tilda, helping Aloy is, in her mind, a second chance of sorts. Now, it must be said that this is only one side of the conversation. We obviously don't have Elizabeth around to give her take on things. We can, however, glean some of it from that aforementioned data point, more specifically at the end after Elizabeth cut off Tilda. It would suggest that Elizabeth also regretted how things ended with Tilda, something that Aloy tells her, which gives Tilda some amount of closure. Of course, this isn't definitive, and it could be seen as a slight leap of judgment by Aloy, but it isn't illogical based on the information we do have. It also gives, with the power of hindsight, the earlier conversation we see between Elizabeth and Travis back at the Hades Proving Lab considerably more contextual weight.
I mean, have you ever even had a friend?
Now, this may not seem all that important, it's just adding further depth onto Tilda's already established motivations in wanting to help Aloy, but it will rear its head towards the end of the story in a way that may not satisfy everyone. As mentioned before, it could also have a considerable influence on Aloy's story as the series progresses, though as of now we can only speculate on what that will be or will look like. Truth be told, I debated long and hard with myself over whether or not to even bother with this discussion, especially since there are many who consider it a non-issue, but ultimately reasoned that it was important to dig into since there's quite a bit in the game that lends to it. There's an ongoing debate regarding Aloy's sexuality, one that has existed since Zero Dawn. This in large part is due to the lack of romance options and corresponding plot lines, a narrative facet that has become somewhat of a staple in RPGs over roughly the last 2 decades. This was explained in Zero Dawn's case not long after its release in an interview with Herman Hulst, then managing director at Guerrilla, who stated rather pointedly that Aloy simply didn't have time for such things while on her journey. This is in spite of both men and women expressing interest in her. Shit, Avad straight up asked her to stay in Meridian, and if that isn't a roundabout way of him proposing to her, then I don't know what is. The same can be said for Forbidden West, but given the game's overarching theme of relationships, love and romance has been brought into much sharper focus, as evidenced by Varl and Zoe's relationship. Same goes for Talana's questline, which involves Aloy helping her search for a Karja man named Amadas, who she met in a comic book series set prior to Forbidden West's story. She's fallen in love with him and is set off in search of him after he disappeared in the West while searching for the fate of another woman, a Karja named Nessa, whom Amadas had previously been in love with. You eventually find him and aid in his search, which concludes with liberating a Tenakth prison known as the Rot from Regala's rebels. It is here that Nessa's fate is revealed in a shocking and bittersweet twist in the quest's conclusion, with no one walking away happy in the end. This is then bookended by Aloy and Talana having a conversation later in Barren Light about the complex nature of love, again adding to the concept's greater focus alongside the greater theme of relationships. We also see Aloy exhibit a sort of awkwardness at the idea of being in love, one of a few instances scattered throughout the game. This greater focus on love and romance has, I think, fueled the debate around Aloy's sexuality, which often revolves around speculation on which way she swings. Is she straight, gay, or bi? Some have even suggested that her lack of reciprocation for others' advances shows that she's asexual, with some preferring it that it be that way since Aloy is one of the few female characters in modern gaming that isn't overtly sexualized. This debate has also been further fueled by the simple revelation that Elizabeth had been in a romantic relationship, despite evidence across both games depicting her as a bit of a recluse, more concerned with her work than being with people. The general consensus is that Aloy's at the very least bi, a consensus that has been strengthened by confirmation of Elizabeth and Tilda's past relationship, though this is in absence of any other definitive evidence. Some have used the fact that she's Elizabeth's clone as evidence, though it's far from absolute, as even today how much influence genetics has over one's sexuality is unclear. Ultimately, it doesn't matter which way Aloy swings, if she swings any one way at all, but what I think knowledge of Elizabeth's past relationship with Tilda does is suggest that it's an aspect of Aloy's character that the writers would like to, or are planning to, explore as the series progresses, and this plot point with Elizabeth and Tilda is laying the groundwork for that eventuality. As mentioned way back earlier in the video, romance isn't always necessary in a story, but it can enhance it if handled appropriately and is presented well. I think Aloy's character arc would benefit from such an inclusion, but only if it worked with whatever plans the writers have for the rest of the series. Many games have forced romantic subplots inserted into their narratives that either go nowhere, do nothing to enhance the narrative in any way, or even bring the story down. If forcing it in is the only way we'll see one for Aloy and Horizon, then I'd rather that the subject not be touched on at all, even if it makes everything we've just discussed become moot points, and all that supposed narrative setup meaningless. Once we're ready, we can begin to make our way towards the rendezvous point, a campfire located exactly where Tilda said they'd get onto the island. You can fast travel there if you like, though chances are you won't have discovered it yet since it's located in a highly remote region, one that you only go to in a previously mentioned side quest, and even then chances are you won't go all the way down to the beach. This leaves the next best option, taking advantage of our newfound ability and flying straight for the marker. In fact, I strongly recommend you take this route even if you can fast travel. While this is entirely personal, I find flying to the objective quite calming, devoid of the tension that precedes and follows this journey. It allows us a chance to reflect on everything that's come before along Aloy's journey, while the world we've explored and are aiming to save, with all its places we visited and the people we've met, glides along below us. Depending on your mindset at the time, it can even be a moving experience, our last moment of peace before diving into the eye of the storm. Once you arrive at the campfire, you'll have one last chance to delay, for once you kick things off, you'll be locked in right until the very end. Despite the game making a big deal of it, as mentioned before, Forbidden West does not have a hard ending. You'll be sent back to the base once you complete the final mission and can complete whatever you wish then. Alright, let's not tarry any longer. Once you're ready and give the go-ahead to call in the crew, Aloy will contact everyone via focus to come and meet her at the rendezvous point. So we'll confirm that they're on the way, followed by a cut to black, signaling the true start of the final mission of Forbidden West. After a cut to black and some time passing, the rest of the Scooby Gang arrives. First Silence, then the others, Aaron bearing the laborious task of hefting Silence's weapon around, followed by Tilda being a show-off and flying in from above. From here, Tilda reveals the secret passage on and off the island, an ancient escape tunnel connecting the island to the mainland, which Tilda had disguised and hidden from the other Zeniths. After passing through this tunnel and a climbing section that we don't see, we find ourselves on the island, overlooking the heart of the Zenith's operations. Here the gravity of the task at hand well and truly sets in, if it hasn't already, though we're given a little time to gawk at it before proceeding. Between them and the launch tower is a wide plain which offers little to no cover, so Tilda recommends another path, one that winds around the southern edge of the island. Tilda warns that Spectres will most definitely be guarding that route, and that more can be deployed from the hangars across the plain. It's here that the gang splits up, Alva and Catalo setting off for the Regulator, a part of the mission everyone remains in the dark about, while Aloy and Aaron take the winding path. Zoe, Silence, and Regala, should she be with you, also take this path, but stick to the high ground to give Aloy and Aaron covering fire if they need it. That only leaves Tilda, who plans to hack into a nearby sensor node and scramble the Zenith network, keeping them undetected, though not for long. Before we set off, however, there's something I want to clear up. If you've made it this far into the video, you'll have probably realized by now that I've been overwhelmingly positive about Forbidden West's story. Sure, I've had my critiques and nitpicks here and there, but nothing overtly damning or worthy of deeper inspection. This may appear to stand in contention with what I said at the beginning of the video, that Forbidden West's story is a flawed masterpiece. For some of you, that lone phrase may insinuate that I have many more criticisms than have been presented thus far. And you would be correct, I do have plenty more criticisms, perhaps some of my harshest, and I haven't presented them yet because most are focused squarely on Forbidden West's ending, or elements of it, for it's one of the most surreal and bonkers endings to a game I have ever experienced, particularly when compared to the rest of the story as a whole package. I'm saying this now to alleviate any confusion some of you may be having. I also want to say this so that my constant criticisms in this section don't appear like they're coming out of left field after multiple hours of near constant positivity. Now, before I end this quick tangent and continue summarizing this story's conclusion, allow me to say this. The ending succeeds as a resolution to this game's story, as well as setup for the next one. Though it took a few playthroughs, I've grown to like the ending more than not for that simple fact alone, though not by much. All of its problems stem from how we get to that resolution, be they certain story beats, or its tonal inconsistency with the rest of the game. Once we split off from the rest of the gang, we begin to snake our way along the path, which entails a considerable amount of climbing, as the path itself passes through a cave, or literal cliff faces, with some long jumps here and there for good measure. Along the way, you'll come across wider, more open areas with Spectres patrolling about the area. It's more than possible to sneak through and avoid a fight, though given the regimented nature of their paths in a few of these areas, or simply where they're located, you may end up having to find a way to disrupt their patrolling pattern, or simply chance that you'll briefly alert them and nothing more. In one instance, sneaking isn't even possible, at least not in any way that I've found. Eventually, Aloy and Aaron reach a point along the path that overlooks the entire plain. Off in the distance, we see a plume of black smoke rising, a sign that Alva and Catalo have blown the Regulator. This unfortunately has drawn the attention of hundreds of Spectres who race towards the smoke en masse, threatening not just Alva or Catalo, but the mission as a whole. Aloy preaches calm despite Silence's immediate and well-founded concerns, as Beta will be the one to solve that problem, only that she needs time, though that time is in incredibly short supply. A couple of Spectres spot Aloy and Aaron, and everything looks to be going tits up when...
What is that?
Our army.
Remember the conversation between Aloy and Beta back at Tilda's mansion? The one we, from Tilda's perspective, couldn't hear? This is the culmination of that. Their machine army. Beta secretly injected Hephaestus into the base's printing matrix, which is considerably faster and more powerful than any cauldron, which means the now free subfunction can crank out machines at its heart's content. I imagine this is also why Alva and Catalo needed to blow the Regulator. The true nature of this location or machine is never revealed, though judging by the name, along with its proximity to the printing matrix, suggests that it was in control of what could and couldn't be printed, and why it needed to be blown up first. Otherwise, Beta could have just injected Hephaestus into the matrix as soon as they arrived. Unfortunately, this is where the problems begin, because it is so tonally inconsistent with the rest of the story. This may seem odd at first, considering epic battles involving machines are everywhere in this series, and the use of a machine army against the Zenith was foreshadowed earlier. The battle itself isn't the issue. Despite its importance to the plan, it's merely a distraction to keep the many Spectres on the island busy, and will continue to be just background dressing for the rest of the mission without much involvement by Aloy and co, save for one scene later. The problem lies with the printing matrix, more specifically how it functions, as well as Hephaestus' involvement. We can see it in this cinematic. Hephaestus is just building machines out of thin air, and not the more common combat machines we see, such as Ravagers or Clawstars, but goddamn Slaughter Spines and Thunderjaws. How fortuitous is Aloy and the gang that this printing matrix can print machines in a snap, granting them a seemingly endless supply of machines to throw at the enemy. And how fortuitous are they that Hephaestus, now free of its digital prison and forced merger with Gaia, decided to stick around and print these gargantuan machines to fight the Spectres, instead of just simply retreating to the global Cauldron network like it did for the entire series up until Gemini. How fortuitous. That first point can be explained with how Zenith technology works, but then that lends itself to a whole other problem regarding the Zeniths themselves, one we'll get to later. As with regards to Hephaestus hanging about, I really can't think of a reason why, beyond that it's just so pissed off that it needs to unwind by turning Spectres into slaughter spine munch. With the Spectres now occupied, we continue towards the launch tower. Silence quickly reaffirms that with Hephaestus now free, it'll doubtlessly escape to the Cauldron network, with Aloy staunchly stating that they'll capture it again. Silence then points out, once they have the Apollo database, that they may be able to replicate Hephaestus' functionality, possibly foreshadowing events further down the road. Beginning our final approach to the launch tower, we find that not all Spectres are busy fighting the machines, because that would have been too easy otherwise. We're eventually joined by Zoe, Silence, and Regala and proceed forward together as one large group. We eventually pass through some sort of building that's falling apart. It's here that Regala, should she be with you, will meet her end by squaring off with multiple Spectres before being crushed by collapsing rubble. Zoe utters a prayer for her, Silence makes a few dickish but hard to argue comments in response, to which both Aloy and Aaron clap back in response. If she isn't with you, Aaron and Silence will merely comment on the building about to collapse. In either instance, Alva will contact us shortly after, informing Aloy that Katalo got her to a network node and that she's trying to get in. Pushing on, we reach another high point overlooking the plain, where we can see the battle continue below, neither the Spectres or machines giving an inch. It's here that the Zeniths finally enter the equation, wondering what's causing all the fuss. Eric fires off a few shots, Silence starts prepping his weapon, and Gerard goes on a big bad evil man tangent. Gerard offers to probably but probably not spare them if they give up Tilda. When he receives no reply, he orders the other Zeniths to light him up, peppering their cover with plasma fire from their armed gun things. It's then that Silence tosses his weapons towards the Zeniths, landing harmlessly in the plain. The Zeniths aren't all that impressed at first until... Bada boom, bada bing, baby, let's go! With the Zenith swiftly turned into machine mincemeat, Tilda rejoins the crew and urges haste, stating that Gerard will seek to escape with Beta and Gaia into orbit and out of their reach. That means crossing the plain below and through the unfolding chaos. Seeing no other option, they jump down and rush across to the other side, towards the launch tower itself, taking down any Spectres that stand in their way. Somewhere in the mix, Aloy is separated from the rest, it's not exactly clear how, before jumping down into what appears to be some sort of runway or staging area, with an elevator to the top at its far end. Katalo brings us over the focus, reporting that they're doing fine, despite Spectres harassing them, with Alva almost into the network. We reach the elevator and are about to start heading up when this piece of shit arrives. Tossing Aloy aside, he sends the elevator down to a sub-level, then tosses Aloy again in the midst of some big bad evil man villain posturing. Some of you may be wondering why Eric doesn't just stab Aloy when he has her in his clutches a second time here, instead of throwing her off the elevator, but given what he says before, about unfinished business, and the fact that he's looking for a fight, goes to show that he's a sadistic motherfucker that revels in the violence, especially now that he doesn't have a shield, which means that the stakes for him are exponentially higher than before. So begins the final human boss battle of the game, though the fight with Regala is infinitely better than this. Eric will more or less stay in the same spot, firing off little rocket things that spread out, then explode for AoE damage, as well as standard plasma shots. He also has a helmet that you'll need to break off to score critical headshots. He'll sometimes chase after Aloy to initiate melee combat, where he's at his most dangerous, but I found these instances to be few and far between, often only happening when you get too close. Eventually, you whittle down his health and initiate a cutscene, where Eric falls to his knees, finally feeling pain for the first time in 1,000 years, while Zoe repels in from above. Aloy stands over him and stares him down, while Zoe approaches from behind and exacts some much due justice.
Now we're having fun, right?
This is what I meant earlier when I said that, despite the gameplay lacking, narratively it's incredibly satisfying to see Eric finally be humbled, then laid low by a primitive spear. Aloy and Zoe share a brief moment before Aloy heads back to the elevator while Zoe heads back to regroup with the others. The briefness of the moment between Aloy and Zoe following Eric's death initially annoyed me. This is the man that killed Varl. You think that the game would have stayed here a little longer than it does, given the momentousness of the scene, but instead it chooses to push on without much more than a cursory exchange. That said, after thinking about it, it makes a bit more sense, given that they aren't exactly finished. They still need to get Beta and Gaia, and there will be plenty more time to reflect later. Riding the elevator, we hear an explosion in the distance. Tilda informs us that Gerard has activated the self-destruct failsafe on the printing matrix, and that he's taking over key systems across the launch tower, which inevitably includes the elevator. With no other option, Aloy begins climbing. She contacts Aaron along the way, who informs us that all of the Zeniths, save for Tilda and Gerard, are dead, and that they're just cleaning up the last of the Spectres. We're then contacted by Alva, who got into the network, but only for a minute before she was shut out. What she found in that minute, however, puts everything we know about the Zeniths and their plans on its head. Namely, she found plans. Flight plans and trajectories, indicating that they were planning to leave Earth the whole time, not stay and reshape it as had always been the belief. Something clearly isn't adding up, but before we can do the mental math on it, Alva goes Billy Mays on us, but wait, there's more, and says that the files she found have many references to an entity called Nemesis, and that whatever it is, the Zeniths are shit scared of it. Before we can question Alva further, she's inexplicably cut off, something that's never explained, but it's all very tense. All we can do is continue climbing, now with this new, rather profound information in the back of our minds. Reaching the top of the launch tower, we find Beta still strapped into her chair, still merging Gaia and the sub-functions. Even though Hephaestus is no longer there, which kinda makes it all redundant by now, but whatever. After freeing her, Aloy, while aware that Beta's been put through the ringer as of late, tells her to immediately access the Zenith network, to look up anything referring to the mysterious Nemesis entity. With systems down all over the base, Beta is able to access the network without issue, and is able to access files directly about Nemesis. This changes the holographic display floating above the table, showing Earth in conjunction with the rest of the solar system, the Odyssey's current rough position in orbit, and something following them, coming from deep space. This is soon followed by the many flight paths and trajectories Alva mentioned earlier, indeed suggesting that the Zeniths intended to leave Earth. And the entity chasing them? Beta hypothesizes that it's a machine, or a swarm of them. Either way, the energy readings are off the charts. A stark realization then hits Beta. It wasn't a natural disaster that destroyed the Zenith colony on Sirius, as had always been the narrative. It was that. Nemesis. And the Zeniths are on the run from it. Before we can continue investigating, Gerard makes an explosive entrance. Badly beat up but still breathing, this is the perfect opportunity to ask him about the oh never mind. Tilda just shoots him in the back and kills him before we can even ask him anything. This for me was a missed opportunity to give Gerard more depth, because frankly, as a singular antagonist, he's incredibly disappointing. He's set up as the head honcho of all the Zeniths, the one making all of the decisions, including Beta's upbringing and subsequent treatment, yet we never get to speak with him at length to hear his side of the whole equation. His could have been an interesting perspective, even if it's out to lunch and laden with corporate lingo. The closest we get to any sort of exposition is just before Silence sets off his weapon, and even then, our band of heroes aren't even listening, because why would they? Gerard isn't saying anything important, just more villainous posturing. His sudden appearance here, just after we've learned the truth about the Zenith's plans, as well as more about the nature of Nemesis, would have been a perfect opportunity for that exposition. It wouldn't need to be laden with all the answers, since we get them all from Tilda in the following scene anyways, but perhaps delirious ramblings of a man who's lost control of the situation and is close to death, saying things like, "You know nothing, how could you possibly understand," etc, etc. It's so perfectly set up, and yet it comes to nothing when Tilda kills him before he even has a chance to say anything. I know some of you are gonna say, but he's not the true villain at the end, so it doesn't matter, but I can't help but disagree because of all the attention that is paid to him being bastard in chief of the Zeniths, yet having so little depth as a villain. Giving him an expository sequence here might have also alleviated the biggest problem this ending has, which we're now gonna get into, so buckle up folks, cause it's gonna get rough. As you've probably figured out by now, and as Aloy also eloquently points out here, Tilda's been lying. Now unable to continue her facade, Tilda lays bare the truth of the Zenith's flight from Sirius and how it is that they came to be chased across 8 light years of space. Back on Sirius, some of the Zeniths weren't satisfied with just being physically immortal. They wanted digital transcendence, Jesus that's a mouthful, to be able to upload their minds into anything, organic or mechanical, the assumption being that if their physical body somehow died, they could still go on living, just in another body or machine. If you played Cyberpunk 2077, then think of it along similar lines as Arasaka's Soulkiller program or the Relic biochip to be more specific. Nemesis was a failed experiment to that effect. Instead of disposing of it though, the Zeniths simply abandoned it. In doing so, they left an incalculable database of their memories, emotions, and prejudices to fester, and as it remained trapped and forgotten, it gained sentience, and not in a good way. With only the twisted memories and personalities of megalomaniacs for company, Nemesis grew to hate the Zeniths for abandoning it to whatever prison they left it in. All the while, the Zeniths carried on living in their manufactured digital fantasies, blissfully unaware of the monster they had created. When Nemesis gained full sentience and broke containment, the Zeniths were caught completely unawares. On top of that, Nemesis had everything it needed from their memories: security protocols, system specs, override codes, and the like. After it hacked everything before the Zeniths could react, it then took over their printing facilities, presumably like the one out on the plane. With that, it could gain any machine form it needed to wipe them out. And it nearly did, save for Gerard, Eric, Tilda, and a few others who managed to reach the Odyssey in time and escape, launching for Earth. Nemesis wasn't about to give up the chase, however, and in the hopes of denying the Zenith a safe harbor, it launched the extinction signal towards Earth. Yes, you heard that right. The mysterious signal that woke Gaia's subfunctions, including Hades, and inevitably led to Gaia's self-destruction, followed by the slow degradation and ultimate collapse of the Earth's biosphere, that was Nemesis, trying to catch the Zeniths. When it found out from Hades that it had failed, it launched itself towards Earth in the hopes of catching them there. Knowing this, the Zeniths knew that their time on Earth was to be short-lived, and thus created Beta using Elizabeth's genetic stock to have a human key to access Zero Dawn facilities and systems, so that they could find a copy of Gaia and her subfunctions, then get the hell out before Nemesis arrived, leaving Earth to its fate all the while. It's an interesting plot twist, one that certainly caught me off guard and piqued my interest. It's just a damn shame that it was introduced so poorly. To be more specific, Nemesis's existence and the concept of digital transcendence. Any good plot twist needs three things. It needs to be plausible, surprising, and foreshadowed. This revelation by Tilda checks off the first two. It's plausible since creating yet another means to achieve immortality, before ultimately just forgetting about it when it fails, is very much in keeping with the Zenith's collective nature. It is also surprising since it completely flips the script on what we thought we knew about the nature of the extinction signal. As for foreshadowing, however, there's almost nothing of the kind. I say almost because what little foreshadowing there is comes in the form of two easy-to-miss data points. Point of fact, I've only ever been able to find one of these data points in the Nimma facility in a lab off the main hallway leading to where we find Beta. The other is found somewhere on the Isle of Spires. Even with these data points, assuming you actually find them, the utter lack of foreshadowing makes Tilda's reveal of Nemesis and the truth of the extinction signal feel like it was just force-fitted into the story without much thought. Case in point, all of his mentioning of Nemesis as we climb the launch tower is its first mention in the entire game. The writers must have hoped these data points would be enough, though I severely doubt this was due to ignorance or base assumptions, but poor planning. It feels as if Nemesis, and in conjunction the plot twist, wasn't conceptualized until the end of development, or at the very least the writing process, and so incorporating it into the story would have required more work than they could reasonably fit into their timetable. This could have been fixed one of two ways. The first we already discussed somewhat, by giving Gerard some delirious and ambiguous exposition after his explosive entrance. The second could have been just one more quest before the big game. Aloy, Tilda, and Silence go together, which in turn would have alleviated his lack of screen time. This could have been couched as Silence needing one last component to perfect his weapon. Tilda just so happens to know where to find this mystery component in an abandoned Far Zenith lab. The two begrudgingly go together due to their mistrust for one another, with Aloy tagging along to keep the peace. Here there could be some foreshadowing, with Aloy finding data points or archival entries hinting at Nemesis and digital transcendence. She could then ask Tilda about them, and then poke holes in her answers if they don't add up, since Aloy also distrusts her. Silence would just continue to be his crotchety old self, he and Tilda have a confrontation that Aloy needs to resolve, you get the idea. Unfortunately, this is what we get. A plot twist that's surprising not because all of the pieces have suddenly fallen into place and make sense, but because it comes out of left field with little to no announcement and smacks you across the back of the head with a phone book. And if you think that's a strange analogy, then you've never been hit over the back of the head with a phone book. Spoiler alert, it fucking hurts. I don't recommend it. What makes this more disappointing is that, on its own, Nemesis and the implications of its existence on the whole of the Horizon series and universe are so wonderfully thought-provoking, and with its arrival to Earth imminent, it works just as well as a narrative setup for the next installment. It's just a damn shame its reveal and corresponding plot twist was so poorly executed. So with this reveal of the true cause of the extinction signal, as well as the fact that it's on its way to finish what it started, it will probably have you rightly wondering what Tilda's place in all of this is. After all, she lied about what happened on Sirius, about the nature of the true threat to life on Earth. Why then go through all the trouble to help Aloy, while simultaneously maintaining this lie until this very moment? What's her angle? Well, you see, she only half lied. She wants to help Aloy achieve Elizabeth's dream, that much is certain beyond doubt. Just not on Earth. As she sees it, with Nemesis on the way, Earth is finished, doomed to final destruction. That means sticking with the original plan, of taking Gaia and her subfunctions into the stars, somewhere Nemesis can't find them, so that Elizabeth's dream can begin anew. And Aloy's coming with her, whether she likes it or not. Of course, Aloy goes all hell no, but Tilda won't take no for an answer. The full scope of Tilda's, let's call it obsession with Aloy, comes to the fore here, driven by love for Elizabeth that, even after a millennia, is still very real and raw. This sudden change in Tilda's character has been the source of much criticism as both being out of place and just plain old creepy. While there's no denying that it's not without its disturbing elements, to say that it's out of place is to not have paid attention to every conversation we've had with her prior to this moment. I mean, just listen to her as she speaks to and about Aloy.
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
This flowery language continues at the launch tower, Tilda seeing Aloy as the second coming of Elizabeth, her best possible self. As for the disturbing element of this, the obsession that Tilda has for Aloy, I believe there's an explanation for this. Now I must be clear, this is not to justify Tilda and her actions in any way, shape, or form, but merely an attempt to provide insight as to what might be going on inside that silver-haired head of hers. Think back to every relationship you've ever had. Unless you're one lucky son of a gun, chances are you'll have, or have had, one relationship that you regret ending or seeing end. A la the one that got away, Lord knows that I do. For a time, the regret gnaws away at you, and you're unable to shake it from your mind, and you feel a part of yourself being lost, the part of you that particular relationship occupied now but an empty void. Eventually though, as time passes, be it days, months, or years, you manage to move on, either accepting reality for what it is and getting on with your life, or finding someone or something that fills that void, or perhaps both. Tilda has not experienced any of these changes, by choice or otherwise, and so has been living with the regret of letting Elizabeth go, on top of leaving her behind to run to Sirius for 1,000 years, doing so while surrounded by people she despised immensely. To be ever so blunt, that's not a good place for anyone's state of mind to be in. It no doubt influenced her decision to create the data channels she shared with Beta while on the Odyssey. That said, I don't think the reason she gives Aloy for creating the data channel, to give Beta something that wasn't so cold, technical, and isolating, is a smokescreen to mask this, but done in tandem. Beta is clearly nothing like Elizabeth in terms of personality, and Tilda knew better than to immediately hold her to those standards. Then Aloy appears, and everything changes. She isn't just another clone of the woman she loved, but a distillation of her best traits, of her best possible self. In Aloy, Tilda saw the means by which to be free of her 1,000-year grief and regret, and the key to achieving Elizabeth's dream a millennia after leaving her behind. Thus Tilda laid out her plans, to betray the other Zeniths and help Aloy in her cause, only to whisk her away to a random planet somewhere in the galaxy, leaving Earth and everyone on it behind to burn whatever fire Nemesis has cooked up, including Beta. So enamored by Aloy and what she sees as her representing, she's come to view Beta as a lesser version of Elizabeth. She even goes so far as to call her an inferior copy straight to her face, which is just oof.
Emotional damage!
By letting her grief and regret fester for the last 1,000 years, it's rapidly mutated into an obsession bordering on insanity, one that has brought us to this penultimate moment on the launch tower, with Tilda having finally made her move and laid out all her cards. She's risked everything on it and won't accept anything less than full cooperation. Despite this, Aloy remains steadfast, reminding Tilda that her shield is gone and that she can't force her to do a damn thing. To that, Tilda pretty much says au contraire and calls upon a far more powerful alternative.
Spectre Prime, to me.
Take cover! Get to the door!
Submit, Aloy. You can't win.
No! I've heard that before.
Say hello to Spectre Prime, and the point where the Zeniths and their technology reach peak absurdity. So let's stall some more before reaching the end of this overly long video and finally discuss the Zeniths at length, something that the game doesn't really address all that well. Part of what makes most open world and narrative games compelling is whether or not they're grounded in the setting they're in. Do they have a set of rules that their worlds, characters, and stories abide by? If so, are they consistent in abiding in those rules? In other words, does the game and its story and characters take itself seriously? Some of the best games of the last 20 years or so follow this mantra. This is done quite simply by establishing the most basic rules of the given setting that they inhabit in the first few hours of the experience, thus setting a precedent for what we can expect the further along we go. This is why the first few hours of a video game, particularly the first in a series, are the most important in this regard. There may be an occasional break in the strict adherence, or a bending of the rules, usually in service to a moment in the main plot, or a particular subplot, but most writers, if they're clever, can keep these breaks within the bounds of their setting with a grounded explanation that fits within their established rules. There was a time where I argued that the Horizon series wasn't grounded. I mean, come on, a world-spanning terraforming system run by a hyper-intelligent AI that brought humanity and old life in general back from the dead and was behind the creation of the robot dinosaurs we see? Oh, and this is after machines turned the Earth into a lifeless rock? Doesn't sound very grounded to me.
All right, I got it.
Looking back on that sentiment now, clearly I had a deep misunderstanding of what the term truly meant. Now I see that both games are indeed grounded. One merely needs to watch their opening cinematics to see that. Zero Dawn does this in both the cinematic we see when we start the game for the very first time, and then again during its tutorial segment. Forbidden West does this with its opening cinematic and throughout the first few hours, as both a reminder for returning players and as an introduction for new ones. throughout their runtimes, their stories and everything that inhabits them remains within the bounds of the reason that is established in their first few hours. Much of Horizon's sci-fi elements are also grounded by hard science. Conversations with Gaia, along with what we learned at Zero Dawn HQ in the last game, are evidence to that effect. The development of humanity post-Zero Day and after Ted Farrell purged the Apollo database is based on meticulous research of how human societies in our own world developed millennia ago. Both games stick to this mantra and their stories are built around it. Then the Zeniths come along and say screw your rules and take a shit on them. There is nothing about them that fits within the bounds of the established rules of the Horizon universe, and it's due to their technology. This does not include their personal shields and immortality. These are concepts that are established through the course of the main story just enough to warrant plausibility. Everything else, though. The ability to conjure weapons out of nothing, the ability to fly with little to no effort, their printing matrix able to create and build machines seemingly out of thin air, how fortuitous for Aloy and the gang, and the Spectres, their wibbly wobbly machine drones that really defy description, along with their Titan-esque variant, the Spectre Prime, which can dissipate and reanimate on command, though it's never explained how, and can perform all sorts of fluid next level gymnastics despite being akin to a Tremor Tusk and Slaughter Spine in size and power.
Alright, I got it.
I believe this was all intentional, to give the Zeniths an otherworldly vibe, or perhaps a godlike mystique, especially when compared to the primitive nature of Earth's tribes. On that count, they succeed greatly, and it makes them considerably more dangerous. Unfortunately, it has the unintended effect of nearly ripping Forbidden West out of its grounded state, with everything else barely keeping it tethered to the ground by its roots. This is largely due to, again, their technology, which has no basis in the hard science established by the series up to this point. If we're to use an example, let's take a look at the printing matrix when compared to the cauldrons. The latter are fully automated factories, each with a step-by-step process that, if interrupted, breaks down just like any factory would. There's also a rhyme and reason for what's built in each one, giving them a strong sense of plausibility. The Zenith printing matrix, on the other hand, just conjures machines into thin air. It's established that resource gathering is essential to ensure that it can build machines, but whereas each cauldron has an assembly line, the printing matrix just seems to build machines with golden magical dust? Incidentally, this is also how the Spectres can rebuild themselves during fights, how Zeniths conjure and then despawn their weapons, and how the Spectre Prime animates itself when called by Tilda. Is that the future? Golden magical dust forming everything? The Zeniths nearly ripping Forbidden West out of its grounded state also isn't helped by the fact that the Zeniths as a whole, aside from Tilda, aren't all that compelling, which is a shame since as adversaries they're set up well enough, they just never reach the heights that I think Guerrilla was shooting for. There could have been interesting moral questions asked about them, given the backgrounds of the ones we do learn some about, such as Stanley Chen, but instead the ones we see are made to simply be mega wealthy uber bastards that care more about their own power and desires, to the point that they even distrust and resent one another, kept together only by a shared common goal. They're also overly pretentious, exceeding that of some Karja we meet, which is also reflected in their technology. Beyond their practical application and usage, Zenith tech is very showy and ostentatious, which further adds to their absurdity when compared to the rest of the series. Spectre Prime and the setting in which we've been forced to fight it is the pinnacle of this absurdity. Tilda and Spectre Prime is the final machine boss of the main story, much in the same way as Eric was the final human boss earlier, taking place in a large open area on top of the launch tower. As a final boss, Spectre Prime has a whole host of attacks, both ranged and melee, a few of which have AoEs attached to them. It also moves with the fluidity I mentioned earlier, darting around the combat arena, which can, at times, make it difficult to track and has an amply sized health bar to go with it. It can also reform its armor, just like normal Spectres. Narratively, despite my earlier criticisms, it's a fittingly striking conclusory battle, given everything we've seen and learned, with a just as fitting backdrop and setting, the music swelling as the fight progresses. Throughout, Tilda will insist that Aloy stands no chance, but as you whittle down more and more of her health, she seemingly begins to desperately beg that Aloy stop, that she's the only chance she has to live, while Aloy just gets on with it. It's kind of sad in a way, and I would almost feel bad for Tilda if it wasn't born out of the disturbed obsession she has, or if she hadn't insulted Beta like she did. Key word there, however, is almost. Once we've defeated Tilda, the Spectre Prime will start to combust before violently shooting out the central pod that Tilda's in, which immediately bursts into flames. Doubt it takes a genius to figure out what happened to Tilda. Aloy, with a doleful expression, then says this.
It's over. Why couldn't you just let me choose?
Which to me signifies that she regrets having to fight Tilda, that she didn't want to, even after her attempted kidnapping. Returning to the shuttle and the round table, Aloy will walk past the pod, where we see only a glimpse of Tilda's body hanging inside. For a moment, Aloy inspects the pod, perhaps hopeful that maybe she could still be alive, but that quickly dissipates once she catches a glimpse of Tilda. That said, I can't shake the weird feeling that Tilda isn't dead. I know that sounds crazy, and even I find myself openly questioning if I'm not just being over-analytical here, but the composition of this one shot, though it lasts only 5 seconds, has me wondering. Aloy's expression and how it changes in the very next shot is very telling, but why linger on the pod and Tilda? And I'm not the only one wondering the same thing, for there are more than a few Reddit threads dedicated to the subject. If I had to answer in a snap, then yes, I think Tilda is dead and should stay dead given her actions. Also, if she happens to be alive, I can't begin to fathom the hoops of narrative logic Guerrilla will have to jump through just for it to make sense in the next game. Silence then appears, and surprise to fucking prize, he knew about Nemesis all along, knowledge he had pried out of Hades, as well as the data on how to circumvent the Zenith shields. Everything he did to create the rebel army was based on that very knowledge, to get to this very moment. This means, of course, that Aloy has to ask why he couldn't have just told her, to which Silence responds with his usual calculated logic. As he puts it, Aloy does not act sensibly in the face of impossible odds. Silence knew, upon learning of Nemesis, what sort of actions he would have to take, what sort of game he'd have to play, and in that same moment knew that Aloy would never play it. With that in mind, he correctly predicted that she would interfere and attempt to save the Tenakth. What he didn't foresee was her succeeding, and in doing so bringing her own plans to fruition, which I take as Silence finally admitting in a roundabout way to being outsmarted by her. Not that he cares anymore, for the end result is the same. They made it. And now he's leaving. This was the end goal for Silence all along. To seize the Odyssey in the Apollo database, then shoot off into the stars to continue his insatiable pursuit of knowledge. At first viewing, this surprised me, but after thinking about it some more, I realized that it's very much in keeping with Silence's character. On top of being an erudite, he's a survivalist, willing to do anything to stay ahead of every oncoming storm. What better way to do that than by shooting off into the stars with a near infinite amount of places to hide from Nemesis. Like Tilda, Silence believes the Earth is finished, with Nemesis on the way, seeing any attempt to fight it futile. He then offers Aloy a place on the Odyssey. Unlike Tilda, he's giving her a choice, saying that she's more than earned it. Aloy is baffled by Silence's decision. Then, when he turns to leave, she asks him to stay and help fight Nemesis. Regardless of their past disagreements, Aloy knows that Silence's expertise will be necessary. Silence flat out refuses, reminding Aloy that Nemesis took out the Zeniths on Sirius in a matter of hours. As he sees it, what hope does Earth's tribes have? He then makes one final case for Aloy to come along. By taking Gaia and her subfunctions to another world, she wouldn't be abandoning life, but saving a seed for another world, just as Elizabeth did 1,000 years earlier, sacrificing all that was for the hope of what might be. Silence's spiel is eerily similar to that of Tilda's back at her mansion, about Elizabeth's sacrifice, which would suggest that Silence is more like Tilda, and the Zeniths for that matter, than he cares to admit. It also gives what Aaron says to him after Regala dies during the mission a lot more weight.
That's cold. Are you sure you're not a Zenith?
It's at this point that the rest of the crew arrive on the scene, free of any grievous wounds, and happy to see that Aloy is unharmed herself. It's here that Aloy makes her decision, and bids Silence farewell. But it's more than a decision on whether to stay or go. She's finally breaking the hold Elizabeth has had on her since the very beginning of the game. It's a hold that began to break back just before Gemini, when Aloy and Beta had their argument-turned-bonding moment, when Aloy realized she was wrong to hold herself, and by extension Beta, to such a high standard, a standard set by Elizabeth. Over the course of the ending, Aloy has slowly shed the weight of Elizabeth's influence off her shoulders. It's in this conversation with Silence, after seeing her friends, the same friends who sacrificed much, even their lives, to help her, that Aloy sheds the last vestiges of that weight. The question is no longer, what would Elizabeth do, but what would I do? With that, Aloy leaves to rejoin her companions, while Silence makes his way to the shuttle to leave. Or does he? As Aloy celebrates with the rest of the gang, Silence, as he's about to reach the shuttle, pauses and gazes at them, seeing their camaraderie giving him second thoughts, which catches Aaron's attention.
Hey, where's he going?
As far away as anyone can go.
Oh. Are you sure?
Silence has a change of heart and decides to stay, which earns a grateful smile from Aloy. Whether he means it or not is highly suspect, but for now we'll just be glad that we'll have his expertise when Nemesis arrives. As the gang takes a moment to celebrate their remarkable victory, Aaron and Aloy embrace, the former hopeful that the threat to Earth is finally over, which draws a mournful expression from Aloy, before they look up towards the stars, where, somewhere out there, Nemesis is on its way. The camera then begins to pull away from the launch tower as the sun sets over the Forbidden West and the screen fades to black.
There's another battle ahead, Elizabeth.
We're then treated to a final series of shots, backed by a final inner monologue from Aloy. While she, Beta, and Silence remain at the base, the others have returned to their respective tribes, to spread the word of Nemesis is coming, and to gather support for the coming fight. This even includes the Quen, with Bohai returning to the Empire to send word, while Alva stays behind. I'd also mention this would also mean sending word back to Meridian and the North Sacred Lands, but this is something we don't see. In her monologue, where, like at the beginning of the game, she speaks to Elizabeth, Aloy states that the coming fight with Nemesis will be nothing like the fight Elizabeth had, that it won't be for the distant hope of a new world, but to preserve the one they have now. She then dwells on what her friends taught her, that the tribes of this world have the strength, ingenuity, courage, and resilience to overcome any struggle, including the one they now face. The segment ends with Aloy admitting that she's more than a little petrified at the prospects of facing Nemesis, the greatest threat the world has faced since the Feral Plague, but that she can put the fear aside because, in a direct contradiction to what she says at the beginning of the game, she no longer feels alone. It then ends with us watching Aloy and Beta share a moment as Gaia and her sub-functions, save for a few, are rebooted once more. While not as strong of an ending as Zero Dawn's, or as packed with emotional weight, it serves well as a fitting cap to an epic tale, providing resolution in some instances, while simultaneously preparing us for the inevitable sequel. It's a tight package that neatly brings everything full circle, and is a worthy conclusion to Forbidden West. The story of Horizon Forbidden West is a flawed masterpiece, one that will resonate with me for years to come. It's the reason I consider it to be my game of the year for 2022, despite going up against some utter juggernauts of the medium, with narratives that have garnered even more praise and with good reason. While littered with many of the aforementioned flaws, and with an ending that's as bizarre and surreal as they can get, Guerrilla should celebrate wholeheartedly what they achieved here in the art of video game narratives. It's no secret that the weight of expectation to deliver on this count, after the unexpected success of Zero Dawn and the affinity people have for that game's story, would have sat heavy on their shoulders. I think it's safe to say, for many, they succeeded in their task, though it wasn't without its faults here and there, and from those I hope Guerrilla can take some lessons that they can use to help them deliver something even better in the future, lest they run into the same problems again. Though I've set this game aside for now, after I remind you playing through it 9 times, I can't wait to jump back in again. Not since The Witcher 3 or Zero Dawn has a game resonated with me, and I cannot wait to see where Guerrilla takes Aloy's story from here.
But when you hear me, you'll be near me. Stay with me.
And there is the end of the video. First and foremost, thank you so much for watching. This video has been nothing short of a labor of love since about September of last year, and while I am very much glad to see it done, it is one that I have greatly enjoyed nonetheless, and am very happy to now be able to share with all of you. Forbidden West as a game obviously inspired this video, and this wanting to make this video is what inspired me to create the Adam the Chuck channel, make it dedicated to video game narratives and stories. So again, just thank you. Every view, even if I only get 100 views on this, or 50 views, 100 views, whatever, every view is just, thank you. Now to go on to a bit more serious topics. I'm recording this in post to address a couple things that some of you may be wondering about. More specifically, Lance Reddick's tragic passing earlier this year, as well as the release of the Burning Shores, and why those are not mentioned, or why are they not, I guess more just like, why aren't they mentioned? With regards to Lance Reddick's passing, he passed away March 17th. At that time, I was practically finished doing all the voiceover work for this video, and to go back and try and even just make that a topic of conversation in this video would have been too much work for someone like myself who doesn't do this full time. And also, I don't think there would be anywhere in the video that I could fit it in that would be respectful to Lance Reddick's memory. As we all know, he is, beloved among Horizon fans for his performance as Silence, and he will be dearly, dearly missed. With regards to Burning Shores had not yet released when I started actually putting this video together, but I only had maybe 2-3 weeks. And while I certainly had tried and intended to get the video done before it released, as y'all can see, I failed miserably in that regard. So that's why. It's more just like the timing of everything that happened and where I was at in the project as to why certain things have not been mentioned and why certain things were not discussed, and also why I have certain discussion points that Burning Shores has now rendered, to put it plainly, rendered moot and pointless. We will address that. That will be addressed when I do the Burning Shores video, which I do have planned. Speaking on that, let's just talk about that for a second. I just said, I have a Burning Shores video planned. I have started on the script, but as of this recording, I am stepping back from Horizon, probably for a good few months at least. Reason being is that, as I said, this video, the Forbidden West video, has been nothing short of a labor of love, and while I will forever love these games and love the series, that's never going to change. It's taken up so much of my gaming life in YouTube life that I just am now like, okay, I need to just move on to some other projects. And I've already started, actually, I guess this is a good time to announce that I am planning to do a couple of videos discussing the narratives of the Plague Tale series, of the Plague Tale games, Innocence and Requiem. I've already started on the Innocence script. I've got footage for both games. Those are going to be, as it stands, the next videos that I'm planning to do. Burning Shores will happen. Rest assured, Burning Shores will happen. It's just that I need to step away from the Horizon series for a bit. Give myself some distance, and then we'll jump back in. But it'll be in the Burning Shores video that Lance Reddick's passing will be addressed, and hopefully in a respectful manner, what I hope to be in a very respectful manner, and also where we will discuss the certain discussion points and topics that I talked about in this video, the Forbidden West video, that the Burning Shores has rendered moot and pointless. I think we all know which ones I'm talking about. But yeah, so I just wanted to just kind of address that. I'm sorry if this segment sounded really clumsy and unprofessional. This is all being done off the cuff and unscripted. I only just got like a post-it note of notes to kind of guide me along here. So, but in any event, again, thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope to see you guys on the next one. Take care.